Long, long ago, after the Great Curse Wars ended, the malevolent king was sealed away. But before his departure, he promised that one day, he would reincarnate to destroy the world once again. In a mysterious room filled with magical objects, like my uncle's basement, Yuuji Itadori, a high school student, finds himself bound to a chair, facing a blindfolded man named Satoru Gojo, the light skin that took your girl. This anime got real kinky already. As they converse, Yuuji remembers his friend and senpai, Fushiguro, showing concern for his well-being. However, Gojo reminds Yuuji of a secret execution scheduled for him, urging him not to worry about others. The previous day, Yuuji called the Sujisawa hospital to check on his grandfather, who insisted he attend his club instead. On that night, a Jujutsu Tech student named Megumi Fushiguro came to Sujisawa High to retrieve a cursed object. Unable to find it, like your father, he sought guidance from Satoru Gojo, who instructed him to return only after recovering the object. At school, Yuuji is part of the occult club with his friends Iguchi and Sasaki. The student council president threatens to disband the club due to its inactivity. In a bid to prove their worth, they claim that supernatural occurrences are affecting students on the rugby field. However, the president dismisses their idea, revealing that Yuuji is officially registered in the track and field team. The team's coach interrupts the discussion, seeking Yuuji's help to win the nationals. To settle the matter, they decide to have a competition between the occult club and the track and field team. Meanwhile, Megumi searches for the cursed object he needs and witnesses Yuuji's impressive shot-putting performance, breaking the world record. This secures Yuuji's spot in the occult club, and he chooses to stay with them for personal reasons. Megumi is impressed by Yuuji's skills and compares him to Maki Zenin, an upperclassman from Jujutsu Tech. As Megumi is about to confront Yuuji about the cursed energy he senses, Yuuji rushes to the hospital to see his grandfather. Their encounter is filled with tension, as Yuuji's grandfather tries to share important information about his parents, but Yuuji refuses to listen, leading to an argument. In a heartfelt moment, the old man imparts a crucial message to Yuuji, urging him to use his special abilities to save others so that he can pass away surrounded by people. Shortly after, Yuuji's grandfather peacefully passes away. Devastated by his grandfather's death, Yuuji packs his belongings and goes to the hospital lobby to complete paperwork. There, he encounters Megumi, who introduces himself. Despite Yuuji's grief, Megumi insists on discussing the cursed object found by the occult club. Yuuji agrees to hand it over but finds it empty, revealing that his friends have the real object and plan to unseal it. Megumi warns Yuuji about the dangers of unsealing the object, as it could put his friends in serious danger. Nevertheless, Yuuji rushes to the school, where Sasaki and Iguchi are attempting to unseal the cursed object. As curses begin to manifest, Yuuji arrives, and Megumi advises him to stay back. However, Yuuji is determined to help his friends and faces the dangerous situation inside the school. Inside, Sasaki hides from the curses, and Iguchi falls under the control of a small curse. As more powerful curses appear, Megumi enters the building and engages in combat using jujutsu techniques and summoning his divine dogs. Outside, Yuuji hesitates but ultimately decides to confront his fear of death, remembering his grandfather's words about helping others. In the building, the situation becomes increasingly dire as more curses appear. Yuuji's timely intervention saves his friends, and Megumi's divine dogs defeat some curses. Impressed by Yuuji's courage, Megumi asks why he helped, and Yuuji admits he acted to prevent a tragedy and ensure his friends receive a proper death. As Megumi prepares to retrieve the special grade cursed object, a powerful curse attacks, capturing him. Megumi tries to defend himself but is thrown outside, and due to his injuries, his divine dogs disappear. The curse threatens to eliminate Megumi, prompting Yuuji to intervene despite lacking cursed energy. He decides to eat the cursed finger to gain the energy needed to save everyone. But Megumi is worried as this could awaken the dangerous curse, Ryomen Sukuna, within Yuuji. Nonetheless, Yuuji manages to regain control over his body by suppressing Sukuna's power. Megumi prepares to summon a Shikigami, intending to confront the cursed Yuuji Itadori.
Whoa, hey.
Fushiguro declared that he would treat Yuuji as if he were a curse, but Yuuji raised his arms to show that he meant no harm and was in control of himself. He suggested they both needed to go to the hospital, but Megumi was unsure if it was a trick from the curse. Before Megumi could decide, his teacher, Satoru Gojo, arrived. Gojo explained that the elders were concerned about the cursed object, so he came to check on Megumi's progress. Surprisingly, Yuuji admitted that he had eaten the cursed finger. Upon examining Yuuji, Gojo realized that Sukuna, the powerful curse, had merged with him. To test Yuuji's control, Gojo asked him to switch with Sukuna for 10 seconds while he fought and Megumi held his Kikyufuku. Megumi was worried about his teacher's recklessness,
大丈夫。僕最強だから。
but Yuuji allowed Sukuna to take over. The curse attacked first, but Gojo effortlessly used Sukuna's as a chair and strikes with incredible speed. He showed off his skills and landed several amazing attacks on Sukuna. However, Sukuna attempted to finish the fight, but Gojo easily repelled the curse's attacks and counted down the final few seconds until Yuuji regained control. Yuuji easily regained control of his body. Gojo tested him further by knocking him out to see if he woke up as himself, indicating his potential as a vessel for Sukuna. Megumi pleaded with Gojo not to let Yuuji be executed as per Jujutsu rules, and Gojo promised to grant his request. Later, Gojo revealed to Yuuji that the Jujutsu elders initially ordered his execution, but he convinced them to suspend it. Yuuji had the potential to be a vessel for Sukuna and could consume all 20 of Sukuna's fingers. Gojo convinced them not to execute Yuuji until he ate all the fingers, making him valuable to Jujutsu tech. After the incident, Yuuji visited Sasaki and Iguchi in the hospital. He told them the truth about the situation and blamed himself for what happened. Before leaving, he assured Sasaki that a sorcerer would come to heal Iguchi. Outside the hospital, Yuuji met Gojo to talk about his decision. Gojo explained that people were lucky to die a normal death after encountering a curse, emphasizing the danger of curses in the world. Gojo then took Yuuji to the morgue, where he collected his grandfather's ashes and decided to swallow the second cursed finger whole. Gojo waited to see if Yuuji would lose control after swallowing the cursed finger, but Yuuji struggled mainly because it was gross and not due to Sukuna's influence. This proved that he could control Sukuna, a rare talent not seen in 1,000 years. Yuuji didn't want to be executed and decided to fight curses and digest all of Sukuna's fingers. Gojo agreed and told him to pack his bags. Later, Yuuji met Megumi, who had been treated for injuries, and they joined Gojo on a journey to Tokyo Jujutsu Technical School. Before Yuuji could be accepted, he had an interview with the principal, who held the power to order his execution. Sukuna threatened to eliminate Gojo once he took over Yuuji completely, but Gojo was built different.
負けちゃう？勝つさ。
During the interview, Yuuji introduced himself, and the principal, Masamichi Yaga, asked why he wanted to enroll. Yuji's initial answer about wanting to help people as someone else's dying wish wasn't enough for Yaga. Yaga used cursed corpse dolls to attack Yuuji until he gave a more acceptable answer. Yuuji finally realized that he had to stop Sukuna to live without regrets, and his determination impressed Yaga, who accepted him into the school. Gojo took Yuuji to his dorm and explained that with Sukuna inside him, Yuuji could help find the other cursed fingers. They met Megumi in the next room, feeling disappointed that Yuuji would be living nearby. Gojo revealed their plan to pick up the third first-year student, Nobara Kyujisaki, the next day. Thus, Yuji's journey as a Jujutsu sorcerer began at school, where he would face challenges, discover his true potential, and learn how to jump people, embark on a path to confront the dangerous curses threatening the world. Nobara Kyujisaki, a first-year student, finally arrives in Tokyo, fulfilling her dream of leaving her countryside hometown, which she once shared with her friend Sayori. Yuuji and Megumi eagerly wait for her outside the train station in Harajuku. Wondering why their class is so small, Yuuji questions if he was the third first-year student to arrive. Megumi clarifies that Nobara's acceptance was granted a while ago, but Jujutsu students are rare. Just then, Gojo arrives and compliments Yuji's new uniform, which he specially ordered with a hood. Nobara had requested to meet in Harajuku, and her attention is caught by a man scouting models. Fearlessly, she demands to be interviewed by him until Gojo calls out to her, revealing his unusual blindfold. After securing her belongings in a coin locker, Nobara introduces herself as a confident young woman, claiming the boys in their group are fortunate to have her. Though Yuuji and Megumi introduce themselves, Nobara doesn't appear impressed. Gojo proposes a tour of Tokyo, but instead, he leads them to an abandoned building near a cemetery infested with curses. Surprised that Yuuji, a Jujutsu student, doesn't know about curses, Nobara is further grossed out upon learning about Sukuna's finger. Gojo then reveals that this is a test for both Nobara and Yuuji. He hands Yuuji a cursed knife named Slaughter Demon and restricts him from using Sukuna's power. Their objective is to eliminate all the curses inside the building. Yuuji and Nobara venture into the building together while Megumi stays back as it's Nobara's test. However, Nobara insists that Yuuji search downstairs while she goes upstairs. Despite Yuuji's disagreement, Nobara pushes him away determinedly. As Yuuji grapples with confusion about her behavior, he suddenly gets attacked from above by a cursed spirit. Reacting swiftly, he uses the curse knife to defeat the curse. Gojo notes that Yuuji's craziness to fight curses without hesitation, despite being a normal student, makes him suitable for dealing with the grotesque nature of curses. This field test aims to gauge Nobara's level of craziness. Inside the building, Nobara encounters a cursed corpse disguised as a possessed mannequin. Utilizing her cursed energy-infused nails, she pierces the mannequin's face, forcing the curse to reveal itself. While Nobara may have experienced, curses in the city are much stronger than those in the countryside, gaining power from human emotions and strength from the population. The cursed corpse confronts Nobara, but she skillfully destroys its head using her cursed nails. In the process, she discovers a frightened child hiding nearby. Initially hesitant to come out, the child reveals that a curse is nearby, taking him hostage. Nobara knows she should prioritize her own survival to exorcise the curse, but she makes a selfless decision to surrender in an attempt to protect the boy. However, the situation turns grim, and the curse threatens to eliminate the child despite Nobara's surrender. In this dire moment, Nobara draws strength from memories of her friend Sayori. Just as the curse is about to strike, Yuuji bursts in through the rear wall, cutting off the curse's arm and freeing the boy. While Yuuji secures the hostage, the curse tries to escape. Nobara demonstrates her abilities by using her straw doll technique on the severed arm and her resonance ability to exorcise the curse. She pierces the arm and her straw doll with a nail, effectively neutralizing the curse. After the mission, Gojo commends Nobara and Yuuji for their excellent performance. They safely return the boy to his home, and Gojo offers to treat them to dinner as a reward. However, Nobara realizes she left her belongings in a coin locker back in Harajuku and orders Yuuji to retrieve them. Despite Yuuji's reluctance, Nobara argues that they succeeded in the mission thanks to her curse technique. Yuuji admits his strength played a part but believes it came from eating Sukuna's finger. When Yuuji seeks Megumi's support, Megumi remains silent, seemingly upset because he had to sit out of the exercise. Sometime later, the three Jujutsu students are called to exorcism a cursed womb, a dangerous and challenging task. Kiyotaka Ejichi, the assistant manager at Tokyo Jujutsu High, leads first-year students Yuuji Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, and Nobara Kujisaki to a detention center. Their mission is to deal with a cursed womb that has been spotted inside detainee Block 2, where 5 hostages are held. The potential presence of a special grade cursed spirit adds immense danger to the situation. Ejichi explains to the students what a special grade is and warns them that if they encounter one, their only options are to run or face certain death. A distraught mother pleads with the students to save her son, which deeply motivates Yuuji. He firmly believes that they must save everyone, and his classmates stand in agreement. Ejichi erects a curtain, a powerful barrier that conceals them from the outside world. Megumi summons his white divine dog, a Shikigami, to warn them of any approaching curses. Their objective is to assess the situation inside the detention center and rescue any survivors. Inside the center, Megumi quickly realizes that they are trapped within a curse's innate domain, a unique curse technique. While Yuuji and Nobara panic comically, Megumi remains composed, relying on his white divine dog to detect any threats. As they explore further, they sadly come across the lifeless bodies of the trapped humans, including the distressed woman's son, Tadashi. Yuuji suggests bringing Tadashi's body outside, but Megumi adamantly refuses. He explains that Tadashi is a hostage due to his past offenses, including hitting a little girl while driving without a license. I see it as just an extra speed bump. Megumi points out Yuuji's belief in guiding people to proper deaths, raising the question of what happens when someone Yuuji saves ends up harming innocent people. Yuuji counters by asking why Megumi saved him in the first place. This argument stirs tension between them, while Nobara becomes frustrated with their bickering. Suddenly, during their heated exchange, a curse grabs Nobara and pulls her through the floor. Megumi is puzzled as to why his white divine dog didn't sense the threat, only to discover that the dog has been defeated without him noticing. He urgently tells Yuuji that they need to flee, but they find themselves confronted by the fearsome special grade cursed spirit, a horrifying sight that terrifies them both.
Itadori! Huh? 逃げるぞ!
Despite his fear, Yuuji bravely attempts to attack the special grade with his cursed knife, Slaughter Demon, only to get his left hand severely injured and the knife shattered. Meanwhile, Nobara finds herself surrounded by several large masked curses in a strange and dangerous area. Megumi escapes the situation by summoning Nu, his Shikigami and promises to locate and rescue Nobara before she comes to harm. However, Nobara is left with just one nail in her arsenal, unsure of how to use cursed energy. As Yuuji and Megumi flee, they are pursued relentlessly by the special grade curse, which overwhelms them with its immense power. Encouraging Megumi to continue searching for Nobara, Yuuji decides to confront the special grade alone. Megumi rushes to find Nobara with the aid of his black divine dog, determined to protect her from harm. Facing the special grade, Yuuji struggles to hold back the torrent of cursed energy unleashed by the curse. In a moment of emotional vulnerability, he realizes that he can't accept a proper death, breaking down in tears as he believes he will die here. However, this poignant realization leads him to a revelation. He must channel his negative emotions into his fist. With newfound determination, he charges forward, reinforcing his fist with cursed energy and attempting to strike back at the special grade curse. Although the special grade easily catches Yuuji's punch, he manages to buy enough time for Megumi to rescue Nobara from the dangerous curses in the domain. At the same moment, Yuuji discovers that he can safely unleash Sukuna's power, leading Sukuna to take control of Yuuji's body.
この俺を完全に舐めてやがる。おい、ガキどもを殺しに行くぞ。
Initially annoyed at the situation, Sukuna attempts to revert everything to the way it was, but the special grade curse refuses to cooperate and attacks him. Sukuna effortlessly deflects the curse's attacks and accidentally regenerates Yuuji's left hand in the process. He realizes that the curse prefers death over leaving its point of origin. Sukuna effortlessly overpowers the special grade curse while Megumi manages to secure Nobara and reunite with the Jichi.
そうだ。ほら、頑張れ、頑張れ。
As Ajichi goes to fetch a grade 1 sorcerer, Megumi stays outside, ready to intervene if Sukuna goes on a rampage for too long. However, to everyone's surprise, Yuuji does not regain control of his body. Sukuna waits for Yuuji to switch back but is met with silence. A wicked grin spreads across Sukuna's face as he realizes that Yuuji isn't switching back to gain control over his body. While waiting anxiously outside the detention center, Megumi notices that the cursed womb's innate domain has mysteriously disappeared. He assumes he just needs to wait for Yuuji to switch back. But to his shock, Sukuna, the powerful curse possessing Yuuji, appears before him. Sukuna is surprisingly in a good mood, but he blames Yuuji for recklessly using his power without making a proper pact with him. He informs Megumi that Yuuji can't switch back at the moment, and to prevent Yuuji from regaining control, Sukuna callously rips out Yuuji's heart. With Yuuji's life now at risk, Sukuna has essentially taken him hostage, as any attempt to switch back would result in immediate death. To further solidify his dominance, Sukuna eats another one of the fingers, strengthening his control over Yuuji's body. Megumi finds himself facing a formidable foe, with Sukuna prepared to eliminate him without any specific reason. Irony pervades the situation as they are now reversed from when they first met, with Megumi now at Sukuna's mercy. Despite the danger he faces, Megumi refuses to give in and firmly believes that Yuuji will switch back, even if it means risking his own life. Sukuna taunts Yuuji, calling him a coward who cried on the inside during the fight against the special grade curse. Unperturbed by Sukuna's provocations, Megumi notices that Sukuna is capable of using a reverse curse technique, a powerful and rare ability. Determined to fight back, Megumi decides to confront Sukuna, realizing that without a heart, Sukuna can be forced to heal. He summons Nu, his Shikigami, and engages in close combat with Sukuna. However, Sukuna easily toys with him, displaying his overwhelming strength, agility, and cunning. Megumi tries to surprise Sukuna by attacking from above using his Orochi technique, but Sukuna swiftly destroys Orochi and continues to overpower him effortlessly. Throughout the fight, Sukuna questions Megumi's actions, asking why he ran away from the cursed womb instead of standing his ground. In response, Megumi reflects on his past, recalling his unfairly cursed sister and his absent father. He acknowledges that true fairness is rare in the world and that karma doesn't always rectify every injustice. Despite this, he chooses to save people based on his own conviction, even if it means doing so unequally. Megumi saved Yuuji because he didn't want to witness a good person's death, even though he had doubts and reservations. He believes that such actions are acceptable because he is a sorcerer, not necessarily a hero. As the intense battle unfolds, Yuuji regains control of his body and listens to Megumi's confession that he never regretted saving him. However, Yuji's injuries become too severe, and he implores his friends to live long and fulfilling lives before losing consciousness. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, 4 mysterious figures discuss why one of them used a Sukuna finger to test Sukuna's strength. These enigmatic beings can walk among regular people, but only the man accompanying them is visible to others. Later, Gojo meets with Ajichi at the school morgue and learns that Yuuji was most likely set up by the higher-ups, who sent him on a dangerous mission while Gojo was away. Furious, Gojo threatens the higher-ups for endangering Yuuji's life. School doctor Shoko Iiri arrives, and Gojo grants her permission to dissect Yuuji's body for research purposes. Meanwhile, Megumi and Nobara are grief-stricken over Yuuji's death and attempt to hide their emotions when they are approached by second-year Jujutsu students Maki Zenin, Tojin Yumaki, and Panda. Yuta Akatsu, another second-year student, is currently studying overseas and not present. Panda apologizes for Maki's brusqueness and invites Megumi and Nobara to participate in the Kyoto Sister School Goodwill event, an annual battle between Jujutsu schools. With Yuji's absence, Tokyo High needs more participants, and joining the event could help them grow stronger. Although heartbroken over Yuji's loss, Megumi and Nobara agree to participate in the Goodwill event to honor Yuji's memory and improve their skills. Meanwhile, at a meeting between a sorcerer and cursed spirits, the curses seek advice on how to defeat sorcerers and establish their dominance on Earth. Their ultimate goal is to incapacitate Satoru Gojo, the most powerful sorcerer, and potentially gain Sukuna's allegiance. While they believe Yuuji to be dead, the sorcerer remains uncertain. Yuuji finds himself inside Sukuna's mind and confronts the curse, believing they are in some kind of afterlife. However, Sukuna corrects him, stating that they are in a suspended state of existence within Yuji's mind. Sukuna then proposes a deal to fix Yuji's heart, but it comes with two conditions. First, Sukuna asks for the ability to use Yuji's body for a minute whenever he says a specific key phrase. Second, Sukuna wants Yuji to forget about their conversation entirely. Yuji, however, refuses to comply with Sukuna's terms. He fears that Sukuna won't keep his promise not to harm anyone during that minute he takes over Yuji's body. The two continue to clash over the conditions of the deal, and Sukuna reveals that their pact cannot be broken without severe consequences for him. In their disagreement, they decide to settle the matter through a fight to the death. The scene shifts to Gojo expressing his frustration. He acknowledges that teaching isn't his natural style, but he understands the need to train strong sorcerers with progressive ideals to change the flawed community. Gojo believes that students like Akatsu and Hikari have the potential to match his strength and become valuable allies in the fight against curses. Yuji's death is a significant loss for him due to the young boy's immense potential. As Shoko is about to begin dissecting Yuji's body, to her surprise, he suddenly comes back to life. Dojo is relieved to see his student alive, and he decides to keep it a secret to protect Yuji from further danger. He plans to train Yuji privately and get him ready for the Goodwill event. More like teach him how to jump people better, but you know. Meanwhile, Suguru Gido and the cursed spirits gather to discuss their plan to eliminate Gojo. They intend to use a special grade cursed object called Prison Realm to achieve their goal. Jogo is particularly excited about the plan and declares his determination to take Prison Realm for himself and seek revenge on Gojo. The meeting quickly turns into a deadly inferno, with everyone in the diner perishing in the flames. Megumi visits Tadashi's mother to apologize for not being able to save him and offers her his name tag as a token of remembrance. Later, he and Nobara engage in close combat training to improve their skills. Meanwhile, Gojo continues to train Yuji to control his cursed energy. He explains the difference between cursed energy and cursed techniques, using the analogy of electricity and appliances. Gojo helps Yuji learn to channel cursed energy into his fists, but Yuji feels discouraged, knowing that he won't have access to 80% of a normal sorcerer's abilities. Gojo encourages Yuji to control his emotions and cursed energy effectively, which will allow him to incorporate Jujutsu into his fighting style. Back at the school, Megumi discovers that he can store cursed tools within his shadow, giving him new possibilities for his fighting style. Meanwhile, Nobara goes shopping for a new tracksuit. As Yuji continues his movie-watching training, he struggles to maintain focus, leading to the cursed doll attacking him as a consequence. Gojo emphasizes the importance of concentration and controlling emotions during training. Before leaving to meet with the principal of Kyoto Jujutsu High, Gojo checks in with Yuji about his conversation with Sukuna. However, Yuji can't recall if he had spoken to Sukuna or not, raising concerns about the potential influence of Sukuna's presence within him. As Gojo and Ajichi drive towards Kyoto, they encounter a disturbance and decide to investigate. Gojo instructs Ajichi to continue driving alone while he stays behind. Suddenly, Jogo appears and confronts Gojo, leading to an intriguing encounter between two powerful sorcerers. As Jogo attempts to crush Gojo, the sorcerer effortlessly dodges the attack, causing the cursed spirit to crash into the road and create an opening. Gojo remains calm and composed, inquiring about Jogo's identity, but the cursed spirit responds by creating a volcano-like head that shoots a powerful magma explosion at Gojo from behind, thinking he has defeated the sorcerer. However, Gojo's plot armor protects him from the eruption, and he easily wipes away the ash and lava, showcasing his incredible strength and resilience. Despite the attack, Gojo remains confident and warns Jogo not to underestimate his plot armor. The confrontation between the two powerful individuals sets the stage for an intense battle between the sorcerer and the cursed spirit. Gojo was surprised to encounter a curse that could communicate clearly, and Jogo claimed to have more plot armor energy than Sukuna at his current level, making him an unregistered special grade. However, Gojo reminded Jogo that having too much special plot armor would cause GG to eliminate you in the future. Jogo accused Gojo of losing heart, but the sorcerer disagreed, finding the situation quite enjoyable. To avoid interference from other sorcerers, Jogo chose a remote location for their battle. He unleashed ember insects to attack Gojo, but the sorcerer easily stopped them. The insects used sound to explode, but Gojo dodged the attacks effortlessly. Feeling overconfident, Jogo launched 2 more flaming attacks, believing he had won. However, Gojo remained unaffected by the attacks. The battle was far from over, and Gojo was just getting started. Jogo was confused about what was happening, and Gojo told him there was an unbeatable gap between them, like an infinity, which basically means his broken plot armor. No matter how hard Jogo tried, he couldn't touch Gojo. Taunting the cursed spirit, Gojo proceeded to unleash a barrage of attacks on Jogo, culminating in the powerful curse technique Reversal Red. The force of the attack sends Jogo flying through the forest and into a nearby lake. This harsh beating makes Jogo realize the truth in Guido's warning that trying to eliminate Gojo would lead to his own demise. Gojo decides to do the most disrespectful thing in existence and leaves the battlefield to bring Yuuji, likely to witness how to disrespect someone 101. Gojo rushes to get Yuuji and is surprised to see that his student is making quick progress in his training. He decides to teach Yuuji about a powerful technique called domain expansion, which is the peak of all plot armor battles. He teleports Yuuji to where he was fighting Jogo and explains that his student will learn from observing the battle. Jogo mocks Gojo for bringing someone who could hold him back, but Gojo believes Yuuji won't be a hindrance since Jogo is too weak to make a difference. Jogo becomes furious and ejects flames from the volcanic ports on his head. Yuuji is scared, but Gojo assures him he will be safe as long as he stays close. Jogo activates his domain expansion, creating the coffin of the Iron Mountain, trapping both Gojo and himself inside. With domain expansion, Jogo's abilities are boosted, and his natural technique charges into the domain. Any attacks unleashed inside the domain are guaranteed to hit their targets. Gojo explains that countering a domain expansion requires either using a curse technique to repel the automatic hit or escaping the domain, but neither option is recommended. Jogo is upset that despite his superior strength, Gojo still looks down on him as a human. Gojo reveals that the most effective way to counter a domain expansion is by casting one themselves. Jogo tries to attack, but Gojo activates his own domain expansion called Unlimited Void. This traps Jogo in a space where he receives an overwhelming amount of information from the universe, leaving him paralyzed. While Jogo is immobilized, Gojo seizes the opportunity and beheads him. Afterward, he dispels the barrier and attempts to interrogate Jogo to find out who sent him. Meanwhile, Guido and Hanami observe the situation from afar. Guido remains hidden, leaving Hanami to deal with the aftermath. Before Gojo can extract any information from Jogo or exorcism him, an attack disrupts the scene. A spear-like plant emerges from the ground, creating a field of flowers that momentarily distracts Gojo. During this distraction, a wooden monster attacks Yuuji, and Hanami seizes the opportunity to grab Jogo's head and disappear, impressing Gojo with their ability to hide their presence. Yuuji apologizes for letting them escape, but Gojo reassures him, expressing his desire for his students to become strong enough to handle such powerful curses. For the next month, Gojo and Yuuji will train and take on missions to prepare for the Goodwill event. However, Yuuji has no idea what the Goodwill event is.
Hi, Sensei! Hi, Yuuji-kun!
交流会って何？
On the grounds of Tokyo Jujutsu High, Megumi and Nobara find themselves doing tasks for Maki Zenin, another student at the school. Panda, their friend and fellow sorcerer, is worried about a meeting with students from Kyoto Jujutsu High because they have a reputation for being disrespectful and talkative. Suddenly, Todo and Mai Zenin, students from Kyoto, appear to confront Megumi and Nobara. They claim to be checking on them because a classmate of theirs died. But their real intention seems to be causing trouble. Mai starts making fun of the deceased classmate, which deeply upsets Megumi and Nobara. However, Todo seems uninterested in their emotions and declares that he is there to see if the replacements for Yuta Akatsu, their deceased classmate, will be interesting or not. Todo becomes curious about Megumi's taste in women and threatens to beat him up depending on his answer. He reveals that he likes tall girls and believes that a person's taste in women reflects their personality. Megumi, being an introverted person, tries to avoid the conversation, and Nobara defends him, saying that it's difficult for him to open up about such personal matters. This response doesn't please Todo, and he immediately folds Megumi, considering him boring. Nobara wants to help, but Mai restrains her. Todo's strength is impressive, and Megumi recognizes him as the powerful sorcerer who defeated several powerful curses in the past. During the battle, Megumi combines his new technique with the toad to create winged toads from his bottomless well ability. However, these efforts fail to stop Todo, who continues to overpower Megumi with sheer force. With the help of his friends Panda and Toge, Megumi is eventually saved from Todo's assault. Meanwhile, Mai shoots Nobara, but Maki arrives to help. The two sisters argue, and Todo takes Mai away to meet his favorite pop idol, Takada-chan. Before leaving, Todo asks Megumi and Nobara to pass along a message to Yuta. As they regroup and walk together, Nobara and Maki discuss their reasons for becoming sorcerers. Maki reveals her desire to defy her sorcerer family, who has always belittled her and looked down on her. At another location, Satoru Gojo arrives to meet with Principal Gakugenji secretly. Gojo holds Gakugenji responsible for Yuji's death and manipulates Ajichi to facilitate the meeting. Gojo believes that unregistered special grade curses and talented students will bring about a revolution in the Jujutsu world. Meanwhile, Todo successfully meets his favorite idol at an event, while 3 mutated corpses are found at the Kainma Cinema movie theater. Yuji Itadori and another sorcerer are assigned to investigate the strange incident. At Satazakura High School, Junpei Yoshino, a student facing bullying from his peers, is falsely accused of staring at their girlfriend's chest. He denies the accusation and dreams of a button that could make those who hate him disappear. One day, he skips school to watch a movie called Human Earthworm 3 at the theater, where he encounters his bullies once again. He realizes they are just using Tsubasa, the girl they're hanging out with, for attention and not because they genuinely care about her. When Junpei speaks up about this, the bullies react aggressively and attack him even more. Tragically, the bullies meet a gruesome fate as they are eliminated by the cursed spirit, Mahito, due to their disruptive behavior. After the authorities leave, 2 Jujutsu sorcerers,
脱サラ呪術師の七海健人くんです。
その言い方やめてください。
Yuji Itadori and Kento Nanami arrive to investigate the scene. Nanami, a grade 1 sorcerer, detects the residuals left behind by the curse technique that caused the body's distortion. Yuji struggles initially to perceive the residuals, but with effort and focus, he eventually learns to do so. As they follow the residuals to the roof of the building, they encounter 2 curses outside in the rain. Nanami suggests they each take on 1 curse. Yuji is determined to prove himself and insists on going all out to handle the situation. But Nanami disagrees, believing that moderate effort will be sufficient. Despite their different approaches, Yuji and Nanami seem to be getting along well so far. Nanami views Yuji as a young and inexperienced student who still needs guidance and protection. He believes that true adulthood is about facing and overcoming various challenges in life, not just life or death situations. Though Nanami does not yet consider Yuji a full-fledged sorcerer, his trust in Satoru Gojo, Yuji's mentor, leads him to support Yuji on this mission. During the fight with the curses, Nanami openly explains how his curse technique works, which becomes a distraction for Yuji as he struggles to concentrate on the fight and listen to Nanami's instructions simultaneously.
聞いてますか、虎杖君。
Nanami uses this opportunity to teach Yuji a lesson in battle strategy called showing one's hand, which enhances the effectiveness of one's abilities during combat. With Nanami's swift defeat of his opponent using this technique, Yuji becomes more focused and demonstrates the results of his training. He efficiently channels cursed energy into his fists, using the divergent fist technique taught to him by Gojo, which allows him to convert one strike into 2 impacts. With this technique, Yuuji defeats his opponent, impressing Nanami. They later discover that the creatures they encountered were mutated ex-humans and take them to Shoko Iiri, a school doctor and sorcerer, for examination. Shoko reassures Yuuji that they are no longer alive and that he shouldn't feel guilty for putting an end to their existence. Despite her explanation, Yuuji is still enraged at the loss of so many lives, which surprises Nanami. Meanwhile, Mahito takes Junpei to his hideout and explains that curses manifest from the collective fears of humans. The next day, Nanami informs Yuuji that he has located their target's hideout. However, he asks Yuuji to follow a lead on Junpei, who is the only witness to the crime. Accompanied by Ejichi, they find Junpei and decide to keep a small curse trapped in a box wrapped in talismans to track Junpei's movements without alerting him. As they continue their investigation, the situation becomes increasingly complex and dangerous, leading to new challenges and mysteries for the young sorcerers. Junpei Yoshino used to run the movie club at Satazakura High School with his friends. However, their peaceful time was interrupted by a group of aggressive students who took over their room and bullied them. Junpei tried to retrieve one of his DVDs, leading to a physical confrontation with the bullies. His fellow club members ran away in fear, and a gang of bullies led by Shota Ito joined in on beating Junpei. This incident had a significant impact on Junpei's life. I guess even the bullies in this anime jump people too. In the present, Junpei finds himself engaging in a conversation with Mahito, the cursed spirit responsible for the gruesome making of his bullies. Mahito discusses Japanese wordplay related to the popular phrase "the opposite of love is indifference" and demonstrates his curse technique by showing Junpei some of his experiments. Mahito displays the ability to alter people's physical forms, manipulating their sizes to extremes, both large and small. He seems to be teaching Junpei about his powers and possibly trying to influence him in some way. Junpei's interaction with Mahito raises concerns about the potential danger and consequences of getting involved with curses and curse techniques. During their conversation, Junpei seems indifferent to the terrible nature of humans, and Mahito encourages him to embrace his hatred. They plan to act together, seemingly forming an alliance based on their shared negative views on life. Meanwhile, Yuuji and Ejichi follow Junpei. Yuuji is given an assignment to deal with weak cursed spirits called flyheads to test his abilities and connection to the theater incident. On the other hand, Nanami enters Mahito's hideout, expressing his dislike for killing mutated humans. Despite this, he faces Mahito, excited to fight a sorcerer weaker than Satoru Gojo but still strong enough for Mahito's experiments. Nanami is determined to finish the battle quickly, not wanting to work overtime. During their battle, Nanami notices the similarities between Mahito and Gojo. Both of them have a deceptive appearance, hiding immense power within. Nanami manages to catch Mahito off guard and injures him, but Mahito engages him in a philosophical conversation about the origin of body and soul. While Nanami believes the body comes first, Mahito claims it's the soul that shapes the body and can be altered using his curse technique called idol transfiguration. This revelation highlights the dangerous and potent nature of Mahito's abilities. As the battle continues underground, Junpei encounters his teacher, Satomura, outside of school. Their conversation escalates, almost leading to a physical confrontation. However, Yuuji suddenly appears, accidentally releasing a fly head curse that creates a distraction. Yuuji attempts to talk to Junpei, but Satomura keeps interfering. To create a private space for Junpei, Yuuji takes off his pants and runs away with them. Back in the underground battle, Nanami struggles against Mahito's transfigured humans due to their altered shapes. Realizing that this matchup is unfavorable for his curse technique, Nanami decides to stall and flee down the sewer tunnel to buy time until he can go into overtime. As the clock approaches 6, Nanami's cursed energy unexpectedly begins to rise, surprising Mahito. As Nanami enters overtime, Mahito realizes that the sorcerer has imposed a time-based vow on himself, limiting his powers initially to gain greater strength once he surpasses the time limit. Nanami's technique is revealed, further increasing his power and making Mahito take him seriously. With incredible speed, Nanami considers two options to deal with Mahito. He could try to wear him down until he runs out of cursed energy, but that seems impractical. Alternatively, he could go for a powerful strike and attempt to annihilate Mahito in one blow. Nanami decides to make his move and jumps, using his ratio technique, collapse to strike one of the walls. The expanded curse technique is so powerful that Nanami's punch shatters the wall, releasing shockwaves of his cursed energy streaking through the air. Mahito realizes he must avoid this attack, but before he can react, Nanami swiftly cuts off his own leg and announces that he's retreating. As Nanami moves away, the debris from the shattered wall falls on the curse, seemingly crushing him. On the other side, Yuuji and Junpei find themselves together near a river close to a set of stairs. Yuuji tries to contact Ajichi, but he's occupied with dealing with the other fly-head curse. Junpei notices the swirly button on Yuuji's uniform, which indicates that he is a sorcerer. Yuuji decides to be honest and asks Junpei about what happened at the movie theater. However, Junpei denies witnessing anything and claims that he has only recently gained the ability to see curses. Yuuji believes Junpei's explanation and decides to sit down with him. Unbeknownst to them, Gito watches from above and is pleased to see that they've made a connection with Yuuji, indicating that this encounter might serve Gito's ulterior motives. The two boys engage in a conversation about movies when suddenly Junpei's mother, Nagi Yoshino, comes across them and invites Yuuji to join them for dinner. In the underground, Gito searches for Mahito and is impressed by the aftermath of the battle with Nanami. Mahito, on the other hand, is content as he feels he has learned a lot more about himself from the intense battle. While Yuuji enjoys dinner with Junpei and Nagi Yoshino, they have a pleasant time together, talking, eating, and sharing laughs. However, as Nagi falls asleep, Junpei reminisces about the love he has for his mother and how she brought happiness into his life. Back at Jujutsu High, Yuuji prepares to confront Mahito with Nanami's help. As they prepare, Nanami worries about Yuuji being forced to eliminate transfigured humans, and he asks Yuuji to keep an eye on Junpei instead. Nanami believes that Junpei is being misled by Mahito, and he fears that the curse is preying on the boy's broken heart, directing his anger towards those who hurt him in the past. As Nanami and Yuuji proceed with their plan, Mahito and Gito observe from a distance, with Mahito casting a curtain of curse energy over the entire place. Their plan is to manipulate Yuuji into making a binding vow with Sukuna by using Junpei. In the school's auditorium, all the students faint upon Junpei's arrival, leaving only Shota and the teacher Satomura conscious. Junpei questions Shota about the Sukuna finger found in his home, but Shota claims to know nothing about it. Driven by his newfound powers as a sorcerer, Junpei uses Jujutsu to poison Shota. As Junpei is about to deliver a potentially fatal blow, Yuuji rushes into the gymnasium, confronting him about the situation. Despite Yuuji's intervention, Junpei insists on proceeding with his plan, revealing his determination to seek revenge and carry out his dark intentions, regardless of Yuuji's attempts to stop him. The situation reaches a critical point as emotions, powers, and dangerous curses intertwine, setting the stage for an intense and gripping confrontation between Yuuji, Junpei, and the manipulative forces behind the scenes. As Nanami enters overtime, he warns Yuuji not to go to Satazakura High School, fearing that the dangerous patch face curse might still be alive due to the curtain Mahito cast there. Nanami asks Ino to deal with the transfigured humans in the city sewers while he focuses on the situation at the school. Despite Nanami's advice, Yuuji's determination to protect others leads him to go to the school anyway. At the school, Yuuji witnesses Junpei attacking Shota Ito, one of the students who previously bullied him. A clash between Yuuji and Junpei ensues, but Yuuji struggles to deal with Junpei's soft and protective jellyfish Shikigami, Moon Dregs. This Shikigami absorbs the impact of Yuuji's punches and shields Junpei, making it difficult for Yuuji to reach him. Junpei is disillusioned with humanity, believing that people have no hearts, and morality's rules are all illusions. He reveals that Mahito taught him Jujutsu and the curse technique to summon the jellyfish Shikigami, which he controls with his cursed energy. In the midst of the confrontation, Junpei expresses his belief that indiscriminate salvation is not a reality, and that no one has the right to stop someone else from taking a life. Despite Junpei's distorted perspective, Yuuji remains determined to reach out to him and help him find the person responsible for his mother's death. Yuuji manages to break through the jellyfish Shikigami's defenses and tries to convince Junpei to change his path. However, Mahito interrupts the moment of connection and immobilizes Yuuji. As Mahito manipulates Junpei and pits him against Yuuji, Junpei begins to realize the darkness of Mahito's true intentions. Yuuji pleads for Sukuna's help, but Mahito reveals that Sukuna has made a binding vow, unbeknownst to Yuuji, and thus refuses to assist jumping people. In the ensuing battle, Yuuji's rage grows, and he becomes determined to exorcism Mahito. Mahito tries to force Yuuji to rely on Sukuna through a binding vow, but Yuuji is determined to face Mahito on his terms. The battle intensifies as Yuuji and Mahito clash, with Mahito's powers of transformation and soul manipulation testing Yuuji's limits. However, Yuuji's rage and resolve empower him, and he gains the upper hand in the fight. As Yuuji delivers a powerful blow to Mahito, Nanami arrives just in time to intervene. Nanami and Yuuji team up to fight Mahito, using their unique abilities to create openings for each other. They discover that Mahito's curse technique doesn't work on Yuuji, and for some reason, Mahito can't touch Yuuji's soul. Realizing this advantage, Nanami and Yuuji prepare for round 2 in their battle against Mahito, with the grade 1 sorcerer Nanami declaring that they must exercise the curse right then and there. Oh boy, here we go, jumps in back at it again. The stakes are high, and the tension rises as they face off against the dangerous and manipulative Mahito. The fate of those involved hangs in the balance, and the battle for justice and redemption unfolds in the city sewers of Satazakura High School. After realizing the need to work together, Nanami and Yuuji strategize to create openings and exercise Mahito quickly. Mahito responds by transforming his arm into a blade and conjuring a ball of spikes to defend himself. However, their coordinated attacks catch him off guard, and he is unable to transform in time to escape their onslaught. They notice that Mahito's cursed energy stores up before each transformation, allowing them to anticipate his moves. In an attempt to gain an advantage, Mahito transforms into a child version of himself, but Nanami and Yuuji remain steadfast. They quickly deduce that his transformations have a time limit, and he returns to his normal size to regurgitate small transfigured humans, which he then mutates to attack Yuuji. Focusing on getting rid of Nanami, Mahito underestimates Yuuji's determination to save others, even if it means eliminating cursed beings. As Yuuji struggles to deal with the transfigured children, he grapples with the difficult decision he has to make. With newfound determination, Yuuji and Nanami coordinate their jumping skills to overwhelm Mahito before he can shapeshift. They deliver powerful blows and disrupt his transformations, putting him on the defensive. I'm starting to think the plot of this anime is about whoever can jump someone first. However, Mahito is not so easily defeated. He activates his domain expansion, creating the self-embodiment of perfection. Nanami finds himself trapped inside the domain, and he reflects on his past while trying to escape. He recalls a defining moment when he saved a bakery girl from a cursed spirit, and this act of kindness led him to become a jujutsu sorcerer. As Nanami struggles inside the domain, Yuuji, unable to help from within, fights to maintain his composure outside. He is left to face his own moral dilemma and wrestles with the consequences of his actions. Mahito's domain proves almost impossible to escape, and Nanami prepares to accept his fate. However, Yuuji refuses to abandon his friend and breaks into the domain from the outside, exploiting its weaker barrier. Sukuna takes control and ruthlessly attacks Mahito, revealing the curse's vulnerability to Sukuna's soul. With Mahito injured and on the run, Yuuji pursues him. Despite their victory, the battle has taken a toll on Yuuji and Nanami. They regroup and tend to their injuries, knowing that their dangerous adversary is still at large. Mahito seeks refuge underground, reflecting on Sukuna's power and the impending age of curses. His obsession with killing Yuuji clouds his judgment, distracting him from the bigger picture. After recovering from his injuries, Yuuji meets Nanami in a morgue. Nanami imparts wisdom about the complexities of life and death, highlighting the ambiguity of morality. He acknowledges Yuuji as a sorcerer and stresses the importance of staying alive to continue helping others. The school takes measures to counter bullying, and the faculty vows to expose troublemakers. Satoru Gojo and Nanami continue to support Yuuji in his journey, providing guidance and encouragement. Reflecting on the events, Yuuji vows not to lose again until he eliminates Mahito. His determination to protect others and defeat curses fuels his resolve to overcome any challenges that come his way. He embraces his role as a jujutsu sorcerer, committed to saving lives and standing against the threats of curses. In a serene hot spring nestled within a lush forest, Jogo finds himself in rough shape after a conflict with Sukuna's vessel, Yuuji. Ito and Mahito appear, and Mahito excitedly jumps into the spring, relieved to see Jogo's body has regenerated. The three cursed beings discuss their plans, with Mahito proposing the idea of taking a hostage to manipulate Sukuna. However, Gito points out that binding vows must be entered willingly, and Sukuna would never collaborate with them. Instead, Mahito suggests winning Sukuna over by offering him the remaining fingers of the King of Curses. The idea is to support Sukuna's rise to power, envisioning a world controlled by curses, even if they themselves are not there to witness it. Both Jogo and Mahito are willing to sacrifice themselves for this cause. However, Gito has a different plan in mind. He reveals that he allowed Jujutsu Hai to take possession of the 6 fingers stored at the school because he intends to reclaim them. Gito considers Jujutsu Hai's actions regarding Yuuji to be too dangerous, and he seeks to undo their plan and take back the fingers for his own purposes. Meanwhile, Gojo and Nanami have their usual banter, with Gojo irritating Nanami as usual.
動画上げて炎上しようぜ。
何が分かったんだか。
Nanami asks Gojo to maintain his upbeat attitude for Yuji's sake. Gojo admits that the mission has been tougher than expected, and it was not what he meant by hard missions for training. Nanami is relieved that Gojo didn't tell Yuuji about the finger that led to Junpei's mother's death, and Gojo confirms that he has submitted the information to the higher-ups instead. He argues that Yuuji should hear about it directly from him. Yuuji suddenly appears, excited to return to school, meet the second years, and reunite with his friends. Yuuji and Gojo plan to make a surprise return to get positive reactions from everyone. But Nanami believes Yuuji's return alone will be surprising enough. At another location, Nobara meets with Megumi and the second-year students and wonders why they haven't packed for Kyoto. Panda explains that the Goodwill event is not being held in Kyoto this time. Since Yudakatsu dominated last year's event, this year's competition is taking place in Tokyo. Shortly after, the Kyoto Jujutsu students arrive in Tokyo for the Goodwill event. Nobara demands souvenirs from them, scaring one of the Kyoto students, Momo. Nekamaru, another Kyoto student, comments on how Nobara and Megumi won't be able to keep up with them. But Noritoshi Kamo believes in Megumi's talent as a sorcerer from the Zenin family. Yudaheim, the counselor of the Kyoto school, also arrives and is looking for Gojo. Gojo, as usual, arrives late, bearing souvenirs for all the Kyoto students. He reveals that Yuuji is alive, assuming everyone will be thrilled about it. However, to his surprise, Megumi and Nobara show the opposite reaction, not happy at all. Their reactions crush Yuuji emotionally, as he had hoped for a warm welcome. The Kyoto students are also indifferent to Yuuji's return, not paying much attention to him. Principal Gakuganji is surprised to see Yuuji as well, and Gojo teasingly provokes him about it. Nobara is upset with Yuuji for keeping quiet for 2 months and demands answers. Yuuji apologizes and officially rejoins his class. Principal Yaga punishes Gojo for his lateness, and then he explains the rules of the team battle, Spirit Bash race. The teams must exorcism a grade 2 curse lurking around the battlefield, which is also infested with many grade 3 and lower curses. The first team to exorcism the grade 2 curse or the team with the most exorcisms by sunset will be the winner. In the Tokyo team meeting, Nobara scolds Yuuji for keeping quiet and lies about Slaughter Demon. Panda and Toads try to stop her, using their abilities to communicate. Toad's power allows him to amplify his commands with cursed energy, making his words more compelling. Maki inquires about Yuuji's role in the team, and Megumi explains that in a fight without cursed energy, Yuuji would emerge victorious. In the Kyoto team meeting, the principal instructs his students to use cursed energy to eliminate Yuuji, preventing his revival. Todo gets annoyed and leaves the meeting, while Momo and Kasumi are unsure about carrying out such an order. Noritoshi suggests they attack Yuuji together, and here we go again, Jujutsu jumps in everyone. The only anime that doesn't respect the ones. Meanwhile, Gojo meets with Yudaheim to discuss the possibility of a mole within the school working with curse users and curses. Back at the Tokyo team meeting, Megumi confronts Yuuji about what happened during the 2 months he was gone. Yuuji admits that he lost someone but assures Megumi that he's okay now. Both Megumi and Yuuji agree that they don't want to lose in the upcoming Goodwill event. As the Tokyo team heads to the battlefield, Yuuji takes the lead, but Maki kicks him aside, unimpressed by his overconfidence. The Goodwill event kicks off with Gojo and Yudaheim addressing the students from both Tokyo and Kyoto. However, Gojo quickly takes over and starts the event in his usual exuberant manner. The teams rush into the forested area to find the grade 2 curse they must exorcism. Yuuji, Megumi, and Maki follow the divine dogs, who lead them to a weaker grade 3 curse, when suddenly, Todo confronts them alone. Yuuji decides to take on Todo by himself, while the rest of his team splits up to handle other curses. Although the initial plan is for Yuuji to stall for time while the others exorcise the curses, Yuuji is determined to win the fight, not just buy time. He launches a flying knee attack at Todo, but Todo quickly recovers and counters with a powerful punch that sends Yuuji flying through the trees. Todo continues his assault, and it seems like Yuuji has fallen unconscious. As Yuuji faces off against the Kyoto team, he realizes that Karma is coming back after jumping that dude from before, and now he's being jumped. Just an average day in this anime at this point. Mai relentlessly shoots bullets at him, Kasumi attacks with precision swordplay. Todo gets frustrated with his friend's interference and uses a technique to swap everyone's positions in the area, with the intention of saving Yuuji. Todo confronts Noritoshi and tells him to leave, but Noritoshi agrees only on the condition that Todo eliminates Yuuji and leaves with the other students, accepts the challenge, warning Noritoshi that he won't hold back, even against his best friend. Meanwhile, Momo observes the situation from above and provides information to her team. However, Megumi's new attacks Momo, knocking her out of the sky. Noritoshi notices this and asks Mai and Mekamaru to deal with Momo's situation. He then faces off against Megumi and Maki, with Megumi's tonfa clashing against Noritoshi's wooden bow. Noritoshi denies having a reason to get rid of Yuuji, but Megumi suspects that the powerful sorcerer families might have ulterior motives for targeting Sukuna's vessel. As Todo and Yuuji continue their intense battle, exchanging powerful punches on equal terms, Todo becomes impressed with Yuuji's skills, toughness, and clever use of the environment to his advantage. However, he feels that Yuuji's divergent fist technique is flawed. Frustrated, Todo loudly proclaims that Yuuji's technique is wrong, and this statement reaches the ears of everyone else on the battlefield. Maki notices Todo's outburst and realizes that it's the reason Yuuji is still alive. Kasumi apologizes for her class's actions and explains that she's participating in the event to catch the attention of higher-level sorcerers. In this world, higher-ranked sorcerers can recommend lower-ranked ones for promotions, leading to better opportunities and financial stability for her struggling family. Todo questions Yuuji about his reliance on the divergent fist technique and asks if he's okay with being weak. At first, Yuuji doesn't seem to care about being Todo's best friend, but he asserts that he refuses to stay weak. Todo is impressed by Yuuji's determination and acknowledges that this is the correct attitude to have. With this newfound understanding between them, Todo and Yuuji continue their fight with renewed determination. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Megumi, Maki, and the Kyoto team are still trying to uncover the true motives behind the big three sorcerer family's actions and the real reason for targeting Yuuji. As the battle intensifies, each side fights for their own goals and beliefs, and the tensions rise to a boiling point. As the battle between Todo and Yuuji intensifies, Todo recognizes Yuuji's progress and improvement but also sees that there's still room for growth. He decides to pause the fight and have a meaningful conversation with Yuuji about his divergent fist technique. Todo acknowledges that it's a strong technique, but he points out that it won't be effective against a special grade opponent. He explains that the divergent fist relies on cursed energy left behind by Yuuji's superhuman speed, and to make it truly effective, Yuuji must learn to apply cursed energy at the exact moment of impact. This requires correct control and flow of cursed energy throughout his body. Todo imparts a valuable lesson to Yuuji about how emotions and energy should not be compartmentalized in specific body parts, but instead should be embraced and utilized as a whole. Todo's teaching helps Yuuji realize that everyone in the world exists with their entire mind, body, and soul. This holistic approach to using cursed energy is crucial for mastering the divergent fist technique and becoming a stronger sorcerer. With this newfound understanding, Yuuji is determined to continue his growth and become even more formidable in his battles. As the battle between Todo and Yuuji resumes, Yuuji incorporates Todo's advice, and his attacks become more refined and powerful. Todo watches with a sense of pride and excitement, knowing that his best friend is on the path to unlocking even greater potential. The two fighters continue their intense clash, pushing their limits and striving for growth in the world of Jujutsu sorcery. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Nobara and Panda playfully tease Momo while she's stuck in a tree. However, their lighthearted interaction takes a surprising turn when Ultimate Mechamaru attacks Panda from behind, offended by the term Tin can use to describe him. Momo joins the fray, offering to fight Nobara, while Panda and Mechamaru face off. In the midst of their battle, Mechamaru reveals that he is a cursed corpse, a puppet controlled by someone else, Kikichi Muta. Panda quickly shows his prowess in combat, overwhelming Mechamaru with unpredictable moves and attacks. However, Kikichi becomes increasingly angry, revealing his envy of Panda's carefree life under the sun due to a heavenly restriction that limits his physical abilities. He unleashes his most powerful technique, the Ultimate Cannon, believing he has the upper hand. But when the smoke clears, Panda surprises everyone with his unique form, Gorilla Mode, which proves to be a formidable force. During the intense duel, Panda shares the truth about his origins as a cursed corpse with 3 cores, 2 of which belong to his brother and sister. Yaga had assured him that whenever he needed help, his siblings' cores would lend him their strength. Panda's intelligence and cursed energy manipulation skills become evident as he outsmarts Mechamaru, leading to his victory. Despite their fierce battle, Panda offers to help Kikichi in the future, showing understanding and compassion even in the midst of conflict. This act of kindness stirs Kikichi's memories of his friends and his longing to be accepted among them. Meanwhile, Kasumi and Maki have a strong disagreement, and Kasumi realizes just how powerful Maki, the second year from Tokyo, truly is. Kasumi had previously believed that Maki was not very strong and had limited magical abilities, as her friend Mai had told her. However, the reality is starkly different, as Maki proves to be incredibly powerful and easily dominates the fight. Maki's skillful techniques leave Kasumi overwhelmed and struggling to keep up. Maki kicks Kasumi into a nearby stream, further demonstrating her superiority in the battle. In an attempt to turn the tide, Kasumi decides to use her simple domain technique against Maki. However, Maki quickly understands and counters the swordsmanship technique, breaking her own spear in the process. Maki's mastery of combat is evident, and she effortlessly dismantles Kasumi's offensive moves. As Maki approaches, Kasumi makes another move. But Maki sees through her strategy and distracts her with half of the broken spear and a kunai. The distraction causes Kasumi to deactivate her domain, leaving her vulnerable to Maki's swift actions. Seizing the opportunity, Kasumi manages to disarm Maki and take her sword. However, it becomes clear that Maki's strength lies not just in her weapons but in her overall skill as a sorcerer. The fight showcases Maki's prowess and showcases why Mei believes she should be promoted immediately. Meanwhile, Mei and Satoru watch the battles unfold from a distance. Satoru questions Mei about the shaky footage of Yuuji's fight, and she explains that animals can be unpredictable, making it challenging to closely monitor Yuuji's actions. When asked about her support in the fights, Mei admits she is only interested in making money. Nobara finds herself in a challenging battle against Momo, who flies through the air on her broom. Nobara struggles to catch Momo, who uses cursed energy-infused wind attacks against her. Despite the difficulties, Nobara remains unfazed and determined to persevere. Momo talks about the pressures faced by female sorcerers like Mai, who are under the scrutiny of influential sorcerer families. However, Nobara refuses to excuse Momo's behavior and urges her to reconsider the person they are condemning as a curse. Nobara's strong sense of self and determination to be true to herself and her beliefs shine through during the battle. The battle between Maki and Mai intensifies as they both reveal their hidden talents and past struggles. Maki proves to be overwhelmingly powerful, but Mai surprises her with a hidden trump card, an innate technique called construction. The technique allows Mai to create something from nothing using cursed energy, but it takes a toll on her body. Despite this powerful ability, the Zenin family never recognized Maki's worth, and instead focused on her limitations. The clash between the two sisters brings forth complex emotions, as Mai grapples with her feelings of betrayal and disappointment in Maki's choices. As the battles continue, the Goodwill event becomes a stage for self-discovery, growth, and challenging one's limits. Each sorcerer faces their own struggles and emotions, with the bonds between comrades tested and the true strength of each individual revealed. Megumi continues to maneuver through the temple, deftly avoiding Noritoshi's cursed energy-charged arrows. His unknown abyss toads prove invaluable in protecting him by catching the arrows with their tongues. Megumi discovers that Noritoshi's technique defies physics, making the arrows almost impossible to evade completely. Despite the danger, Megumi remains defiant, not wanting to summon another Shikigami as his divine dog is preoccupied elsewhere. Both fighters recognize each other's techniques linked to their prestigious sorcerer families. The 10 Shadows technique from the Zenin family for Megumi and the blood manipulation technique from the Kamo family for Noritoshi. Noritoshi's blood manipulation grants him incredible physical prowess, akin to doping, giving him a significant advantage in combat. Meanwhile, Kasumi finds herself in a comical situation, lamenting the loss of her sword and feeling helpless without Maki. Toji contacts her through Mekamaru's phone, guiding her with the help of Megumi's divine dog. But their conversation is cut short when Toji senses a powerful presence nearby. In the observation room, Yuuji prepares to rescue Kasumi while Principal Gakuganji recalls his plan to assign Noritoshi a cursed spirit to eliminate Yuuji. Unexpectedly, the same cursed spirit appears before Toji, but it's quickly destroyed by the special grade cursed spirit, Hanami, who is joined by Mahito and the curse user, Juzo, in invading the school. Back to the intense battle, Noritoshi overwhelms Megumi with his blood-enhanced attacks, breaking Megumi's tonfas and showing familiarity despite the intense fight. Noritoshi sympathizes with Megumi, believing they both sacrificed for their families. He sees killing Yuuji as a means to prove himself, but Megumi rejects this ideology and fights for his conscience to protect and save others. During their confrontation, a toad distracts Noritoshi, allowing Megumi to summon his newest Shikigami, Max Elephant. The battle intensifies, but both fighters are interrupted by a massive mass of branches, prompting Toji to warn them to flee. Simultaneously, unregistered cursed energy starts eliminating curses in the Spirit Bash race, signaling a significant event. The situation becomes dire, and the Jujutsu students find themselves trapped by Hanami's branches until Juzo intervenes with a cursed object curtain. The curtain isolates them from Satoru, Gakuganji, and Yuuji. As the battle continues, Megumi recognizes Hanami from Gojo's drawings and attempts to contact Gojo through his phone. Hanami destroys the phone and confronts the students with incredible speed. Toad's cursed speech ability temporarily halts Hanami, allowing them to communicate. Hanami reveals his purpose to protect the planet and urges the sorcerers to die and become sages for the Earth. The situation becomes even more critical as the fate of the students and the school hangs in the balance. Megumi, Toji, and Noritoshi race through the winding corridors of the building, with Hanami's menacing roots hot on their heels. Toji, having honed a technique to keep Hanami at bay, struggled to maintain his resolve. Megumi checked on him, offering cough syrup to soothe his strained throat. Just as Hanami closed in, Toji commanded him to stop, and miraculously, it worked, halting the attack momentarily. Noritoshi used his power to control blood and dealt a devastating blow to Hanami's face branches. The three students resumed their desperate escape plan. Toji would stop Hanami, while Noritoshi and Megumi attacked before making another getaway. Their hope was to find help from other students or make it outside the building. Hanami relentlessly pursued them outside, but Megumi sent his Shikigami, Nu, to confront the monstrous curse. Megumi believed Toad's cursed speech could neutralize Hanami's strength, but alas, Toad's throat couldn't withstand the immense power. Without Toad's support, Noritoshi suffered severe injuries, and Megumi stepped in to save him from further harm. As Megumi was about to make his move, a senior appeared, ready to face Hanami alone. With the unexpected reinforcement, Toji mustered the last of his strength and forced Hanami back. Though Hanami withstood the attack, Maki arrived with Kasumi's katana, hoping it could pierce the curse. To their dismay, Hanami claimed the blade was futile against him and shattered it. However, Megumi seized the opportunity and wounded one of Hanami's face branches with his black-bladed curse tool. They discovered this vulnerability, but Hanami swiftly regenerated, acknowledging Megumi's potent sword. Maki asserted she had an even better weapon, and Megumi handed her a special grade curse tool called Playful Cloud, a 3-section staff from his shadow. Maki launched a powerful attack, sending Hanami flying away from the battlefield. Megumi summoned Divine Dog Totality, which inflicted severe damage on Hanami's arm. Maki struck from behind using Megumi's sword, surprising Hanami again. They switched weapons and successfully severed Hanami's eye branches, celebrating a fleeting triumph. Their joy was short-lived, as a cursed bud sprouted from Megumi's stomach, rendering him unable to utilize Jujutsu. Maki was caught off guard and got her arm impaled by a wooden spear. Hanami mocked them, exploiting their vulnerability when their allies were hurt. Divine Dog vanished, and Hanami swiftly subdued Maki. Megumi felt the pressure to act, but Maki urged them to switch places. In the nick of time, Yuuji and Todo swooped in to rescue Maki, descending from the sky. Momo Nishimiya arrived on her levitating broom to assist Toji and Noritoshi to safety, confident in Todo's strength to handle the situation. Though worried, Yuuji assured Megumi it would be alright, and Panda escorted him and Maki away from the battlefield. "Oh boy, here we go again, I can just smell the more jumps incoming." Todo offered his help on one condition. He wanted to witness Yuuji perform the Black Flash, an immensely powerful technique that distorted space with cursed energy in a trillionth of a second, delivering 2.5 times the power of a regular strike. Determined to aid his injured friends, Yuuji faced Hanami, seeking the right moment to execute the Black Flash. However, he hesitated, mindful of Megumi and Junpei's injuries. Todo noticed this and smacked Yuuji, advising him not to rely solely on anger. He guided Yuuji to focus and stay composed, cementing their friendship. Finally, with intense concentration, Yuuji drooling from the effort, he successfully unleashed the Black Flash on Hanami, overwhelming him with tremendous power. The technique proved successful, granting them a better chance against Hanami. Todo observed with pride, acknowledging Yuuji's growth. Yuuji marveled at his increased cursed energy, and Todo explained that he now understood cursed energy as an essential ingredient. Previously, Yuuji had been using it without realizing its true potential, but now he wielded it like a skilled chef with knowledge of how to use the ingredients effectively. In Todo's metaphor, Yuuji had become twice the chef he once was. Hanami, too, recognized Yuuji's newfound strength and decided to heal his injured arm, preparing for the next round of battle. Todo and Yuuji stood together as best friends, ready to face Hanami with renewed determination. Hanami unveiled his left arm, signifying he was getting serious as well. The stage was set for an intense clash between the formidable duo of Todo and Yuuji and the resolute Hanami. Hanami summoned colossal roots with an astonishing attack range, catching Yuuji off guard with their reach. However, these roots traded speed and power for extended range, presenting Yuuji and Todo an opportunity to get close and execute a joint attack. They struck Hanami, but suddenly the roots vanished, leaving them unbalanced. However, they quickly regained their footing by leveraging each other's feet, skillfully evading Hanami's next assault through exceptional teamwork. Impressed by their skills, Hanami recalled a conversation with Mahito, who encouraged him to embrace his instincts as a curse and revel in the thrill of battle. The fight intensified as Yuuji and Hanami exchanged blows at close quarters, with Todo lending support to Yuuji. Hanami admitted that he indeed relished the excitement of the battle. With the intensity escalating, Todo decided it was time to unleash his powerful curse technique. The battle was far from over as both sides pushed themselves to their limits, and the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. In the past, during Todo's elementary school days, he got into a fight with a high schooler and easily defeated him, claiming that life was dull and uninteresting. However, his life took a turn when he encountered a woman surrounded by a curse. She asked Todo about his type of woman, and their meeting gave him a sense that his life was about to become more exciting. In the present, Todo and Yuuji continue their battle against the powerful special grade cursed spirit, Hanami. Todo asks Yuuji to trust him as he carefully analyzes their opponent's techniques, leading him to believe they can win. However, as they charge towards Hanami, the roots catch Todo's foot, hurling him towards spikes that Hanami had created. Seeing Todo in danger, Yuuji tries to go to his aid, but Hanami engages him in combat instead. Hanami boasts that one of them is down, but suddenly, Todo activates his innate technique, Boogie Woogie. This ability swaps the positions of Todo and Hanami, causing the spikes to pierce Hanami instead of Todo. Yuuji is amazed to see Todo next to him after Todo's successful use of Boogie Woogie. Hanami acknowledges that Todo's technique may be simple, but it's troublesome for him to deal with. The two friends continue their assault on Hanami, with Todo repeatedly using Boogie Woogie to switch their positions and confuse their opponent. They unleash a barrage of punches that Hanami struggles to break free from. Surprisingly, instead of using his innate technique again, Todo lets Yuuji land 4 consecutive black flash strikes on Hanami, weakening the special grade cursed spirit. Todo realizes they have a chance to exorcise Hanami now. The battle rages on, and Todo once again swaps places with Hanami to face off against Yuuji. They both land powerful punches on each other. Yuuji notices that Hanami is getting used to Todo's technique. In the midst of the fight, Todo uses Boogie Woogie to protect Yuuji from being harmed by the cursed buds. Takata suddenly appears and talks to Todo about Megumi's injuries caused by the cursed bud. Todo reflects on this and deactivates his cursed energy barrier, surprising Hanami. The duo, Todo and Yuuji, continue to push the special grade cursed spirit back to the location where their battle began, near the river. Todo remembers Megumi telling him about Maki's special grade cursed tool, Playful Cloud, which is lying in the riverbed. He also recalls that the trees on Hanami's face are his weak spots. Using his Boogie Woogie technique, Todo switches Yuuji out for the special grade cursed tool, Playful Cloud. Hanami responds by absorbing the life force of nearby plants, converting it into cursed energy, and empowering the flower bud on his left shoulder. However, just as Hanami is about to activate his domain expansion, Yuuji rushes over to Todo, who instructs him to stop moving. At that moment, the curtain above them disappears, and Satoru Gojo is revealed to be floating above the battlefield. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the battle, Gakugenji continues to face off against the curse user, Juzo Kumiya. Juzo realizes that Gakugenji is an effective mid-range attacker, preventing him from getting closer. At the same time, Yudahime is seen running while on the phone, but she is suddenly attacked from behind by another curse user named Haruta Shijimo. Just as Haruta asks what Yudahime will give him, Nobara and Mai arrive to assist her. Haruta seems excited, claiming he's popular because of how many girls are there. However, the curtain above them disappears as well, and Haruta panics and runs away, realizing that not even 30 minutes have passed since the start of the fight. In the battle between Todo, Yuji Itadori, and Hanami, Yuuji is surprised to see Gojo-sensei floating above the battlefield, looking like the light skin that took your girl. Gojo notices Yuji's growth and believes that Todo and Yuuji working together will be okay for a while. He then heads off to confront Juzo, despite Gakugenji's plea not to eliminate him. Gojo easily takes down Juzo by severing his limbs and instructs Gakugenji to get Juzo healed for interrogation. Gojo realizes that the curse user facing off against Yudahime has fled, and he assumes Hanami will do the same. Yuuji wants to pursue Hanami, but Todo stops him, worried that his new best friend might get caught in the crossfire. In the meantime, Gojo decides to go all out and combines 2 powerful techniques, Curse Technique Lapse, Blue, and Curse Technique Reversal, Red. This fusion results in the creation of the Hollow Technique, Purple. The force of this technique leaves Todo unsure if the curse was exercised or not. Meanwhile, Mahito successfully steals Cursed Womb Death Painting 1-3, along with a Sukuna finger. He wonders about Hanami's well-being and leaves behind 2 murdered members of the school's staff on his way out, declaring that his mission is complete. The situation becomes even more complex and dangerous with Mahito's actions. In the depths of an underground cave, Haruta Shijimo walked, his frustration mounting as he felt powerless during the invasion. Suddenly, a weary and exhausted Hanami crashed down from the ceiling, collapsing before him. In a fit of anger and desperation, Haruta considered ending Hanami's life, but his plans were thwarted when Mahito arrived on the scene. Mahito revealed that he had successfully completed the mission. In a flashback, Gito discussed a formidable sorcerer named Tenjin with Mahito, Hanami, and Jogo. They debated who was stronger between Tenjin and Satoru Gojo. Gito dismissed the need to concern themselves with Tenjin, emphasizing that they must avoid drawing Gojo's attention away from Mahito's main mission. Gito believed that one of the students posed a significant threat to Sukuna and that getting rid of the student would ruin their plans. Jogo suggested kidnapping Sukuna's vessel, but Gito warned against it, fearing the consequences for both their group and Jujutsu High. Back in the present, Mahito assisted Hanami, who struggled with suppressing their killing intent. Mahito was pleased to see Hanami's transformation into a more monstrous cursed spirit. At Tokyo High, Ijichi informed the group that Mahito was responsible for the casualties and stolen cursed objects. The discussion arose about whether to inform the students and other sorcerers, but Yaga believed it best to keep the information restricted to higher-ups. When asked about valuable information from the captured cursed user, Juzo mentioned being deceived by a white-haired monk during the raid. Neme inquired if the description matched anyone known to Gojo, but he denied any knowledge of it. Gojo speculated that the special grade cursed spirit the students fought might have helped the attackers bypass Tenjin's barrier, noting that the barrier did not affect plants and was primarily for hiding, not protection. In the aftermath of the events, the school principals discussed canceling the Goodwill event. However, Gojo insisted that the decision was not theirs to make. At the healing ward, Yuuji and Nobara visited Megumi, who was recovering. Nobara asked Yuuji about the incident with Todo, but Yuuji claimed he wasn't himself at the time. Yuuji expressed relief that Megumi wasn't seriously injured and mentioned his newfound ability to eat pizza. Megumi, although complaining about the food, acknowledged Yuji's growth and confidently declared his determination to surpass him. Todo appeared between Yuuji and Nobara, complimenting Megumi's determination and showing respect for his brother's friend. Yuuji ran away from Todo, who chased after him. Yuuji struggled to explain their bond and how his mindset was compromised during their previous encounter. The next day, Gojo met with the students to discuss whether they should continue the Goodwill event after the recent events. Many students were hesitant, but Todo passionately advocated for continuing the event, presenting several compelling reasons that convinced the others. Gojo decided to modify the event, removing the individual portion and having Yuuji randomly select a team event. To everyone's surprise, Yuuji chose baseball, breaking away from tradition. The baseball game began, and tensions rose as the teams competed. Kasumi Miwa took the first turn at bat, while Yutaheim and Momo argued about the game's rules. Kamo stepped up to bat and had a meaningful conversation with Yuuji, understanding his motivations for becoming a Jujutsu sorcerer. Noritoshi was struck out by Maki, impressed by Yuji's sincerity. Nobara faced the pitching machine controlled by Mekamaru and managed to hit the ball while confronting Mai at first base. Megumi sacrificed himself on a bunt to advance Nobara, and the team appeared to score 3 runs. However, a dispute arose when Momo used her broom to catch Maki's ball, leading the Tokyo students to accuse her of cheating. As the game progressed, Todo stepped up to bat and expressed his desire to face Yuuji as the pitcher rather than the catcher. Maki struck him in the face with the ball, earning admiration from many, but revealing the disdain some had for Todo. Meanwhile, the two principals discussed Yuuji, with Gakuganji admitting that he didn't hate him, but the rules demanded his presence be condemned due to Sukuna's potential danger. Yaga believed that Yuuji had the potential to save many lives as a sorcerer, despite the regrets that all sorcerers inevitably faced. As the baseball game neared its conclusion, Yuuji's home run helped Toad score 2 points, leading to Tokyo High's victory in the 30th annual Kyoto Goodwill event. As Teichai returned home, he immediately noticed that the auto-lock doors to his apartment were open. Angrily, he complained to the building manager about the security issue but failed to notice the cursed spirit lurking behind him. Tragically, he was stabbed to death, and his profile was added to Tokyo Jujutsu High, a school that deals with curses and paranormal phenomena. Later, Akari Nida, the auxiliary manager for Jujutsu High, drove 3 first-year students, Megumi, Nobara, and Yuuji, to their mission site. Akari explained that there was a common thread connecting the deaths of Teichai and the 3 students from the same junior high they had attended. The most likely explanation was that the 3 of them were cursed, and it took years for the curse to fully manifest. During their investigation, they discovered that all the victims had attended Saitama Urami East Junior High, where they planned to question some classmates who knew them. However, they were shocked to find another funeral happening, and the person they were supposed to question had died in the same manner as the others. The mystery surrounding the curse deepened. Upon arriving at the school to investigate further, they encountered some punks, and Megumi's former classmates recognized him. It was revealed that Megumi had beaten up all the punks in the area during his time at the school. This led to some tension among the first-year students as they realized that Megumi had kept this part of his past a secret from them. Despite the lack of leads, they decided to head to Yasuhachi Bridge, a location known for suicides and paranormal activity, to continue their investigation. They learned about a story involving 4 students who had disappeared and were later found unconscious below the bridge. This led them to suspect that the curse they were dealing with might be connected to this incident. Back at Jujutsu High, Mahito and Gito discussed the cursed objects they had obtained, the death painting wombs. These objects posed a significant threat and could manifest in anyone, making them unpredictable and dangerous. As the first years continued their investigation at Yasuhachi Bridge, they failed to find any traces of the curse they were looking for. However, Mahito had forced one of the death painting wombs into a normal human, turning him into a cursed spirit, adding to the danger. The situation became more personal for Megumi when he encountered the Fujinuma siblings, who had experienced strange occurrences related to the cursed spirit. They informed him that his sister Tsumaki had been with them during one of the incidents, leaving Megumi deeply worried for her safety. Despite the danger, Megumi refused to back down and tried to handle the situation alone to protect his friends. However, Yuuji and Nobara insisted on supporting him, emphasizing their trust and friendship. Megumi finally opened up about his sister's condition, and they decided to face the cursed spirit together. They entered the cursed spirit's domain, where they confronted a mole-like cursed spirit inside. To their surprise, another cursed spirit from the death painting wombs also appeared. Yuuji faced the new threat while Megumi and Nobara focused on dealing with the curse in the domain, ready to confront the danger that lay ahead. In the midst of the intense battles, Yuuji finds himself facing off against Kichizu, the mole-like cursed spirit. With his agility and quick reflexes, Yuuji skillfully dodges Kichizu's blood shots and manages to land a powerful kick, sending the spirit flying. However, the corrosive blood continues to pose a threat, forcing Yuuji to flip Kichizu over to avoid the deadly liquid. Undeterred, Yuuji lands multiple punches on Kichizu until the spirit grabs his arm. Yuuji counters by seizing Kichizu's other arm and performing an improvised dropkick, sending Kichizu flying once more. Realizing the corrosive nature of the blood, Yuuji becomes cautious of the surroundings. Meanwhile, in a different area of the domain, Nobara and Megumi engage in a fierce battle with the agile mole-like cursed spirit. Nobara attempts to use resonance to control the spirit, while Megumi wields his black sword to strike it down. However, the spirit proves elusive, retreating into its hole to avoid their attacks. Despite the challenges, Nobara suggests they continue their assault, comparing the situation to a game of whack-a-mole. Megumi observes that the curse's expanded curse technique, coupled with the large number of victims it has claimed and the barrier it's utilizing, are taking a toll on its main body, making it vulnerable to their efforts. Unexpectedly, a third party intervenes, snatching Nobara out of the barrier. Megumi is taken aback but is urged by Nobara to keep fighting the cursed spirit, as she faces the unknown entity who took her out of the barrier. Megumi presses on, unaware of the identity of the intruder. Outside the barrier, Kichizu senses the presence of his older brother and promptly flees from his confrontation with Yuuji. Concerned about Nobara, Yuuji asks Megumi if he should chase after Kichizu, and Megumi advises him to do so as Nobara might be facing a more troublesome situation. Before Yuuji leaves, he tells Megumi to join the fight if things become dire. Nobara, on the other side of the barrier, confronts the mysterious man who pulled her out. Annoyed by his actions, Nobara swings her hammer to keep him at bay. The man is surprised that he caught a female sorcerer, indicating that she was not his intended target. It's revealed that Iso and Kichizu are present, claiming they are on errands and won't harm the sorcerers if they retreat. However, Nobara is puzzled by Iso's unusual anatomy and strange odor, unsure if he's a curse user or a cursed spirit. Iso expresses his surprise, mentioning that he thought the sorcerers were also after Sukuna's finger, just like him. Inside the domain, Megumi continues his intense battle with the mole-like curse. Despite the curse's simple attack pattern, Megumi manages to defeat it with his divine dog, totality technique, dealing the final blow. However, the barrier doesn't disappear, indicating that the curse is not the only threat. Something emerges from the exit, shocking Megumi. He realizes that since June, cursed victims have been dying, coinciding with the time when Yuuji became Sukuna's host. Megumi connects the dots and understands that Sukuna's release of cursed energy resonated with all his fingers, awakening the bridge curse, which concealed one of Sukuna's fingers inside the barrier. Another special grade finger bearer, identical to the one he encountered at the detention center, stands before Megumi. Sukuna's power has amplified all his fingers, making them formidable foes. The finger bearer launches a devastating blast of cursed energy, easily breaking Megumi's sword. Megumi tries to summon new, but the finger bearer's incredible speed surprises him once again. In a desperate move, Megumi activates his domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden, creating a shadow-filled arena. With his creativity, he uses frogs and liquid shadow to distract the curse, landing a powerful kick to its face. The curse retaliates with a powerful arrow of cursed energy, but Megumi uses a shadow fake to evade it. Megumi then summons two news to attack the curse. The curse responds with a large explosive barrier of cursed energy, attempting to eliminate the liquid shadow. After defeating the curse, Megumi and his Shikigami, Divine Dog, Totality, emerge from behind the curse's shadow. Megumi points out the power of Divine Dog's claws, indicating how they could even pierce through Hanami's hard shell, making the curse's defeat inevitable. The curse vanishes, and the domain dissipates, but the intense battle leaves Megumi severely exhausted. He ends up vomiting and falling forward, the strain of the fight taking a toll on him. In a flashback, it's revealed that Megumi used to be a bully, and someone named Tsumiki scolded him for his behavior, encouraging him to stop fighting. Tsumiki throws a carton of strawberry milk at him, a memory that unexpectedly resurfaces in the midst of the battle. Megumi remembers how Gojo-sensei intervened in his life when his father married Tsumiki's mother and then disappeared, ensuring that Megumi and his sister were supported by the school and preventing Megumi from being sent to the Zenin family. Megumi now holds one of Sukuna's fingers and contemplates how to inform Yuuji about it before falling asleep suddenly. Outside the barrier, Iso notices Sukuna's finger and becomes eager to obtain it. Kechizu and Yuuji appear behind him, causing Iso to become angry that they caught him off guard. Nobara hits Iso on the back of his head with her hammer, provoking him further. Iso activates his raw technique, Maximum, Wing King, threatening to harm the students with wasps. I can just smell the gang jumping incoming. Yuuji and Nobara proceed their fight against Kechizu and Iso. Finally, a 2v2 not a 1v6, good job for once anime. Yuuji cautions Nobara to dodge the blood from Iso's procedure. As Iso's assault barely misses Nobara, he tells the other understudies to run absent with their backs turned. Be that as it may, the lines of the assault rapidly capture up to Yuuji and Nobara. Yuuji inquires in the event that Nobara can run quicker, but she says she can't. So, Yuuji chooses to carry her and increment their speed. Nobara guarantees Yuuji that she's got his back as he dashes through the adjacent timberland at unimaginable speed, zigzagging between trees to elude the attack's run. In spite of carrying Nobara, Yuuji's speed shocks Iso, who realizes how quick Yuuji is. In an astonished assault, Kechizu oversees to capture Yuuji off watch and spits his dim blood all over him. Yuuji acts rapidly and pushes Nobara out of harm's way, but the cleared out side of his confront gets secured within the blood. Nobara tries to assist Yuuji, but she is abruptly struck by Iso's Wing Lord assault as he catches up to them quickly. Iso clarifies to the first years that their blood is ingested through wounds and films, making the circumstance indeed more critical. He notices that Kechizu's blood isn't as dangerous as his claim, but still unsafe. He includes that Yuuji may have almost 15 more minutes to live, whereas Nobara as it were has around 10 more minutes until morning, after which as it were their bones will stay. The circumstance gets to be progressively basic for both of them. In an aggravating flashback, it is uncovered how the passing portrait wombs came into presence. A lady with the special capacity to donate birth to human spirit crossbreeds looked for asylum in a sanctuary controlled by Noritoshi Kamo. In any case, rather than advertising her offer assistance or security, Kamo subjected her to brutal tests. He constrained her to experience 9 pregnancies and 9 premature births, driving to the creation of the 9 passing works of art. For the another 150 a long time, the passing portrait wombs had no one to depend on but each other. They persevere to awful and forlorn presence. Choso, one of the passing portrait wombs, clarifies to Iso and Kechizu that they ought to adjust themselves with the reviled spirits since the world they wish to make would be more reasonable for them, given their history and circumstances. Nobara's sudden chuckling catches Iso and Kechizu off watch as she employments her straw doll procedure, reverberation on herself, causing hurt to both of them. She challenges them to play amusement of chicken, insulting them to persevere the torment. Nobara indeed energizes the reviled spirits to discharge their method in the event that the torment gets to be as well much for them. Iso considers whether he ought to discharge his procedure, realizing that Nobara's capacity turns the revile against its client. He moreover notes that no matter how numerous times Nobara implements reverberation on them, they won't kick the bucket. But since his rot method is still dynamic, they won't be able to move either. In any case, Yuuji remains unaffected due to being Sukuna's vessel, the Lord of Curses, and having resistance to harm. This shocks Iso, clearing out him incapable to do anything as Yuuji unleashes a torrent of reviled energy-infused punches on Kichizu, overwhelming him within the prepare. Within the strongly fight, as Yuuji and Nobara exchange places, Iso catches a sea of his horrifyingly harmed more youthful brother, Kichizu, who was seriously harmed by Yuuji's capable punches. Yuuji proceeds his assault on Iso, but Iso oversees to square the blows and counter, sending Yuuji flying. Within the process, Iso impulses deactivates his procedure to secure his brother. Iso enacts Wing Ruler once more, attempting to constrain Yuuji back. Be that as it may, Nobara, centered and unaffected by the deactivated technique's torment, remains aim on assaulting Kichizu. Sometime recently Wing Ruler can reach her, Yuuji quickly lands before Iso, and they both channel their vitality to a millionth of a moment, enacting Dark Streak. This engaged assault sends a nail clean through Kichizu's head, murdering him immediately. Within the prepare, Iso's right arm is blown off totally. Troubled, Iso argues for his more youthful brother's survival. In the meantime, as Nobara turns around, Kichizu endeavors to require her life by attempting to eat up her from behind. But Nobara, in a minute of anger, actuates Straw Doll strategy, clip, exploding the nail in Kichizu's head, finishing his life. Nobara guarantees the dead Kichizu that Iso will be joining him within the great beyond. As Yuuji moves to wrap up off Iso, the youthful alchemist is taken aback by Iso's tears of warmth for his misplaced brother. This unforeseen show of feeling makes Yuuji stop. Nobara too stops assaulting, astounded that Kichizu's body isn't vanishing, recommending that he might still be lively. Both Yuuji and Nobara come to realize that the passing works of art aren't only reviled spirits but tissue and blood creatures with feelings. As the pickup truck speeds absent, Iso takes one of the men on board prisoner and powers the driver to quicken, making it troublesome for Yuuji to seek after them. Iso accepts he will recuperate and come back for Vindicate on Nobara, but he gets to be frightened when he sees her around to utilize her straw doll method on his disjoined arm. Sometime recently Iso can respond, Nobara actuates reverberation once more, causing even more harm to Iso's chest. Two dark nails puncture outward from his chest, causing him to break down and drop from the truck. Yuuji surges toward him, apologizing, and after that conveys a last, destroying punch through Iso's chest, finishing his life. After the fight and with the passing Candaces vanquished, Yuuji takes note his hand burning from Iso's blood. He comments that it harms, but he suspects there's more to it than fair the torment from the blood. The circumstance takes off Yuuji mulling over the occasions of the fight and the waiting impacts of the revile, and the curses themselves. As Choso faculties the passing of his brothers, he breaks one of the board diversion pieces, disillusioning Mahito. Guido is shocked by Choso's capacity to sense their passings, and Mahito goes to discover another amusement piece. When Guido affirms that both Iso and Kichizu were slaughtered by Yuuji and his classmates, Mahito grins upon hearing this news. Meanwhile, at Yasuhachi Bridge, Akari tries to contact the first years, but none of them reply her phone calls, which pesters her. She chooses to go seek for them herself. Within the consequence of the fight, Yuuji and Nobara walk through the timberland in conversation around the passing portrait wounds. Yuuji checks to form beyond any doubt Nobara is okay, and she guarantees him that she's fine in spite of her scarred left arm and the plausibility of harm in her body. She ponders on the off chance that Shoko will be wakeful and calm sufficient to recuperate her wounds. Amid their discussion, Nobara takes note that Yuuji is acting a bit bizarre. He inquires her in the event that this can be the primary time she has murdered somebody rather than fair exercising them. Whereas Yuuji has done so sometime recently with the transfigured people, Nobara doesn't appear to have a problem with it, showing her solid resolve in their line of work as jujutsu magicians. Underneath the bridge, Yuuji and Nobara discover Megumi oblivious, which stresses them. In any case, Megumi all of a sudden wakes up and communicates his alleviation that they are a firm. Yuuji and Nobara chasten Megumi for terrifying them like that. Megumi lies down with a finger that has to be fixed as before long as conceivable. Nobara plans on calling Akari, and Yuuji offers to eat the finger to urge freed of it. But Megumi is against it since they are uncertain how numerous fingers Yuuji can handle. Instead, Megumi chooses to provide the finger to Yuuji to hold onto as he has the foremost vitality. In any case, to their astonish, Sukuna makes a mouth on Yuji's palm, much to the stun and inconvenience of Megumi and Nobara. Before long after, Akari arrives on the bridge, shouting at the three, but they disregard her, including to her disturbance. 2 days afterward, Gojo talks on the phone with Yudaheim to check on the status of the mole inside the Jujutsu Tall School. He gloats approximately the victory of his understudies. Yudaheim reports that she hasn't found any leads exterior the understudies and will proceed her examination. Gojo at that point turns his consideration to Mei for another matter and sends her 10 million yen, to which she cheerfully snickers out uproarious upon accepting the money. As Megumi and Nobara examine the circumstance, Megumi uncovers that Sukuna's incarnation activated the Yasuhachi Bridge Revile. He inquires Nobara not to tell Yuuji almost it. In the meantime, Sukuna insults Yuuji for causing the passings that happened amid the fight. In reaction, Yuuji immovably tells Sukuna never to uncover this data to Megumi. Back at Tokyo Jujutsu Hall, Maki and Panda are preparing whereas Toge observes them. Panda sits down and inquires the two in the event that they are mindful of what happened with the first years, which Maki affirms. All of a sudden, Maki stands up and dispatches herself at the clueless Panda, shocking him with her assault. Toto and Mei rejoin with the Kyoto Tall foremost, Gakuganji, who clarifies the centrality of being a Review 1 magician. He notices that uncommon grades are irregularities among Jujutsu magicians, and Review 1 magicians are the ones who uphold the benchmarks of the most grounded alchemists. The missions they embrace and the perils they confront are at the next level, and the emolument reflects that, outperforming any rank underneath, counting semi-grade 1. With this in intellect, Gakuganji inquires Toto and Mei for their demands. They both put in a proposal for Yuuji, Megumi, Nobara, Maki, and Panda to be advanced to Review 1 magicians. In the interim, Yuuji is out shopping with Nobara and Megumi when he incidentally drops something, much to Nobara's irritation. She shouts at him, and he rapidly apologizes, whereas Megumi turns around in humiliation. All of a sudden, Megumi gets a communication from Gojo-sensei, educating them that they are to meet up with him for a top-secret mission. Going back to the past, we have Suguru Gito just strolling down the street pondering the joys of summer and the not-so-joyful cursed spirits popping up. After a quick detour into a sketchy alley, he found a cursed spirit indulging in a gruesome feast. Meanwhile, Mei and the gang are off to a haunted hotel, where bankruptcy and missing kids are on the menu. Mei, showing her electric personality, decides to light up the place, only to reveal a floor resembling a landfill. She then delegates the exploration duties, leaving her companion to solo search the second floor. The second sorcerer hears a noise under a bed, leading to an Olympic-level sprint out of the room. Turns out, the cursed spirit set up a barrier for easy prey, thinking, why hunt when you can create a haunted hotel trap? Mei, realizing they've been trapped in this cursed spirit's twisted escape room for what feels like an eternity, decides it's time to consult the brains of the operation, Yudaheim. Mei bombards Yudaheim with questions about barrier-breaking techniques. Yudaheim, the knowledgeable sensei, starts explaining the intricacies of the barrier, but she forgets one crucial detail, running in opposite directions. Victory is sweet, but not as sweet as the look on their faces when they break free and find Gojo casually perched on a pile of rubble. Enter Gito, the anti-exorcism advocate, who wants to absorb the cursed spirit rather than letting Gojo go on an exorcism spree. The banter between Gojo and Gito is interrupted by the arrival of Shoko Iiri. Yudaheim, forgetting the dire situation for a moment, runs towards Shoko and hugs her like she just found her long-lost sorcerer BFF. As it turns out, Mei, Yudaheim, and company have been Mia for 2 days due to the time-messing barrier. Mei is already planning to overcharge for the extended mission. The news of the explosion inside the barrier is making headlines on the internet, and Yaga Masamichi, the stern first-grade sorcerer, is ready to give them a lecture on protocol. Gito believes in protecting non-jujutsu sorcerers, while Gojo couldn't care less about moral arguments, considering them the refuge of the weak. Gojo, in his usual playful manner, teases Gito until the latter can't take it anymore. Before things get too heated, Yaga-sensei appears, and suddenly, Gojo and Gito are best pals again. Yaga-sensei, with a mix of concern and skepticism, assigns a new mission to the dynamic duo, escort and erase the star plasma vessel, a girl compatible with Tenjin. Always up for a challenge, embark on their mission with the fate of Tenjin hanging in the balance. In the mystical world of Jujutsu, where schools and high schools aren't just about homework and exams but also dealing with cursed spirits, and the occasional supernatural calamity, Tenjin-sama is the unsung hero. You see, he's the powerhouse behind the scenes, strengthening barriers, supporting Jujutsu societies, and basically keeping the magical show on the road. Without him, Jujutsu Society would be in shambles. The vessel's location has been leaked, and there are two not-so-friendly groups in pursuit. First up is the Q group, the rebellious curse users who fancy turning Tenjin into a wrecking ball for Jujutsu Society. Then, we have the Star Religious group, a bunch of non-sorcerer cultists, who've decided that Tenjin is their divine ticket to the big leagues. Our dynamic duo, Gojo and Geto, are tasked with protecting the star plasma vessel, ensuring she safely reaches Tenjin. Geto rushes to pick up the vessel from her hotel room. Meanwhile, in another corner of the chaos, the Q combatant Kokun decides it's time to make the vessel's life a little more interesting. Enter Geto's heroic save and Gojo, the unimpressed sensei who calmly stops Bear's attack, thinking, is that all you got? Now, the star religious group might lack sorcery skills, but boy, do they know how to cut a check. They've hired the infamous Toji Fushiguro for the vessel's assassination. After a victorious battle against Kokun, Geto casually prepares a cup of coffee, channeling his inner Barris the Sorcerer vibes. Kokun, on the other hand, is stuck in the throes of Geto's curse, desperately pleading for mercy. The smartphone buzzes, and a selfie from Gojo appears. Meanwhile, in a completely unrelated turn of events, Toji finds himself at a stadium, bidding on boat racing like it's his part-time job. The mediator from the religious group interrupts his gambling spree, inquiring about the progress report. Toji is up against a kid from the Gojo clan. However, he's not planning to face Gojo head-on. He's more of a strategic, wear down the enemy with idiots kind of guy. Toji's luck takes a hit as he loses yet another bet, earning himself a fair share of irritation. The mediator, counting on Toji for the mission, inquires about Megumi. Toji, after a brief mental pause, responds with the classic, "Who's Megumi?" Back at the vessel watching party, Geto and Gojo eagerly await the awakening of Amani Riko. When Riko finally opens her eyes, she doesn't exactly greet them with a warm smile. Instead, she delivers a resounding slap to Gojo's face. Geto, attempting to be a peacemaker, tries to calm her down but gets labeled as a liar and a thug. The duo, in an attempt to establish dominance, starts squeezing Riko. Enter Kuroi, the room service lady, who somehow manages to convince Riko that both Geto and Gojo are on the same team. Riko stands up on her curse technique soapbox, claiming to be Tenjin herself. Despite her impassioned declaration, Geto and Gojo remain unfazed. Suddenly, a revelation about Riko's school triggers a change in her demeanor. Before anyone can react, she's off, leaving behind a room full of bewildered sorcerers. The plot thickens as Gojo receives a call from Yaga-sensei, instructing him to fulfill every demand of Amani Riko. Irritation levels rise, but Geto convinces Gojo that Riko deserves some pre-enjoyment. In the tangled web of curses and alliances, Riko's tragic past unravels. She won't be able to see her friends or family, but Korai steps into the spotlight, revealing that Riko lost her family in a childhood accident, and he's been her guardian ever since. As Geto, Gojo, and Korai rush to find Riko in her school, ominous signs appear. Geto senses trouble from the cursed spirits he dispatched to watch over Riko, and urgently calls for Gojo. Alas, the spirits have met their untimely demise. The religious group places a bounty on Riko, and Toji knows the stakes are high. However, he remains calm, confident that no one can harm Riko as long as Gojo is by her side. After all, Gojo is the sorcerer born once in centuries with 6 eyes and the limitless technique. Meanwhile, Geto encounters an old sorcerer eager for a fight. The old man underestimates Geto's close combat abilities, assuming it's his weakness. However, Geto surprises him with a swift and powerful counterattack, leaving the old man contemplating his life choices. As Gojo enters Riko's school, he's met with admiration from her friends. The teacher even slides him her phone number. Seizing the opportunity, Gojo whisks Riko away from the classroom, heading towards Jujutsu High. In the chaotic pursuit, Korai takes down another assassin targeting Riko. The revelation of a 30 million bounty on Riko's head sends shockwaves through the sorcerer community. Gojo engages in a fierce battle against a Shikigami, the same kind that Korai faced earlier. The assassin uses clones to attack Gojo, but the 6-eyed sorcerer remains unfazed. With an explanation of his curse technique, Gojo identifies and defeats the main body of the clone. Riko receives a mysterious MMS, revealing Kuroi as a hostage. Recognizes that the kidnappers will likely offer an exchange or order him to harm Riko, using Kuroi's life as leverage. With Riko in their possession, Gojo and Geto plan to turn the tables during the exchange. However, Riko, still grappling with trust issues, refuses to be part of the strategic play. Despite her reluctance, Gojo and Geto successfully rescue Kuroi without compromising their position. Amidst the turmoil, Riko and Gojo find a moment of peace on the beach, enjoying their time together. While Geto works on comforting a guilt-ridden Kuroi, Riko and Gojo engage in seaside playfulness, splashing water and creating memories. Gojo, in his peculiar way, suggests sightseeing to show consideration for Riko, revealing a softer side beneath his sorcerer exterior. Back in Okinawa, Geto grapples with the mystery of why the kidnappers chose this location for the exchange. Seeking assistance, he calls for backup. Jujutsu High's Nanami Kento and Hibara Yu arrive at Okinawa Airport, ready to lend their expertise. The clock is ticking, and the deadline looms if Riko doesn't reach Jujutsu High in time. While Gido and Kuroi strategize on ensuring Riko's safe return, Riko and Gojo revel in their seaside escapade. The news that playtime is over momentarily upsets Riko, but Gojo's decision to head back the next morning, coupled with the knowledge that there are fewer curse users in Okinawa, brings a sense of relief and happiness. As the group returns to Jujutsu High, the time limit on the bounty on Riko's head ticks away while they're in mid-flight. Gido, aware of Gojo's relentless use of techniques without rest, expresses concern. Seemingly less worried with Gido by his side, reminisces about their kayaking adventures, visits to flower fields, and Riko's evening at the aquarium. Upon their arrival inside Jujutsu High's barrier, situated in the foothills of Mount Mashiro, Gido praises for his hard work. However, the tranquility shatters when Toji, the enigmatic sorcerer, suddenly pierces Gojo's chest. Gido is bewildered by Toji's ability to breach the Jujutsu High barrier. Toji, revealing his previous encounter with Gojo and his plan to wear him down, strikes again. However, Toji misses vital points when Gido intervenes. Despite the attack, Gojo urges Gido to ensure the safety of Kuroi, and Riko, confident in his own abilities, in a shocking revelation, informs Toji that the bounty on Riko's head has been lifted, unaware that Toji was the one who initiated it. The confrontation intensifies as Toji, devoid of cursed energy but armed with unparalleled physical prowess, proves a formidable adversary. Gojo grapples with Toji's relentless attacks, utilizing his infinity technique to defend against the relentless strikes. Toji employs a swarm of fly-head curses to create a blind spot, exploiting the distraction to land a lethal blow on Gojo. Amidst this chaotic battle, Gido, Riko, and Kuroi arrive at the grounds of Jujutsu High. Kuroi departs from Riko, and they set foot in Tenjin's territory. Gido explains the gravity of the decision before Riko to choose assimilation or return home. The main hall of the Tomb of the Star awaits her, a special barrier accessible only to invited individuals. Just as Riko contemplates her decision, tragedy strikes. Toji, the relentless assassin, shoots Riko dead, shattering the moment of contemplation. In a surge of grief and rage, Gido unleashes all his cursed spirits on Toji, who chillingly declares the death of Gojo. The confrontation between Gido and Toji escalates as the true extent of Toji's abilities comes to light. Despite Gido's attempts to attack with cursed spirits, Toji effortlessly annihilates them. Toji reveals his unique method of countering sorcerers who rely on cursed energy, his own lack of it, combined with a cursed tool that prevents him from being invisible to cursed spirits. Toji keeps a cursed spirit capable of storing objects within his body, allowing him to conceal cursed tools and avoid detection by other sorcerers. Gido, realizing the threat Toji poses, refrains from using cursed tools initially. The two clash, and Gido's anger rises upon suspecting that Toji may have killed Kuroi as well. In a desperate move, Gido employs a cursed spirit using domain expansion to distract Toji and create an opportunity to absorb Toji's cursed spirit. However, Toji's incredible speed foils this attempt, and he inflicts multiple cuts on Gido. Although the cuts are not fatal, the situation becomes dire. Gido resorts to presenting the lifeless body of Riko Amini, the Star Plasma Vessel, as a means of negotiation. Toji, affiliated with the Star Religious Group, receives a bonus from the founder of the group upon confirming Riko's demise. The Star Religious Group, founded during the Nara era, follows a different moral code than traditional Jujutsu sorcerers. They remain non-users of Jujutsu but are deeply devoted to their unique set of beliefs. As the founder of the Star Religious Group stands, they begin wrapping Riko's corpse, signaling the commencement of a taboo recorded in their scriptures, the time for their object of worship to assimilate with the perceived impurity. Toji's unexpected intervention becomes their saving grace, as his calculated plan to kidnap Kuroi and wear down Gojo unfolds. As the mediator and Toji exit the Star Religious Group's building, Toji finds himself walking alone. Suddenly, he encounters Gojo standing right in front of him. Toji, unable to believe that Gojo is alive and well, prepares to attack. However, Gojo reveals that he utilized the negative curse technique against the negative, creating a positive energy that regenerated him. The two engage in a swift and intense exchange. However, Toji is only thinking, this man's is officially tweaking. Toji charges at Gojo, confident in his ability to handle Gojo's three techniques: stop, attract, and repel. However, Gojo effortlessly dodges Toji's attacks, reflecting on his newfound appreciation for the beauty of the world. Gojo's realization dawns. Toji is from the Zenin clan, explaining Toji's familiarity with Gojo's techniques. In a surprising turn, Gojo unveils a new technique by merging the amplified and reversal techniques, creating an imaginary purple technique. This technique punches a hole through Toji, demolishing half of his body. In his dying moments, Toji cryptically informs Gojo that his child will be sold to the Zenin clan in the coming years, leaving Gojo with a grim revelation. Toji dies standing on his legs, his cursed spirit crawling towards Gedo. Gojo, now arriving with Riko's lifeless body, stands before Gedo. However, Gedo struggles to believe that the person before him is truly Gojo. Despite Gojo's desire to exact vengeance on the Star religious group, Gedo opposes this dark inclination. The year after the intense confrontation between Gojo, Gedo, and Toji, Gojo, now recognized as the strongest sorcerer of his age, is engaged in refining his jujutsu technique. He demonstrates an automatic selection of targets for his technique, aiming to discern the danger level of objects based on various factors like cursed energy strength, mass, velocity, and shape. Gojo's goal is to extend the duration of his limitless technique with minimal resources. Despite his unparalleled strength, Gojo faces two remaining challenges: mastering domain expansion and teleportation over long distances. He contemplates that these hurdles could be overcome if they could secure courses in Jujutsu High without any obstructions. Gojo is now capable of handling missions alone, relegating Gedo to other solo assignments, while Shoko has yet to face difficult missions. Gedo, on the other hand, still grapples with the reason for being a sorcerer. After a shower, he encounters Hebara and, in a moment of introspection, asks Hebara if he finds it challenging to continue as a Jujutsu sorcerer. However, Hebara's response doesn't provide the clarity Gedo seeks. The two engage in a discussion, and Hebara eventually departs. In a surprising turn of events, a blonde girl appears and questions Gedo about his taste in girls. Gedo, intrigued, inquires about her identity, and she introduces herself as special grade sorcerer Yuki Tsukumo. Gedo recalls her as someone who never accepts missions, wandering abroad. Yuki, sharing her perspective, reveals her disagreement with Jujutsu High's policies. Instead of merely exercising cursed spirits, Yuki aspires to create a world where cursed spirits are not born, a quest to address the root cause rather than treating the symptoms. Yuki Tsukumo, a special grade sorcerer, discussing her research with Gedo. Yuki is exploring two potential solutions to the cursed energy dilemma: removing cursed energy from mankind or enabling all humanity to control their cursed energy. She refers to Toji Zenin, who, after a heavenly pact, had zero cursed energy but developed a resistance to curses, perceiving them with his five senses. Yuki, aiming to study Toji, emphasizes the rarity of individuals with heavenly pacts. Yuki leans toward the second option, making it possible for all humanity to control cursed energy. She shares her findings with Gedo, explaining that Jujutsu sorcerers leak minimal cursed energy compared to non-sorcerers. Yuki suggests forcing non-sorcerers to adapt and evolve into sorcerers, potentially eradicating the birth of curses. Surprisingly, Gedo agrees with this approach, expressing his frustration with the wavering value of non-sorcerers in his mind. Yuki warns Gedo that whatever choice he makes will shape his future stance, either to hate or protect non-sorcerers. Yuki departs, assuring Gedo not to worry about the star plasma vessel, suggesting that either another vessel exists or a new one has been born, ensuring Tenjin's stability. Meanwhile, Nanami is frustrated with a failed mission resulting in the death of Yubisa Nagami. Gedo advises Nanami to calm down. Gedo then handles a case involving two little girls accused of being monsters by an old couple. Frustrated with the couple's mistreatment, Gedo confronts them and ultimately massacres 112 villagers using his curse manipulation. Gojo is handed a report of the incident by Yaga-sensei, and Gedo is sentenced to death. Gojo is given the mission to execute Gedo. In the city, Gedo meets Shoko, confirming the charges against him. He calmly expresses his desire to create a world exclusively for sorcerers. Gojo arrives on the scene, yelling at Gedo for having an impossible dream. Despite Gojo's anger, he cannot bring himself to attack Gedo. Gedo reveals that he has joined and taken over the Star religious group, killing its president. As tensions rise, Gojo goes after Megumi Fushiguro, the son of Toji Zenin. He attempts to explain about his clan and Megumi's father, but Megumi shows no interest. Gojo then wakes up from the dream, finding himself with Megumi, Itadori, and Kyujisaki. The story takes a dark turn as Gedo's actions and beliefs clash with the established order, and Gojo faces the challenge of dealing with his former friend and the consequences of his choices. The story continues with Itadori, Kyujisaki, and Megumi discussing their plans. Megumi decides to go home, while Itadori suggests watching a horror movie, but Kyujisaki opts for shopping instead. Ai Todo and Meimei recommend Itadori, Megumi Fushiguro, Maki Zenin, Panda, and Nobara Kyujisaki for promotion. Those recommended by at least 2 first-grade sorcerers must carry out a mission under an active first-grade or equivalent sorcerer. As they discuss their recommendations, Kyujisaki, returning from shopping, encounters Itadori's classmate, Kuroko Sato. Sato, who used to be small and heavy, has transformed and is interested in Itadori. Kyujisaki calls Megumi to help with the situation.
虎杖って彼女いる？
つまりそういうことか。
ええ、そういうことよ。
彼女はまずいないだろ。
And they arrange for Itadori to meet them at a family restaurant. Itadori arrives promptly and recognizes Sato. Despite Kyujisaki's initial concern about Itadori acting stupid, he handles the situation well, impressing Megumi and Kyujisaki. Sato, who has always disliked other boys except Itadori, leaves in the evening without exchanging contacts with Itadori. Later, Itadori takes them to a movie. Meanwhile, Gojo has left the investigation of Kyoto to Yudaheim, who gathers Megumi, Itadori, and Kyujisaki for a mission. Yudaheim, suspicious of Mekamaru, goes after the real body of Mekamaru in the basement, discovering that the real Mekamaru is Kikichi Muta. As Yudaheim, Itadori, and the others investigate Mekamaru's basement, Yudaheim explains that Mekamaru's technique involves puppet manipulation, and due to his heavenly pact, he can control puppets throughout all of Japan. This ability makes him a potential mole capable of leaking information to enemy cursed users. Upon opening the gate, they find nothing, confirming Mekamaru's suspicious activities. Meanwhile, Gido and Mahito have reached Mekamaru's real body. Mekamaru has agreed to provide information to Gido and Mahito in exchange for Gido using Mahito's ideal transfiguration to fix Mekamaru's body. The agreement includes Gido fixing Mekamaru first and then killing him. Mekamaru, however, does not want to owe any debts to cursed spirits and insists that Mahito fix him first. As Mahito begins the process, Mekamaru creates multiple puppets to attack Mahito. Mahito swiftly destroys all the puppets, but when he looks back at Mekamaru, he has disappeared. A massive blast occurs, and a giant puppet emerges from the water with Mekamaru inside it. Gido has lowered a veil that cuts off signals, forcing Mekamaru to use any means necessary to contact Gojo and inform him about the Shibuya plot. Mekamaru's plan is to have Gojo protect him. Realizing the danger posed by Mahito, Mekamaru decides to exorcise him. Mekamaru has accumulated 17 years worth of cursed energy and dedicates 1 year of it to unleash the Ultra Cannon, a powerful attack aimed at Mahito. In the fiery clash between Mahito and Mekamaru, the battlefield became a spectacle of intense moves and cunning strategies. Now, Mekamaru, armed with 2 years worth of cursed energy, unleashes the Miracle Cannon, hoping to lure Mahito into a dodging spree. But Mahito, seemingly unfazed, continues his assault, as if he's got better things to do than pay attention to Mekamaru's fireworks. In a surprising turn, Mekamaru injects Mahito with a shot that turns the whole encounter into a chaotic explosion. Mahito, bewildered by Mekamaru's unexpected attack, finds himself airborne after a powerful kick. Little did he know, the injected shot played havoc with his very soul. Just when you think Mekamaru has this in the bag, Mahito pulls off a masterstroke, tweaking the shape of his soul to make it appear regenerated. The guy literally flies away in the form of a bird. Enter Gido, impressed by Mekamaru's meticulous preparation. This could be the moment for Gido to seize the day. Mekamaru, undeterred, launches the Pigeon Viola, an attack that's like the cursed energy version of a guided missile system. No matter where Mahito hides or what shape he takes, these cannons are locked and loaded. Mahito, not one to back down, rushes Mekamaru. It's a soulful struggle as Mahito tries to figure out which of Mekamaru's attacks will actually make a dent in his metaphysical self. As if the chaos wasn't enough, Mekamaru goes all out with a 5-year investment, the special attack Pigeon Viola. This time, it's multiple cannons on steroids. It's a visual feast of explosive chaos. Just when Mekamaru thinks he's got the upper hand, Mahito unleashes his ace, the domain expansion of self-embodiment of perfection. Mekamaru finds himself pinned down as Mahito, with an air of superiority, begins the ideal transfiguration. Mahito advises Mekamaru to keep his strategy free of hopes and dreams. Mekamaru unleashes the forbidden, the new shadow style, simple domain. It pierces through Mahito, neutralizing all other techniques. Yes! Gido and Mahito made their exit, leaving Mekamaru defeated.
No! God, please, no!
But not without a final, calculated move. As they retreated, Gido managed to pilfer the remaining cursed energy from Mekamaru, a sly maneuver to add more power to their dark arsenal. As the eerie events unfolded, the story shifted to a different scene. It's 7 p.m. on October 31st, 2018, and Tokyo's department store outlet becomes the center of an unexpected supernatural disturbance. A mysterious 400-meter radius veil descends, enveloping the area and trapping normal people within its confines. Meanwhile, sorcerers and assistant supervisors can move freely, but communication signals are blocked. The setting turns chaotic as people attending the Shibuya Halloween festival find themselves inexplicably drawn into the veil. It's a spectacle of confusion and panic as the supernatural force works its mysterious charm. Among those on the scene are seasoned sorcerers like Nido Nanami, Takuma Ino, and Megumi Fushiguro. Meanwhile, Naobito Zenin, Maki Zenin, and Kujisaki Nobara appear at different locations inside the veil. Outside the veil, Jujutsu High's second-year teacher and grade 1 sorcerer Atsuya Kusakabe, along with Panda, discuss the situation. They talk about the unusual decision to send Gojo alone to restore order in Shibuya. The rest of the teams are on standby, ready to catch any potential rebounds caused by Gojo's actions. Curiosity and concern intensify as Atsuya peeks inside the veil, revealing no immediate threat of cursed spirits or users wreaking havoc. However, the situation takes a sudden turn as the trapped people begin calling out for Gojo. It becomes clear that the veil won't allow anyone to leave until Gojo himself arrives inside. In a dramatic moment, Gojo, seemingly summoned by the calls, appears inside the veil. The story takes an intriguing twist, leaving readers on the edge of their seats, wondering how Gojo will navigate this mysterious and potentially perilous situation. As Gojo casually strolls atop the heads of trapped individuals within the subway, Mei, Yuuji, and Itadori receive urgent information about another veil. This time, it's centered beneath the Meiji Shrine Station, trapping non-sorcerers in its mysterious confines. Mei, being ordered to handle the situation, swiftly takes charge. Meanwhile, Gojo encounters Jogo, Choso, and Hanami, and the assistant supervisor explains the dire situation to Mei and Itadori. They learn that 2 assistant supervisors have already fallen, and transfigured humans lurk between 2 barriers. Mei employs a crow to stealthily infiltrate the underground subway, but the crow is swiftly smashed by a powerful cursed spirit. Facing a critical decision, Mei presents Itadori with a choice to either confront numerous weak transfigured humans or a formidable cursed spirit. Armed with a map detailing the platform layout, Mei informs Itadori of the transfigured humans' locations. The cursed spirit responsible for taking down the crow likely resides on the 2nd floor. With a calculated plan, Mei decides to take exit 7 directly to the 4th floor to rescue civilians, while Itadori will enter the 2nd floor. As Itadori steps into the 2nd floor, he encounters a cursed spirit resembling a grasshopper. Curious about Mahito's location, Itadori questions the grasshopper, who claims to be protecting the veil on the lower floor. However, suspicion arises in Itadori as the grasshopper appears responsible for the veil and barrier. Suddenly, Itadori notices a nail in the ground, similar to those used by Guido. Wary of the suspicious object, he decides to destroy it first. Itadori's punch sends the grasshopper crashing down, but to his surprise, it gets back up and launches a relentless counterattack. Itadori, demonstrating agility, dodges the grasshopper's strikes and steps closer, initiating a fierce fistfight against the 4-fisted adversary. In a relentless barrage of strikes, Itadori pummels the grasshopper cursed spirit, breaking its stretched abdomen and instilling fear in the creature. As Itadori shatters the cursed object, the veil is lifted, revealing Mei, Yuuji, and Itadori on the last floor. However, outside, Jogo takes a strategic stance, blocking the exit to prevent Gojo from escaping. Although Gojo has no intention of fleeing, Jogo has a different plan in mind. He surrounds Gojo with non-sorcerers, creating a grim situation. The trio of Jogo, Hanami, and Choso initiates a ruthless attack on the non-sorcerers, creating chaos. Amidst the chaos, Choso targets Gojo with his blood manipulation, creating a temporary blind spot. The blood fades in the air, and the trio charges forward, intending to unleash a combined assault on Gojo. To counter, Gojo slows down their attack, forcing them to utilize domain amplification and continue their offensive from opposite sides. In a surprising move, Gojo suddenly disappears from between Jogo and Hanami. Unable to use his domain expansion due to the large number of non-sorcerers present, Gojo faces the challenge of navigating this complex battlefield. Jogo realizes that their best chance is to keep Gojo focused on defeating cursed spirits and rescuing non-sorcerers. Unveiling his eyes by removing his blindfold, Gojo intensifies the stakes. The situation becomes a chess match between Jogo and Gojo. Meanwhile, Guido watches from the shadows, instructing Jogo to hold Gojo's attention for 20 minutes. After that, Guido plans to handle Gojo with the formidable prison realm technique. Gojo boldly points at Hanami, declaring his intent to take him down first. With a swift jump down the steps, Gojo challenges both Hanami and Jogo simultaneously, showcasing his unparalleled power. In a dazzling display of skill, Gojo overwhelms them, ripping off Jogo's arm with ease. It becomes clear that Gojo's earlier decorations were a misdirection, as he abandons the use of his limitless technique, focusing on compact attacks using cursed energy manipulation within the crowded space filled with humans. Despite Hanami attempting to utilize his technique, Gojo swiftly maneuvers on the roots of Hanami, reaching him and ripping off his horns. While Choso continues beheading humans, Gojo suspects him to be one of the incarnated death painting wombs. Jogo, attempting to attack Gojo, finds himself dismissed with casual indifference. Gojo explains to Jogo that the more he tries to neutralize Gojo's technique with domain amplification, the stronger Gojo must maintain his technique. Turning his attention to Hanami, Gojo crushes him using his repelling technique. Jogo attempts to distract Gojo by attacking humans, but it proves futile. Gojo's relentless pursuit ends with Hanami's demise, crushed against the wall. With the need to seal Gojo in the prison realm, Guido sets a daunting task for Jogo and the others. They must keep Gojo within the effective sealing range of 4 meters for at least 1 minute. Although a seemingly impossible task, Guido has a plan in mind. In an attempt to create distance, Jogo employs a hit-and-run strategy, throwing humans at Gojo while urging Choso to assist. Choso, using his blood manipulation, continues to cause chaos among the humans. Gojo unveils his plan to beat them in close combat, acknowledging that he can't save everyone. Instead, he promises to exorcise them. Guido seizes the opportune moment to elevate the stakes against Gojo. A train filled with transfigured humans arrives, adding to the pandemonium as they start attacking people. Mahito, strategically positioned inside the train, removes the sealing barrier, causing even more chaos as additional humans rain down onto the platform. Choso mercilessly massacres while Mahito continues his transfiguration of humans, plunging the entire area into utter turmoil. Recognizing that Gojo is not one to rely on emotions, but rather on cold logic, Guido knows he needs to push Gojo to the edge. In a desperate move to regain control, Gojo finally unleashes his domain expansion, the Infinite Void. It's a risky gamble, lasting only 0.2 of a second, a limit set purely on instinct by Gojo. Within this brief moment, a massive influx of information is imparted to the non-sorcerers and transfigured humans present, a calculated attempt to shock them into a state of awareness. Though Gojo dismisses his domain expansion, the aftermath is swift and brutal. In a mere 299 seconds, the strongest sorcerer of the modern age ruthlessly slaughters roughly 1,000 transfigured humans, sparing no mercy. However, amidst the chaos, Gojo notices the prison realm object on the floor. Before he can react, Guido materializes, freezing Gojo in his tracks. Memories flood Gojo's mind as he grapples with the reality that the person standing before him is not Guido. In a shocking revelation, Guido opens the stitches on his head, revealing a gruesome sight as he removes his own skull. He explains to Gojo that this is his unique technique, an ability to pass from one body to another by replacing the host's brain with his own. This grants him the capability to utilize the techniques etched into the bodies he inhabits. Guido tells Gojo, declaring his intent to seal him away for 1,000 years. Gojo, trapped and confronted with the unimaginable, struggles against the overwhelming reality. Meanwhile, the news reaches Yuuji, informing him of Gojo's apparent sealing, leaving a lingering sense of uncertainty. In a sudden turn of events, Mekamaru reveals his true identity as the object in Itadori's ear. He informs Itadori that Gojo has been sealed. Unexpectedly, Guido's right arm rebels against him, strangling its own body, a first-time occurrence where a body resists Guido's control. As the situation becomes increasingly chaotic, Mekamaru explains that the prison realm is no longer usable since it can now hold only one person, and the block in Guido's hands becomes too heavy and falls, breaking it. The veil begins to shake as Guido struggles with the weight of the information processed from Gojo's sealed state. Mekamaru counts on everyone to act, instructing Meimei to follow his insurance plan and urging Itadori to escape. Two powerful cursed spirits, stronger than the grasshopper, approach Meimei and Itadori. Mekamaru pleads with Meimei to follow his instructions, and she agrees, unleashing her battle axe to face the incoming threats. Nanami, an assistant supervisor, decides to confront the user who lowered the veil, instructing Megumi and others to rescue common people. All 3 teams enter the veil, but an assistant supervisor is fatally stabbed by a cursed user, Uraheim. The prison realm is still processing information about Gojo, rendering Guido unable to move him. Mekamaru's second object, however, is discovered and destroyed by Mahito. Mekamaru relays the information to Itadori, instructing him to inform all sorcerers to cover Shibuya Station's exits. Itadori enters the veil, encountering transfigured humans, and contacts Nanami to inform him of Gojo's sealing. Nanami, Megumi, and Ino adjust their plans and decide to meet Itadori. Meanwhile, Choso and Mahito harbor their own intentions regarding Itadori. Guido, confident about Gojo's sealing, considers Sukuna an alternative plan. Team Nanami arrives. and Itadori reveals Mekamaru's existence inside Gito's body. Shibuya Station is overrun with cursed spirits, and Nanami instructs Megumi, Ino, and Itadori to meet Team Zenin, inform them of the situation, and request their assistance. Nanami takes charge of handling the situation with Ajichi. Ino emphasizes the critical need to save Gojo at any cost, stressing the potential catastrophic consequences if they fail. Yuuji, with the subtlety of a wrecking ball, decides to introduce his fist to the veil, leaving Ino wide-eyed at the sheer force. Megumi, always the strategist, suggests they play a game of find the weak spot in the unbeatable veil, and poke a hole in it, even if it's just for a nanosecond. Yuuji, in a moment of brilliant deduction, recalls the Hakajuku incident and posits that the veil dropper is probably lurking outside, not wanting to risk being caught in the act. Our trio of heroes concludes that the mysterious curtain lower must be standing out like a sore thumb somewhere, supporting the barrier. Central Tower of Shibuya becomes the suspected hiding spot. Channeling their inner Spider-Men, Yuuji and Ino ascend the tower with Maki Zenin's strings, only to discover cursed nails embedded in the ground, strategically placed by the veil's manipulator. Ino, like a cursed detective, removes one nail, but alas, the veil persists. The cursed user, now facing off against Yuuji, reveals 2 more nails in his arsenal. As Ino engages in a seance technique straight out of a mystical playbook, Megumi and Yuuji take on the formidable half-bald adversary. Megumi is desperately trying to keep up with Itadori's lightning-fast moves. The half-bald menace seems impervious to damage, not a scratch on him despite the relentless onslaught. The first grandson, in a noble attempt to protect Granny Ogami, throws everything he's got. Granny Ogami's aura undergoes a sudden transformation, and the grandson witnesses a mind-bending sight, something that morphs into half Zenin Toji. December 7, 1989, marked the entrance of chaos into the world, as the unstoppable force that is Gojo graced the earth with his presence. Meanwhile, the elderly Granny Ogami and her grandsons, former assassins with a penchant for completing contracts, found themselves facing a task beyond their usual routine. Their mission, eliminate a child born with 6 eyes, the reward tempting them with a staggering bounty of over 100 million yen. Little did they know, the balance of power in their world was about to be rewritten. As the narrative unfolds, the half-bald assailant retaliates with a vengeance, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with Megumi. In the midst of the battle, Megumi uncovers the mysterious technique employed by the bald adversary, a revelation that adds a strategic layer to the skirmish. Meanwhile, the imposter Toji ruthlessly handles Ino, leaving our protagonists, Megumi and Yuuji, to confront the half-bald adversary. Surprising everyone, Yuuji displays a level of power that catches the half-baldy off guard. Megumi, the tactician, employs a hit-and-run strategy to mess with the baldy's head, quite literally. The unique twist in the adversary's technique is revealed. The more powerful the attacks against him, the weaker they become. Armed with this knowledge, Megumi, with a touch of clairvoyance, envisions the future through a swarm of hairs. Utilizing a small frog spirit, Megumi weakens the half-baldy before launching a barrage of deceptively feeble-looking blows. It's a strategic dance that culminates in the triumphant defeat of the formidable half-baldy. As Nanami approached exit number 13, the grim sight of the assistant supervisor's lifeless body greeted him, a stark reminder of the perilous situation. Meanwhile, Mei showcased her formidable prowess by dispatching 2 cursed spirits with brutal efficiency, reducing them to mere memories. The cursed user, faced with impending doom, found himself pleading for mercy from the merciless Mei. Megumi and Yuuji, determined to lift the veil restricting sorcerers, witnessed Ino's unexpected fall from the central tower. Reacting with lightning speed, they both rushed to catch him, a display of teamwork amidst the chaos. However, the situation took an unforeseen turn when the real Toji took control of the grandson's body, leaving the old hag perplexed. The grandson, now a puppet to Toji's will, received a chilling order to eliminate the sorcerers, starting with the old hag herself. Maki, showing leadership in the face of adversity, directed Nida and Kujisaki to move towards Ajichi-san, while Megumi stayed by Ino's side. Yuuji, undeterred, decided to venture further into the station, braving the unknown. Elsewhere, Mei, always with an eye for profit, contemplated how she could turn a favor for Gojo into a lucrative opportunity. The cursed user, previously wreaking havoc on assistant supervisors, now found himself facing the formidable duo of Nida and Kujisaki. The cursed sword with a hand for its handle became a sinister instrument in the cursed user's hands, creating a perilous dance between him and Kujisaki. In the midst of the chaos, Nida suffered injuries, and Kujisaki valiantly fought to regain control. Just when the tide seemed dire, Nanami burst onto the scene, his serious demeanor signaling a force to be reckoned with. Stripping off his tie, Nanami approached the cursed user, demanding information about his allies. The cursed user, like a ragdoll, was sent flying by Nanami's punches. begging for forgiveness and revealing crucial details before being expelled from the scene. However, the situation escalated as Guido appeared before Mei, choosing not to engage directly but summoning a special grade disease-cursed spirit, the smallpox deity, which ensnared Mei in a domain expansion coffin. The excitement of facing a true threat rekindled within Mei as she awaited her next move. Nanami, in the meantime, informed Nida of Ajich's demise and headed towards Maki Zenin to lend his support. As Yuuji pressed further into Shibuya Station, he found himself face to face with Choso, driven by a burning desire for vengeance against the one he deemed responsible for his brother's death, Yuuji Itadori. The stage is set for a clash of wills and curses in the heart of Shibuya. As Yuuji strolled towards Shibuya Station, he witnessed these funky transformed humans attacking the regular folks. Out of the blue, Senior Inumaki showed up, and Yuuji, being the smart cookie he is, decided to delegate the situation to him. Upon entering Shibuya Station, lo and behold, he bumps into Choso. Choso, the Blood Maestro, unleashed his Pister resistance, the Blood Manipulation Convergence. This technique squishes blood to the max, focuses it at a single point, and hurls it at Yuuji. Like a boss, Yuuji deftly dodges the blood beam and zooms in on Choso, delivering a punch with a double impact. But wait, Choso's got a burning question for Yuuji. Did his brother have any profound last words before Yuuji sent them to the great beyond? Yuuji, initially puzzled, there was nothing specific, just some tears shed in their final moments. This revelation sends Choso into a rage, and he unleashes another onslaught. Yuuji, being the resilient lad he is, dodges some attacks but gets a beating in the close combat department. Choso, being the blood connoisseur, absorbs the spilled blood, leaving Yuuji pondering his next move. Our hero starts analyzing Choso's attacks, and with a burst of inspiration, he lures Choso into attacking after a gravity-defying jump. Dodging the blood beam, Yuuji charges towards Choso, having figured out that the beam is only lightning fast during launch. Just as victory seems within Yuuji's grasp, small blood bombs behind him explode, giving Choso the perfect chance to stab Yuuji's feet. Despite the pain, Yuuji manages to land 2 kicks on Choso's head before getting stabbed in the belly by Choso's blood beam. In the midst of agony, Yuuji hears Mekamaru's voice, providing information on the Kamo family's blood manipulation. Unfortunately, Mekamaru doesn't know any weaknesses but suggests a rather intriguing idea: hide in the bathroom. Choso, thinking Yuuji's antics are foolish, hears a voice from the bathroom mocking his brothers, fueling his fury. Mekamaru meets his demise, but Yuuji, in a stroke of brilliance, destroys all the bathroom nulls, causing a rain of diluting blood. Now, Yuuji has control in the bathroom, setting the stage for a close-quarters showdown. Choso and Yuuji engage in a fierce exchange of blows, showcasing their martial prowess. Just when victory seems imminent for Yuuji, Choso pulls a sneaky move, compressing his blood to the max and piercing Yuuji's liver. Yuuji, not one to back down easily, has only hit Choso 3 times but managed to inflict severe damage, breaking one of Choso's teeth. Choso, weighing the risks, decides that Yuuji's existence is a greater threat than his own demise from extreme techniques. The 2 fighters trade multiple blows, and Choso nearly pierces through Yuuji's head, with Choso creating blood explosions near Yuuji's eyes, blinding him in the left eye. Yuuji makes a bold move, a left-handed punch using the right hand as bait. Choso lands multiple fatal blows, seemingly on the verge of victory, when Sukuna, the cheeky devil, mocks Yuuji for falling to someone like Choso. Just as Choso is about to deliver the finishing blow, a flood of non-existent memories invades his mind. Him, Yuuji, and his dead brothers dining together. Talk about a plot twist. Mei found herself grappling with the perilous chicken pox disease curse. Realizing the curse's sneaky tactic of confining her within a coffin and contemplating the dire consequences, she swiftly took refuge behind a gravestone, clutching Yuyu for safety. Mei knew that 2 more attacks would render her immobile, and facing Guido in such a state was not an option she fancied. Analyzing the situation, Mei deduced that the cursed spirit targeted the strongest cursed energy within its domain reflexively. Taking a bold step, she utilized one of her crows to shift her cursed energy. To safeguard herself, Mei made the tough decision to redirect the curse towards Yuyu, knowing he could buy her some precious time. In a poignant moment, Mei asked Yuyu if he could sacrifice himself for her. Showing great courage, Yuyu agreed to the plan and willingly got restrained into the coffin. The moment Yuyu released his cursed energy, Mei suppressed hers. Mei charged towards the cursed spirit, stealthily approaching and skillfully separating its arms from its body with her battle axe. Yuyu, using his shadow-style simple domain to counter the curse's domain. The cursed spirit, about to execute the gravestone move, suddenly vanished, attempting a surprise attack from behind. Mei's last remaining crow intervened with lightning speed, punching a hole right through the cursed spirit. Mei unleashed her blackbird manipulation attack, the kamikaze bird strike. The crow committed suicide in a spectacular display, but Mei removed the limit on its typically feeble cursed energy. This unleashed a force no ordinary man could withstand, with the sole exception of the formidable Gojo. Exiting the domain, Mei found herself face to face with Guido, who stood at a distance, no doubt intrigued by her prowess. Meanwhile, elsewhere at Shibuya Station, Nanami, Maki, and Zenin were making their way down. As they descended, a cursed spirit named Dagon emerged. Zenin seized and delivered a powerful punch, causing Dagon to regurgitate hundreds of human skeletons. Dagon, realizing the death of his comrade Hanami, transformed furiously. The old man Zenin, known for his eccentricities, began teasing Dagon with irrelevant information about FPS. Nanami took the initiative to attack, but all three first-grade sorcerers found themselves incapable of inflicting damage on Dagon. The cursed spirit created a defensive water barrier, and despite their concerted efforts, they couldn't make a dent. In a surprising turn, the old man Zenin showcased his unique projection sorcery, splitting 1 second into 24 frames and allowing him to trace actions within that time frame. Zenin became the fastest sorcerer aside from Gojo. With swift and precise movements, he hindered Dagon's ability to activate his technique, maintaining an overwhelming pace. However, Dagon, undeterred, unleashed his domain expansion, the horizon of the captivating scan, transporting all the sorcerers to a beautiful beach. The battle against Dagon intensified as he unleashed his domain's guaranteed hit attack. Meanwhile, Naobaido showcased his secret technique, the art of falling blossom emotions, expertly dodging piranhas that carried the domain's guaranteed hit effect. Dagon, satisfied with testing the strength of the sorcerers, decided to up the stakes. He split his energy in a calculated ratio, allocating 70% for Naobaido and 30% for Nanami. Employing his Death Swarm technique, Dagon summoned sea monsters to assail the sorcerers. Nanami found himself surrounded by colossal fishes, while Naobaido utilized his simple domain to counter the onslaught with his own cursed energy. The tension reached its peak when Dagon, in a swift maneuver, broke Naobaido's simple domain with a powerful punch. Maki suffered a forceful kick, and just when things seemed dire, Megumi entered the scene, punching a hole through the domain to join the fray. Bringing Maki's favorite weapon with him, Megumi unleashed a relentless assault with nunchucks, successfully removing the guaranteed hit effect. Megumi wasted no time deploying his domain, initiating a tug-of-war against Dagon's forces. The battle now hinged on domain supremacy, with Dagon needing to crush Megumi's domain to regain the guaranteed hit effect. As the clash unfolded, Nanami stepped in to assist Megumi, conveying the current situation. Naobaido, having lost his right arm, and Maki decided to keep Dagon engaged, allowing Megumi the opportunity to create an opening. Megumi diligently worked to poke a hole in the domain, aware that Dagon should not be able to utilize his domain expansion multiple times in a single day. The plan was to escape once the hole was established, putting victory within their grasp. Dagon, however, wasn't one to be outsmarted easily. As Nanami called Maki and Naobaido to assemble, a sudden twist occurred. Toji entered the domain, introducing a new dynamic to the unfolding battle. Toji, seizing Maki's weapon, flung her into the air, sealing the escape hole and surprising Naobaido. The revelation struck. The person before them was none other than Toji. Toji, a man devoid of conventional cursed energy, unleashed his raw strength on Dagon. Brutalizing the cursed spirit with relentless punches, kicks, and throws, Toji demonstrated a prowess that transcended the need for cursed energy. Dagon, having mistaken Toji for a powerless opponent, found himself overwhelmed by the sheer physicality of the onslaught. No matter how many sea monsters Dagon summoned, it seemed insufficient against Toji's relentless assault. In a desperate attempt to gain the upper hand, Dagon dragged Toji underwater, unleashing massive monsters to subdue him. However, Toji massacred the aquatic threats and resurfaced, ready to deliver the finishing blows. Sharpening Maki's nunchucks into a deadly stabbing weapon, Toji left Dagon in disbelief. The cursed spirit couldn't fathom losing to someone lacking in cursed energy. Attempting an escape, Dagon found himself pushed down by Naobaido, and Toji pierced hundreds of holes into Dagon's head with the sharpened nunchucks. With the removal of the domain expansion, Toji approached the group, and Megumi was forcibly ejected from the scene. Jogo's sudden appearance added a new layer to the unfolding chaos. With a fiery onslaught, Jogo knocked out everyone present. As Jogo was about to finish Naobaido, he sensed Sukuna's ominous presence. The revelation that someone had released Sukuna's fingers in Shibuya dawned on them.
Sukuna.
Nanako and Namiko, having given a finger to Sukuna, were targeted by Jogo's flames. In a surprising turn, they managed to save themselves using a technique and captured the moment in a selfie. The markings of Sukuna appeared on Yuuji's face as Jogo revealed Guido's plan. If Yuuji consumed 10 fingers at once, the control over Sukuna would temporarily shift to the malevolent entity. Jogo, possessing 10 more fingers, fed them all to Yuuji. Nanako and Mimiko returned to life, but as Jogo prepared to attack them once more, Sukuna intervened, severing Jogo's hand.
1秒やる。どけ。
An overwhelming evil aura emanated from Sukuna, distinct from Gojo's. Sweating in fear, everyone knelt before Sukuna. As Jogo and the others bowed, Nanako made a request. She asked Sukuna to kill the entity inside Gito's body, promising information on another finger in return. Sukuna beheaded Mimiko and dismantled Nanako, shifting his attention to Jogo. Jogo, driven by a desire for Sukuna's complete resurrection, sought a pact with Sukuna before Yuuji took control. Sukuna, with his own plans in mind, proposed a challenge to Jogo. If Jogo could land even a single blow on him, Sukuna would work under him. In the tangled chaos of Shibuya, Megumi found himself desperately trying to evade Toji's relentless pursuit. All normal and transfigured humans had been evacuated by Animaki, leaving Megumi to face the relentless onslaught alone. Utilizing his rapid escape technique, Megumi conjured a swarm of hares to aid in his escape. Sensing the ominous presence of Sukuna and feeling overwhelmed by the complex situation in Shibuya, despite his attempts to outmaneuver Toji, running in every direction proved futile as Toji seemingly anticipated every move. Attempts at direct confrontation proved equally fruitless, with Toji effortlessly blocking Megumi's attacks with just one hand. In a desperate move, Megumi summoned hundreds of rabbits to overwhelm Toji. However, Toji responded by crumbling the floor with a single step, reducing the rabbits to flesh with the crumbled stone and dispatching them with precision using his fingers. Meanwhile, Atsuya-sensei continued to procrastinate on the 5th floor, avoiding potential danger. Using the excuse of saving kids possibly trapped within the veil, he successfully misled Panda.
この中の人間は五条だけじゃないでしょうが
As they navigated through Shibuya, they encountered a mysterious warning from a lady and a man, cautioning them against engaging in a fight. Toji persisted in his relentless pursuit of Megumi, who continued to run and dodge the various obstacles thrown at him, including trucks, drainage caps, and other hazardous objects hurled by his own father. At Shibuya Station, Principal Yaga and his subordinate, having healed Ino and Ajichi with her reverse curse technique, covered the floor with transfigured human corpses to avoid detection. Megumi decided to gamble on a risky move, attempting to lure Toji into a position where he could counterattack. However, Toji's speed proved too much and the plan failed. Suddenly, a realization struck Toji. The boy he was relentlessly pursuing was none other than his own son. In a surprising turn of events, Toji asked Megumi for his name. Megumi responded with Fushiguro, avoiding the more problematic Zenin surname. Toji, seemingly content with this answer, shocked everyone by stabbing himself with the nunchuck.
全員じゃねえのか。よかったな。
As Megumi moved towards Misiari, a cursed user hunting assistant supervisors, he faced an unexpected attack. The true subordinates of Gito ordered Atsuya and Panda to surrender, while the unfortunate deaths of Mimiko and Nanako at Sukuna's hands were confirmed. The tension in Shibuya escalated as Atsuya decided to engage with the mysterious foes, initiating his evening moon swords drawing attack. Just as the confrontation was about to commence, the lights went out and a colossal explosion rocked the area. Sukuna's laughter echoed ominously, signaling a shift in the unfolding chaos. Jogo, driven by an audacious desire to land a single blow on Sukuna, engaged in a futile attempt. However, Sukuna effortlessly dodged and dismantled Jogo's body parts, showcasing a vast power gap. Jogo, having inquired about Sukuna's strength compared to his fingers, realized the staggering difference, somewhere between 8 or 9 fingers. Jogo unleashed his maximum power, creating a meteor of magma. In a surprising turn of events, Sukuna waited until the final moment and then teleported them to safety, revealing his astounding speed and mastery.
ほら、頑張れ頑張れ。
Sukuna then challenged Jogo to a fiery showdown, pitting Jogo's best technique, the Ball of Fire, against Sukuna's Arrow of Fire. Jogo, apologizing to Dagon and Hanami for his failure, expressed his desire to meet them in the next life. Sukuna spoke to Jogo in his afterlife. Sukuna acknowledged Jogo's strength, making him cry in the face of his imminent demise. Jogo met his end in a blaze of fire. In the aftermath, Yuram appeared behind Sukuna, kneeling and greeting him. Sukuna, pleased to see her, welcomed the unfolding developments in Shibuya with a sense of dark satisfaction. Gito found himself exhausted after running and taking a hit from the relentless cursed user. In a last-ditch effort, he attempted to play his trump card by summoning a Shikigami, a powerful entity that had eluded the control of every sorcerer who had tried to tame it. The presence of this unmatched entity caught Sukuna's attention, prompting him to investigate personally. Before leaving, Sukuna instructed Yuram to complete preparations for his arrival. Megumi, in a strategic move, initiated a ritual to force the cursed user to participate. Among the entities he summoned was Mahoraga, the eight-handled sword and divergent Sela divine general. This powerful Shikigami, untied by Megumi, unleashed its might. Mahoraga first punched away Megumi and then set its sights on Haruta Shijimo. As it prepared to strike a fatal blow, Sukuna intervened to save Haruta. No. Witnessing Megumi lying in a pool of his own sauce, Sukuna decided to heal him. To preserve Megumi's life, it became imperative to take down the Shikigami. As an outsider, Sukuna was the only one capable of achieving this and making it appear as if the exorcism ritual never happened. Mahoraga, equipped with the Sword of Extermination specialized for cursed spirits, initiated an attack on Sukuna. Sukuna skillfully defended and counterattacked with his dismantling technique. Mahoraga, functioning as a reverse curse technique and carrying positive energy, posed a unique challenge. If Sukuna were a cursed spirit, a single attack from Mahoraga's sword would have caused him to vanish. The confrontation escalated into a fierce battle, with Sukuna and Mahoraga exchanging powerful blows, tossing each other around buildings, and causing widespread destruction to Shibuya's infrastructure. Sukuna and Mahoraga reached unprecedented levels of intensity. Despite Sukuna's relentless attacks and countless slashes, Mahoraga quickly recovered from the dismantle technique. The two entities engaged in a spectacular clash, tossing heavy objects at each other with buildings crumbling like tiny pebbles. Sukuna shattered Mahoraga's extermination sword with a single bite, demonstrating his overwhelming power. The remaining humans in Shibuya struggled to save themselves from falling structures as the two mighty beings continued their destructive confrontation. Mahoraga, growing in size, wielded metro trains like nunchucks, adding an intriguing twist to the fight that fascinated Sukuna. Sukuna cut Mahoraga into pieces, but the Shikigami rapidly recovered, turning back to its normal form. Realizing that Mahoraga's ability resembled Yamato no Orochi, Sukuna noted the Shikigami's adaptability and perceptive nature. Fury's incantation and the magic wheel on Mahoraga's head indicated a complete cycle and harmony, allowing the Shikigami to adapt to all phenomena. Sukuna found himself captivated by Megumi's unique abilities. In a decisive move, Sukuna unleashed his domain expansion, Malevolent Shrine. Unlike traditional domain expansions, Sukuna's technique made the innate domain visible, painting directly in the sky. This divine technique allowed Sukuna to reduce Mahoraga to cells. Sukuna's relentless series of attacks within the guaranteed hit range continued, with Mahoraga regenerating each time. Recognizing the only way to defeat Mahoraga was to utilize a technique faster than the Shikigami could adapt, Sukuna pressed on. The regeneration of Mahoraga approached its end, and Sukuna's attacks generated enough heat to burn 100 meters of radius to ashes. Finally, Mahoraga was defeated. However, before fading away, Sukuna took the opportunity to kill Haruta.
Yes!
As Sukuna shifted Megumi to Yaga-sensei and Miss Eri, Yuuji, who had returned to consciousness, witnessed the devastation caused by Sukuna in Shibuya. Overwhelmed by the memories of Sukuna's actions during his unconscious state, Yuuji mentally broke down and began crying, expressing a desire for death. However, he gathered himself, determined to save his comrades. Meanwhile, a half-burned Nanami headed outside to the surface. As Yuuji, overwhelmed and mentally broken, made his way towards Shibuya Station, memories of his childhood where people bullied his family for being cursed flooded his mind. Meanwhile, Nanami, exhausted and feeling the weight of his sorcerer duties, embarked on his last walk, imagining a peaceful beach on a sunny day. Despite his tired and half-burned body, Nanami confronted hundreds of transfigured humans on the platform, thinking about his comrades and expressing weariness of being a sorcerer. With a covered blade, Nanami slashed through the transfigured humans, but exhaustion set in, and he found himself overwhelmed by the relentless attacks. Frustration consumed him, but he regained composure when Mahito arrived on the scene. Yuuji, having also arrived, witnessed the unfolding confrontation. Nanami, seeing Haibara in front of him, gathered his courage and entrusted the rest to those present. In a final act of defiance, Mahito exploded his upper body in front of Yuuji. Filled with frustration, Yuuji charged towards Mahito. Mahito, using soul manipulation and transfiguration, attempted to distract Yuuji with a barrage of attacks using his blade. However, Mahito failed to pierce through Yuuji's resolve. In a moment of revelation, Mahito reminded Yuuji of his own struggles with remorse and the need to accept certain truths. Yuuji, recalling Nanami's last words, managed to calm his anger. Activating his cursed energy, Yuuji began walking towards Mahito. In response, Mahito also charged towards Yuuji, activating his own cursed energy. A fierce clash ensued, with Yuuji landing a dropkick and a series of punches, attempting to push away the cursed spirit while suppressing the surrounding area. As Yuuji continued to dodge Mahito's attacks, the two engaged in a fierce battle within a falling lift. Yuuji showcased his agility, dodging Mahito's strikes and countering with powerful punches. Mahito, aware of the risk, understood that a mistake on his part could lead to his demise. He decided to focus on attacking the transfigured humans, recognizing the effectiveness of using them against Yuuji's soul. Mahito attempted to escape, and Yuuji followed in pursuit. Along the way, Yuuji encountered two men who warned him about the monsters. Mistakenly thinking them to be human, Yuuji approached, only to be caught off guard as one of the men delivered a powerful punch, revealing that it was Mahito wearing the skin of a human. To further complicate matters, Mahito transfigured another man into a sword, using transfigured humans against Yuuji, knowing it would have a profound impact on his soul. Mahito planned to exploit this strategy to crush Yuuji. Meanwhile, Mahito had created a clone before separating from Jogo and Dagon. The real Mahito continued his confrontation with Yuuji while the clone encountered Kijisaki. Kijisaki, aware of Mahito's soul-related techniques, understood the importance of avoiding physical contact with him.
尻尾巻いて逃げたってな。
In response, Kijisaki initiated the first attack. Nida earnestly warns Kijisaki about the perils of venturing into the Veil, emphasizing the need to avoid reckless actions. Kijisaki, well aware of Nida's concerns, grapples with the internal conflict between watching her comrades battle and heeding the cautionary advice. Meanwhile, Mahito endeavors to crush Yuuji's soul by unleashing transfigured humans upon him. Simultaneously, a clone Mahito engages in a relentless assault on Kijisaki. Undeterred, Kijisaki skillfully evades Mahito's attacks while countering with her cursed energy-powered nails, deftly avoiding both Mahito's hands and his attempts to interfere with others' souls. In a strategic move, Kijisaki wears down her own spirit to assist the clone Mahito. However, Mahito manages to land a significant blow, inflicting a minor injury on Kijisaki's shoulder. Persisting in her assault, Kijisaki drops unnoticed nails on the ground, seizing the opportunity to utilize her hairpin attack, expanding the nails and leaping onto the clone Mahito. In her pocket, she harbors something that could turn the tide in her favor. As Kijisaki pins down the clone and nails its head, the real Mahito, intending to finish Yuuji, receives an unexpected, fatal blow. Sensing her cursed energy erupting nearby, Kijisaki realizes that the Mahito in front of her lacks the potent cursed energy characteristic of the real one. A triumphant smile graces her face as she discerns that she's facing a clone incapable of using any technique. Meanwhile, the real Mahito, recovering from Kijisaki's attack, undergoes a relentless beating from Yuuji, who pummels him like a punching bag. The clone Mahito decides to reunite with the real Mahito, and the two Mahitos converge. The real Mahito, recovering but still restricted in movement, rushes towards Kijisaki, touching her on the head. Kijisaki experiences a rush of emotions as her life flashes before her eyes. From her troublesome childhood in the village, where she believed everyone was mad except for her, to her friendship with Fumi and the realization that being a stranger is harder than being a friend. Her elder friend Sayori's presence softened her demeanor, but the unsettling atmosphere at Sayori's house led to her departure from the village. As Kijisaki pursued high school in Tokyo, she discovered that not everyone was mad, and her past experiences shaped her perception of the world. In a poignant moment, Kijisaki apologizes to Fumi for not fulfilling a promise, and just as she reflects on her life, the part of her face touched by Mahito explodes. Urging Yuuji to inform everyone that she had a pretty good life, Kijisaki found herself in an awkward situation when she accidentally spilled coffee on Gojo's expensive shirt, priced at a staggering 250,000 yen. And as they scrambled to gather money for a replacement, Gojo walked into the room, inquiring about his shirt. Sensing trouble, Yuuji instinctively stood in front of Kijisaki. However, their concerns shifted dramatically when Mahito entered the scene. Yuuji, overwhelmed by emotions, began to lose control and cry. Mahito, seizing the opportunity, charged towards the defenseless Yuuji and unleashed a powerful black flash, sending him flying meters away, smashing him into a wall, kicking him, and reveling in his suffering. As Mahito prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Yuuji, a sudden clap replaced Yuuji with a rock, and Todo made a stylish entrance, discussing the beauty of the world. Todo, initially arriving to save Gojo, altered his plans upon learning that Geto had left with the prison realm. As Yuuji regained consciousness, he was met with Todo's presence, triggering a mental breakdown as he grieved the loss of his comrades. Despite Mahito's attempts to attack Yuuji, Todo skillfully swapped Mahito's position with his clap. Todo, in an effort to console Yuuji, emphasized the shared identity of Jujutsu sorcerers and the absence of sin or punishment in their calling. He urged Yuuji to focus on fulfilling the entrusted responsibilities of his fallen comrades rather than dwelling on the meaning of their deaths. Meanwhile, Miwa, equipped with the last remaining Mekamaru device, rushed towards Shibuya with backup. Mekamaru, in a heartfelt confession, apologized for his perceived weakness before succumbing to his demise. Todo and Yuuji continued their relentless assault on Mahito, breaking through the ground and descending to the depths of Shibuya. Mahito, realizing the diminishing state of Yuuji's soul and his own declining soul percentage, pondered the possibility of killing Todo with a single touch. As they fought, Mahito summoned cursed spirits to hinder Todo, focusing on countering his troublesome technique. Todo, the sole user of Black Flash in the current battle, contemplated a strategy to maintain the delicate balance of the situation. After intense contemplation, Todo finally unleashed the power of Black Flash, marking a turning point as all three combatants reached 120% of their potential. Mahito, employing soul multiplicity, body repel and unleashing multiple cursed spirits, created a chaotic battleground to impede place swapping. The fierce battle in Shibuya continued. Todo, always ready for a good time, decided to play musical chairs with Mahito and Yuuji. With a snap, Todo swapped Mahito with Yuuji. Now, things got a bit weird. Mahito decided to pull a magic trick straight out of a horror show and separated his head from his lower body. The lower body then started attacking Yuuji and Todo, doing its best impression of a breakdancing zombie. Mahito, ever the overachiever, grew a new body and unleashed his soul multiplicity, polymorphic soul isomer, because why settle for one body when you can have a muscular transfigured one made from a chaotic mix of souls and flesh? Todo, the master strategist, quickly realized that Mahito's body power ratio after the split was 8:2, so he swapped out the weak body to face Yuuji. Little did he know, the transfigured human was aiming for gold in the heavyweight division. Todo got thrown through a building, and now he's questioning his life choices. But wait, there's a plot twist. Todo claps back, literally, and lands a punch on the transfigured human. Turns out, all it took was one solid blow to take down the muscle-bound monstrosity. Todo turns around, thinking it's all over, only to face two more similarly offensive transfigured humans. Mahito, meanwhile, combines his remaining body parts and continues the attack, turning Shibuya into a supernatural wrestling ring. Yuuji, in the midst of the chaos, charges towards Mahito to deliver a swift kick. Mahito catches Yuuji mid-air and throws him away like a disgruntled parent dealing with a tantrum-throwing toddler. As Yuuji runs back towards Todo, Mahito follows, because why not? Mahito can't use the domain expansion because that would mean a face-off with Sukuna, and nobody wants that. But Mahito, being the sly fox, pulls a trick from the Gojo playbook and activates domain expansion, self-embodiment of perfection, giving himself a mere 0.2 seconds of domain expansion life. Todo, not to be outdone, expands a simple domain Yuki Tsukumo taught him. Now, the real showdown begins. Yuuji charges faster than a caffeine-fueled cheetah, aiming to exorcise Mahito before he can say curse. However, Mahito launches his technique faster than you can say plot twist, and we're in for a wild ride. Todo's hand starts transfiguring, and he separates it from his body. Mahito throws a black flash punch, Todo defends with cursed energy, and suddenly Todo's locket falls to the ground, revealing a photo of a girl and Yuuji. Todo, fueled by the power of background music, confidently starts beating Mahito. Todo decides to take a breather, leaving the stage to Yuuji. Mahito, not one to be outdone, uses ideal transfiguration, changing into an unbridled soul form. Mahito and Yuuji charge towards each other, throwing punches that would make even the gods flinch. Yuuji lands a punch on Mahito's ribs, but basically Mahito counters, stabbing Yuji's shoulder. The two continue their dance of destruction, with Yuuji desperately needing to activate the Black Flash at maximum power. The bodies are giving up, but the souls are still kicking. They charge towards each other, and just when it seems like Mahito is about to deliver the final blow, Todo reappears, swapping Yuji's position. Yuuji, now in prime Black Flash mode, lands a devastating punch on Mahito, sending him back to his less intimidating form. The stock of transfigured humans is out, and Yuuji is on a mission. Mahito, realizing he's in deep trouble, starts running away. He throws mud and rocks at Yuuji, who sees Mahito as a wolf and kicks him like he's asking for treats. Gito appears, asking if Mahito wants to be saved. Shibuya has turned into a post-apocalyptic playground, and Panda is on a mission to find Kusakabe amidst the rubble. After some expert detective work, Panda locates Kusakabe. Meanwhile, in the tropical paradise of Malaysia, Mei Mei is casually sharing a bed with Yu. Choso, after a brief nap and some introspection, wakes up determined to figure out who this Yuuji character is. Back in the chaos of Shibuya, Yuuji is on a collision course with Gito. Gito pulls off some gravity-defying moves. In reality, he just tripped. Undeterred, Yuuji charges again, only to be repelled by a squad of sneaky cursed spirits Gito summoned. Mahito is about to make his move on Gito, but Gito decides to absorb Mahito. Gido then drops some knowledge bombs on Yuuji about the maximum technique, Eka, the essence of techniques beyond the domain. Using cursed spirit manipulation, Gido unveils Maximum, Uzumaki absorbing Mahito and unleashing a swirling vortex of cursed energy. The reinforcements arrive, launching arrows and attacks at Gido. Miwa charges with her sword, but Gido just shatters it like it's made of cheap glass. Smooth move, Gido. Kusake jumps in to save Miwa, Panda rallies the troops, and Choso enters the scene. However, Choso uncovers his dark family secrets. The detestable Noritoshi Kamo, the most evil sorcerer in history, is to blame for the mess. Choso, fueled by sibling duty, attacks Gido with his blood manipulation. Panda, Kamo, and Yuuji are left scratching their heads at the sudden family reunion. Just when things couldn't get more complicated, Yuram freezes everyone with her ice technique. Choso, facing imminent doom, tries to fight back. But Yuuji, in a heroic gesture, jumps in to save his newfound brother. Yuram is about to unleash another icy attack when Yuki Tsukumo swoops in, stopping the freeze with a dramatic flare. With the stage set for a showdown, Yuki sends a flying kiss toward Gido, not realizing who might be lurking inside Gido's twisted mind. The situation has escalated, and Yuki is desperately trying to buy time for Laru to make a move. To do so, she engages in a tense conversation with Kamo, attempting to exploit the flaws in his plan. Yuki reveals that Kamo's detachment plan has a significant flaw. There are far fewer cursed spirits outside Japan. The barrier of Tenjin is crucial for the optimization plan, and monopolizing cursed energy within Japan would lead to global repercussions. Yuki argues that Kamo's vision doesn't align with the ideal world she envisions. Kamo's plan, limited by his own possibilities, needs a change. The key lies in chaos that can't be controlled, the entity with a black glow amidst the chaos. Yuki then abruptly turns to Yuuji, inquiring about the cursed spirit Mahito. Yuuji informs Yuki that Kamo has recently swallowed Mahito, adding an unexpected twist to the conversation. Kamo, not one to back down, uses ideal transfiguration to create a massive circle on the ground and in the sky. He has marked two types of non-sorcerers in advance, those who swallowed cursed objects like Yuuji and those with techniques but lacking the brains of sorcerers like Junpei Yoshino. Kamo adjusts their brains to match those of sorcerers and releases them into the world. A chilling revelation follows. Kamo has given cursed objects to selected individuals, remnants of sorcerers he has contracted with over 1,000 years. These cursed objects transform the recipients into cursed spirits. Kamo bids farewell to Yuuji as he unleashes a black mist that spreads across Tokyo and Japan, releasing more than 10 million cursed spirits. Chaos ensues and Japan descends into darkness. The government panics and cities face blackouts. The Jujutsu High Authority issues orders to disclose the existence of cursed spirits, claiming they will only appear in Tokyo. However, this plan goes awry as broadcasters are killed on live TV, and cursed spirits attack people inside their homes. Amidst the chaos, a little girl faces a cursed spirit in a supermarket. A mysterious sorcerer intervenes, saving her from the clutches of the curse. The sorcerer, Rika, exhibits impressive skills and the ability to see cursed spirits. In the midst of this turmoil, Akatsu is tasked with the mission to eliminate Yuuji. Jujutsu headquarters release notices, reaffirming the death penalty for Suguru Gido, listing Gojo as a co-conspirator and sentencing Masamichi Yaga to death for his involvement. The suspended execution of Yuuji is now cancelled, and Yuta Akatsu is designated as the executioner for Yuji's death penalty. The next day, Yuuji washing his hand and tries to feel the curse's presence. The curse holds an enormous amount of power, but Yuuji looks confident. He chooses not to fight head-on, and starts running away. He jumps smoothly from one building to another, easily dodging attacks. Suddenly, the cursed spirit catches up to him, grabs him, and slams him hard into a tall building. Yuuji suffers serious injuries and struggles to move. The curse approaches him, ready to finish him off, but it gets destroyed. At that moment, Yuta appears pointing his sword toward Yuuji, and it becomes clear that Yuta has come with the mission to execute Yuuji. The story then shifts to the past, and the focus moves to Naoya Zenin, the youngest son of the Zenin clan. He wonders if Maki is finally dead, and looks down on her for not obeying the men of the family. In his view, Mai is better because she accepts her place. Naoya then meets Ogi Zenin and Jinichi Zenin, who criticize him for arriving late while his father is on his deathbed. Naoya shows no concern and believes he will become the next head of the clan. He insults his older brothers, mocks Ochi for having only daughters, and even compares Jinichi unfavorably to Toji. Soon after, a man shows up and informs that Naobito Zenin has passed away and he is currently going to reveal his will. According to the will, Naoya is going to be the 27th head of the Zenin clan and the heir to all assets and cursed tools. However, Naoya is not able to control the assets and cursed tools without approval from Oji Zenin or Jinichi Zenin. The man reveals that if Satoru Gojo is killed or sealed and can no longer act freely, an old agreement with Toji Fushiguro becomes active. Under that agreement, Megumi Fushiguro will join the Zenin clan and become the next head, inheriting the clan's assets and cursed tools. This revelation pushes Naoya over the edge. He storms out and demands information about Megumi's location. His servant tells him Megumi is currently in Tokyo searching for Yuuji, the vessel of Sukuna. Naoya decides to eliminate both of them. With numerous cursed spirits roaming in Tokyo, Megumi's death would raise no suspicion. With Megumi gone, Naoya will be able to secure his position as clan head. Back in the present, Yuuji sits alone, burdened by memories of the Shibuya incident. Choso checks on Yuuji's injuries, and Yuuji appears mostly healed, possibly due to Sukuna. Yuuji senses his own power growing but remains troubled by Sukuna's plans against Megumi and the innocent lives lost. Yuuji also questions Choso's loyalty despite the past. Choso remains firm, valuing brotherhood above all. The two then focus on clearing the cursed spirits together. After this, Yuuji continues running through the city, intentionally attracting cursed spirits. Numerous curses begin chasing him from all directions. Yuuji moves fast and stays focused. Some weak curses attack him directly, and he defeats them easily with a single punch. He leads a large group of curses into an underground tunnel. On the other side of the tunnel, Choso is already waiting for him. Yuuji gives a clear signal, and Choso instantly activates his blood technique. In one powerful attack, he wipes out almost all the curses at once. One curse manages to show up behind Choso, but Yuuji appears immediately and destroys it. Watching this, Choso feels impressed by Yuuji's growth. Yuuji has now learned to control his cursed energy properly. Even though Yuuji is not fully healed, his strength feels overwhelming, almost like a true demon god. This is exactly what Choso expects from his younger brother. Choso prepares to reveal something important about Yuuji's father, but the moment is interrupted. Naoya Zenin appears and demands to know where Megumi is. He questions why Yuuji and Choso are still there instead of escaping. Yuuji feels confused and Naoya declares that Yuuji has already been sentenced to death. With Gojo gone, no one is left to protect him, and the higher-ups are no longer afraid to act. Naoya reveals that his original target is Megumi, but now he plans to kill Yuuji as well. Without warning, Naoya charges forward and knocks Yuuji down with a single punch. Choso rushes in furiously to attack, but Naoya easily overwhelms him. He even adjusts his hair while fighting with one hand, showing complete disrespect. Yuuji quickly recovers, and together with Choso, he fights back and creates some distance. Yuuji realizes that Naoya's speed is unnatural. Choso understands that Naoya is using a special technique. Naoya admits that he underestimated both of them. Suddenly, an overwhelming cursed energy fills the area. Yuuji briefly wonders if Gojo has returned. However, when they turn around, they see Yuta landing from above. Naoya recognizes Yuta as the sorcerer assigned to kill Yuuji. Yuuji remembers Megumi mentioning Yuta as a second-year student and a special grade sorcerer equal to Gojo. Naoya introduces himself as a Zenin and mentions he is on Yuta's side. Choso immediately urges Yuuji to escape. Naoya is too fast, and Yuta is far too dangerous. Choso decides to stay behind and hold Naoya back. Naoya agrees not to interfere and allows Yuta to eliminate Yuuji, planning to deal with Choso himself. But he also wants to use Yuuji as bait to get Megumi. Choso warns Yuuji not to fight Yuta and compares him to Gojo and tells Yuuji to escape. Yuta accepts the situation and lets Naoya fight Choso. Yuuji tries to escape, but suddenly Yuta is already behind him. Yuuji is shocked by Yuta's precision, especially while carrying a sword. Meanwhile, Choso attacks Naoya with blood manipulation, but Naoya counters it effortlessly. He looks down on Choso's technique and mocks it. Choso responds with pure resolve, determined to protect his brother, and vowing not to let Naoya leave alive. Back in the present, Yuta finally catches Yuuji, and their fight begins. Yuta attacks first and knocks Yuuji down, but Yuuji narrowly dodges the hit. Yuta continues attacking without pause, yet Yuuji keeps dodging every strike. Yuta grows surprised that none of his attacks land and suddenly jumps high into the air to slam Yuuji hard onto the ground. Yuta notices that Yuuji does not look very strong, but his power has clearly increased. Yuuji realizes that Yuta lacks great physical strength, but his cursed energy output is massive. Yuta admits that he is weaker than normal, but his cursed energy easily fills the gap. Yuuji understands that Yuta is his complete opposite, trading raw strength for overwhelming cursed energy. As they clash, Yuuji remembers Todo's lesson. The stronger a sorcerer becomes, the harder it is to read their cursed energy. However, Yuta's energy constantly overflows, making every attack deadly. Yuuji also remembers Nanami's final words and refuses to give up. Yugi dodges another Yuta's strike and grabs a knife from a nearby car. Remembering Gojo's lesson, he pours cursed energy into it and tries to block Yuta's sword. Yuta counters with a strong kick, breaks the knife, and slashes Yugi. However, Yugi kicks Yuta and breaks his sword. Yuta becomes shocked but accepts the challenge. Suddenly, Rika appears, and Yugi freezes in fear, completely unable to move. Yuta calmly reassures her and asks her to hold Yuji still. Yugi struggles with all his strength but cannot escape her grip. Yuta then picks up the broken sword and stabs Yuji, ending the fight with regret. Inside Yuji, Sukuna appears and observes everything calmly. At the same time, Naoya continues using his overwhelming speed to attack Choso. His movements are too fast to follow, and Choso struggles to understand the technique. Even after taking repeated heavy blows, Choso keeps standing back up. Naoya questions who Choso really is. Choso identifies himself as the older brother of 10 siblings. Choso then activates a technique called Flowing Red Scale Stack. This ability strengthens his body and sharpens his vision, allowing him to finally track Naoya's super speed. When Naoya attacks again, Choso manages to catch him mid-movement. However, Naoya counters by stabbing Choso in the stomach, causing a large amount of blood loss. Naoya mocks Choso and believes the fight is already decided. He assumes that since Choso uses blood manipulation, he can stop his bleeding, but wonders how long Choso can last in such a condition. Naoya also looks down on the use of weapons and insults his own older brothers, claiming that weak older brothers are worthless and should not exist. Choso reflects on Naoya's mindset and believes that older brothers play an important role. They guide younger siblings by either showing the right path or blocking the wrong one. Choso believes Naoya became strong only because his older brothers were weak, leaving him without a proper role model. As the fight continues, Naoya notices blood spreading all over the ground. Suddenly, a massive surge of blood erupts. Naoya cannot understand how Choso is still alive despite losing so much blood. What Naoya does not realize is that Choso is a death-painting womb, a hybrid of both curse and human. He can convert cursed energy directly into blood, meaning blood loss does not kill him as long as he has cursed energy. Naoya tries to escape, but his feet become stuck. Choso's blood hardens and traps him in place like glue. Choso then launches repeated attacks using piercing blood. Naoya activates his projection sorcery technique, allowing him to move at 24 frames per second. However, he is caught off guard by Choso's ultimate move, Choso's original, a technique refined over 150 years. The attack strikes from every direction, overwhelming Naoya. Choso prepares to finish Naoya, but Yuta suddenly appears from behind and knocks Choso unconscious with a single punch. Yusa is carrying Yushi's lifeless body. Naoya begins vomiting because Choso's blood acts like poison to him. Yusa offers to heal Naoya using his reverse curse technique. In exchange, Naoya must personally report to the higher-ups that Yusa has killed Yushi. After that, Yushi watches a strange vision from his past. He sees himself as a newborn baby. His father, Jin Itadori, is standing nearby. Soon after, Yushi's grandfather, Wasuke, appears and warns Jin to live his life however he wants, but to stay away from a certain woman, or he will die. Jin tries to stop him and reminds him not to talk like that in front of Yushi, because children remember more than people think. Wasuke then mentions that he knows Jin always wanted a child, but Kaori's death changed everything. At that moment, Kaori Itadori, Yuji's mother, appears and calmly asks what Wasuke is thinking. However, Kaori's forehead is also stitched, identical to fake Geto, signaling Kenjaku was in her body. Just then Yuji wakes up and finds Yuta sitting beside him. Yuta looks relieved that Yuji is alive. He explains that months earlier, Gojo met him and secretly asked him to watch over Yuji. Gojo had prepared for the worst and asked Yuta to protect the first and second year students if anything happened to him, while Hikari could handle himself. Gojo believed Yuji was just like Yuta. Both were once sentenced to death, which is why Yuta staged Yuji's execution. If Yuta had refused, someone else would have been sent to kill Yuji for real. To convince the higher-ups, Yuta made a binding vow and truly stopped Yuji's heart. The moment Yuji died, Yuta immediately used his reverse curse technique to heal him and bring him back to life. As very few people know, Yuta can heal others this way, so for now the world believes Yuji is dead. Yuji wonders why Yuta went so far for him. Yuta explains that the people he cares about also care about Yuji. He understands what it feels like to carry a dangerous power. Yuji's power does not belong to him, and none of this is his fault. Soon after, Megumi arrives and plans to secretly take Yuji back to Jujutsu High. Yuji hesitates because so many people died during the Shibuya incident. Megumi reminds him that they are not heroes but Jujutsu sorcerers, and they must keep saving people even if no one understands them. Yuji worries about putting Megumi in danger, but Megumi explains that he needs Yuji's help. He reveals Kenjaku has started the culling game, where sorcerers are forced to kill each other. Megumi's sister Tsumiki has also been dragged into it. Yuji informs Yuta that Sukuna is planning something dangerous for Megumi. During the Shibuya incident, Yuji was forced to consume 15 fingers of Sukuna, allowing him to take full control of Yuji's body. He believes after consuming the remaining 5 fingers of Sukuna, Yuji will no longer be able to control his own body, but he makes one request. If Sukuna ever fully takes over again, Yuuji must kill him without hesitation. Yuuji then wonders what their next step should be. Megumi explains that their first goal is to return to Jujutsu High and meet Master Tengen. They need answers about how to free Gojo and to understand Kenjaku's true plan behind the culling game. Only Master Tengen has the knowledge to answer these questions. Megumi also reveals that this plan originally came from Yuki, who is already hiding inside Jujutsu High. Yuuji asks how they will pass through Master Tengen's barrier. The barrier contains 1,000 rotating doors, and only one leads to the Tomb of the Star Corridor, where Tengen resides. Choosing the wrong door means failing to meet him. Yuuji then asks about Nobara, but Megumi remains silent and lowers his head. Just then, Choso appears and offers help, explaining that he knows the correct path through the barrier. Mahito once stole death paintings and Sukuna's fingers from this place, and they plan to use the same route. The group then arrives at Jujutsu High and meets Maki, whose appearance has changed greatly after being burned by Jogo. Her body healed due to Heavenly Restriction technique, but the burning scars remain. Yuki is also present, and Choso explains that along the path to the Star Corridor, there is a vault that stores cursed tools and other objects. His 6 brothers' death paintings are sealed there, and he can sense them with his technique. Maki questions Choso's identity, and Yuki simply introduces him as his brother, which makes Choso extremely happy. After that, Choso guides them to the correct door, and they enter the Star Corridor. He also senses the direction of the vault, and plans to free his brothers soon. The group notices bloodstains on the ground, marking the place where Toji once shot Riko. When Yuuji questions what happened here, Yuki reflects on an incident 12 years ago that started everything. They reach the main hall, which is filled only with light. Yuki explains that Master Tengen appears only when he chooses to. As they turn back, Tengen finally calls out to them, beginning their long-awaited meeting. Master Tengen welcomes everyone, and also acknowledges Yuki, mentioning they are meeting again after a long time. Yuki immediately questions why Tengen sealed the Star Corridor. Tengen explains that he acted out of fear. He worried that someone among them could be working with Kenjaku, because he cannot read human hearts. Yuki then asks about Kenjaku's true identity. Tengen reveals that the person controlling the fake Geto's body is named Kenjaku. In the past, he was known as Noritoshi Kamo. Yuki wonders why Tengen looks so unusual. Tengen explains that he is immortal, but his body still ages. After living for hundreds of years, his form naturally changes. 12 years ago, he was supposed to merge with a star plasma vessel, but that merger failed. Because of this, his aging accelerated, and he lost his human identity, evolving into something closer to a curse. Megumi and Yuta then seek answers about Kenjaku's plan and how to free Gojo from the prison realm. Tengen agrees to explain, but he also requests for something in return. Since 3 special grade fighters are present, Yuta, Choso, and Yuki, Tengen wants 2 of them to stay behind and guard him. Yusa questions why an immortal being needs protection. Maki considers if Tengen can be sealed inside the prison realm too. Yusa also demands a clear reason and time limit. Tengen then begins explaining Kenjaku's true goal. Kenjaku plans to force the evolution of all humans in Japan. Megumi considers that idle transfiguration could achieve this, but Tengen explains that Kenjaku lacks the cursed energy for such a feat. Instead, Kenjaku plans to merge all humanity with Tengen himself. When Megumi remarks that Tengen can only merge with a star plasma vessel, Tengen explains that this rule changed after the failed merger 12 years ago. Now he can merge with ordinary humans as well. Choso questions how Tengen can merge with so many people alone. Tengen explains that the form they see is not his true body. His soul exists elsewhere, and to him earth and sky hold no difference. Those who merge with him would rise beyond normal jujutsu sorcerers. Tengen can control himself using barrier techniques, but humans cannot. If even one person loses control, the world will get destroyed. When Yuuji asks why Kenjaku desires this outcome, Tengen admits he does not know, as he cannot understand human intentions. Maki suggests refusing the merger, but Tengen explains that his evolution has made him more cursed than human. Kenjaku can use Geto's cursed spirit manipulation on him, forcing him to obey. This is why Tengen needs protection, as Kenjaku could break the barrier and reach him at any time. Yuki then wonders why Kenjaku chooses to act now. 12 years ago, Kenjaku caused the failed merger, which led to Tengen's evolution. Kenjaku has existed for over 1,000 years and even has ties to Sukuna, so the reason for acting now remains unclear. Tengen continues explaining that the destinies of the Star Plasma Vessel and the Six Eyes are deeply connected. In the past, Six Eyes users defeated Kenjaku twice. After those defeats, Kenjaku became desperate and began killing every Star Plasma Vessel he could find. He also hunted down any child born with the Six Eyes and killed them within a month. Even so, on the day of the merger, a Star Plasma Vessel and a Six Eyes user would still appear. Because killing them failed, Kenjaku changed his strategy. Instead of killing the Six Eyes user, he decided to seal them. For this purpose, he obtained the prison realm. Normally, only one Six Eyes user can exist at a time. However, 12 years ago, fate was disrupted. Toji Zenin entered the scene, who possessed heavenly restriction and had no cursed energy at all. His existence overturned destiny itself. He killed Riko, the star plasma vessel, and from that moment onward, everything began to collapse. 6 years later, Kenjaku finally acquired the prison realm and sealed Gojo. Megumi then seeks clarification about the culling game. Tengen explains that the culling game is a ritual meant to prepare for the merger. Kenjaku plans to collect cursed energy from the participants and use it to merge Tengen with the people of Japan. To perform such a massive ritual, Kenjaku bound himself with a binding vow, so he does not directly control the game. This also means that killing Kenjaku will not stop it. The culling game only ends when all players die. Players either enter the game or die anyway. There is no rule that allows the game to end. However, any player who earns 100 points can add a new rule. Yuta realizes they must enter the game and gather points to create a rule that allows Tsumiki and others to leave safely. Megumi adds that freeing Gojo is also essential. If Gojo returns, everything will be resolved. They ask Tengen how Gojo can be unsealed. Tengen first asks them to decide who will stay behind as guards. Choso and Yuki both volunteer. Tengen then reveals a box known as the back door of the prison realm. Opening it can free Gojo. However, it requires a cursed object that can cancel techniques, such as the inverted spear of heaven or the black rope. Both items no longer exist as Gojo destroyed them. Yuta explains that he searched for the black rope in Africa with Miguel, but found nothing. Tengen then reveals the final option. A sorcerer known as Angel, whose real name is Hana Kurusu, can erase cursed techniques. She is over 1,000 years old and is participating in the culling game. She is located in the eastern Tokyo colony barrier. If found, she can open the prison realm. Tengen explains that there are 10 colony barriers across Japan. When the boundary line completes its path, all of Japan will merge with Tengen. Only Hokkaido remains safe due to the Jujutsu headquarters barrier. Upon Megumi's asking, Tengen mentions that the ritual will finish in about 2 months. The culling game rules are as follows: all players must enter within 19 days. Kenjaku awakened many people on November 1st, including Tsumiki, and today is November 9th, leaving only 10 days. Anyone who refuses to participate will lose their cursed technique, a process that Shoko confirms leads to death. Entering a colony automatically registers a person as a player, whether they are a sorcerer or an ordinary human. Those already living inside a colony are given one chance to leave before participation becomes mandatory. Players gain points by killing others, 5 points for killing a sorcerer and 1 point for killing a normal human. Each participant receives a Shikigami called Kogane, which functions as the game interface and provides information. The true game master watches from the shadows. Reaching 100 points allows a player to add a new rule, but existing rules cannot be removed, without exception here. The game master will accept the new rule, as long as it does not affect the game. Tengen confirms that Kenjaku cannot act unfairly beyond these rules. However, if a player's points remain unchanged for 19 days, they will be eliminated. Yuuji realizes that participation will require killing someone, and Megumi mentions he already has a plan. With the rules understood, Yuki and Choso will stay behind to protect Tengen. Maki will return to the Zenin clan to recover cursed tools, which were taken after Gojo's sealing. Maki also requests the location of Juzo, planning to enter the game with Panda. Yuki will participate immediately to gather information. To avoid interference, they will go to different colonies, since communication may be impossible inside the game. Yuki and Megumi must recruit Hikari, a third-year student currently suspended, as they are short on people. Meanwhile, an unsuccessful comedian named Tekaba is introduced, participating in the culling game. After that, Maki returns to the Zenin clan to retrieve the cursed tools needed for the culling game. The first person she meets is Naoya, who immediately mocks her appearance and strength, criticizing her face, her lack of jujutsu skills, and inability to see cursed spirits. He remembers how he used to enjoy bullying her and wonders what she can do now, implying she will just follow Yuta and Megumi. Maki ignores him completely and continues toward the underground armory where the cursed tools are kept. Her mother stops her, insisting that women are not allowed inside. Maki calmly explains that she has the key to the armory and permission from the clan head Megumi to enter as well. In a flashback, Maki is talking to Megumi regarding his position as Zenin head clan. She tells him that now Bito's will declared Megumi the new Zenin clan head, so he officially holds the position now. Megumi does not want to become the clan head or manage any property, but Maki explains that if he officially takes the position, they will gain access to a lot of benefits, which is crucial for their plans. Megumi suggests that Maki should become the head instead, but she points out that the clan will never accept her because she lacks the clan technique and does not yet know how to create a domain like Megumi. She claims she is not good enough since she cannot create a place for Maki to belong. Megumi understands her and accepts his position as Zenin clan head, Back to the present, Maki's mother scolds her fiercely, but Maki ignores her and opens the armory door. Inside, she is shocked to see her father Oji waiting for her. Meanwhile, Junichi and Naoya discuss Megumi's position as the Zenin head. They agree that Megumi is a better choice because of his relations with the Gojo and Kamo clans, but they cannot allow him to take full control of the assets. They also cannot openly kill him, as it would provoke retaliation from the other clans. The higher-ups have issued a notice that freeing Gojo is considered a crime, which Junichi and Naoya plan to exploit. Their scheme is to accuse Maki, Megumi, and Mai of trying to free Gojo, and eventually killing them. Naoya remarks that Ogi's daughters will die in this plan, and Junichi confirms that Ogi himself designed the scheme. Back in the armory, Ogi tells Maki he anticipated her plan, so the cursed tools are no longer there as they were moved in advance. Just then, Maki watches her sister, Mai, stabbed and lying injured on the floor. Maki takes a cursed tool called Dragon Bone, created by Juzo, and moves forward towards Ogi. Ogi uses his secret technique and Maki strikes to cut Ogi's sword. But Ogi counters by slashing Maki with cursed energy and injuring her. He insults her and Mai, calling them as it was because of them he wasn't chosen as the previous clan head. While dragging Maki and Mai through the corridor, Ogi explains that his power comes from being a sorcerer, so breaking his sword won't shut down his technique. He blames his daughter for his failure to become the previous clan head. He throws Maki and Mai into a dark room filled with grade 2 and lower cursed spirits, planning for them to be eaten alive. Before leaving, he tells Maki that she is a stain upon his life. After that, Mai, badly injured, crawls toward Maki and checks for her heartbeat. She tells Maki she knew this would happen someday. Just then, Maki opens her eyes lying on a beach. Mai, sitting next to her, gets up and runs and walks towards the sea. She explains that in the Jujutsu world, identical twins are considered a bad omen because they are treated as a single existence, leaving both of them incomplete. Maki becomes confused and begs her sister to come back as Mai keeps moving toward the sea. But Mai decides to sacrifice her life to transfer her power, giving Maki the full benefit of heavenly restriction. She remarks she will leave her one final gift before dying, asking only that Maki destroy everything. When Maki regains consciousness and realizes her sister has passed away, there is a new sword resting in her hand. Maki begins crying over her sister Mai's death as cursed spirits surround her. Just then, Ogi senses the same fear he once felt from Toji Zenin. He immediately activates his technique, releases blazing courage and prepares to fight. However, Maki moves faster than he expects and kills him instantly with the sword Mai left for her. The Zenin clan's danger alarm starts ringing, and a guy informs Junichi and Naoya that Maki has gone berserk and killed Ogi. In response, the Kukuru unit is deployed. These are martial arts experts without cursed techniques, and their leader assumes Maki killed Ogi in his sleep. The Kukuru unit surrounds Maki, but she holds both the Dragon Bone and Maya's sword. She reflects on her life, thinking that if she had stayed home with Mai, things might have been peaceful. She apologizes to her sister silently, but resolves to fulfill Mai's last wish to destroy everything. Maki cuts through the Kukuru unit effortlessly. Next, Chojuro from the Hei unit, the semi-grade 1 or higher under Jujutsu high standards, attacks with 2 giant stone hands using his cursed technique. The attack fails, and Maki thrusts her hand into Chojuro's throat, ripping out his heart. She eliminates all opposition in her way. Ranta freezes Maki with his technique and instructs Junichi to finish her. But Maki moves despite the freeze, demonstrating her power is equal to Toji's. Junichi rains a massive barrage of punches from the sky, causing a huge explosion. But Maki emerges unscathed, holding Junichi's head and throws it into the river. Naoya witnesses this and questions if Maki even has a heart, but Maki reveals that Maki took her heart with her. Naoya remembers when he first met Toji, and how that moment shook him deeply. He attacks Maki at full speed, claiming that the weak must recognize the strong. He increases his speed, intending to obliterate Maki. If he keeps moving, he can become even faster, and then he won't lose. But Maki eventually gets an opening. She blocks his route and forces him to move in a straight line. Naoya thinks this won't help her at all, so he rushes forward at full speed. What Naoya doesn't realize is that Maki has already understood how his technique works. When Naoya comes close, Maki smashes his face with one powerful blow, crushing part of his skull. After that, Maki enters her house to face her mother. She kills her, completing her revenge. Naoya somehow survives briefly, but Maki's mother stabs him from behind, resulting in both of their deaths. Maki takes Mai's body and begins leaving, encountering Momo, who arrives crying. Maki hands Mai's body to her, but does not answer when Momo asks what she will do next. In the following days, the Gojo and Kamo clans suggest removing the Zenin clan from the big 3 families, but the final decision rests with the higher-ups. After learning that Panda is a cursed puppet capable of producing his own cursed energy, the higher-ups become extremely concerned. They realize that if Yaga can create one autonomous puppet, then he can make an entire army of them. Because of this, they arrest him, and demand that he reveal the secret behind the technique. But knowing that the higher-ups would abuse such power, Yaga pretends that Panda is a one-time accident and claims that he cannot recreate the process. The story then returns to the present. It becomes clear that Yaga has secretly created more autonomous puppets and hidden them deep inside a protected forest. One of the puppets notices that Yaga seems troubled. Yaga explains that he will not be able to visit them for a very long time. The puppets sadly bid goodbye and express how much they will miss him. At the same time, Panda is being held captive by the higher-ups, knowing that Yaga will eventually come searching for him. However, Kusakabe secretly helps Panda escape and explains that he is only repaying a debt he owes to Yaga. Kusakabe remembers his sister losing her young son Takeru and falls into deep grief. To help her recover, Yaga creates a puppet that contains Takeru's information and personality. Seeing it brings comfort to Kusakabe's sister and helps her heal emotionally. She embraces the puppet as if it were her own child. Although Yaga warns that the puppet cannot leave the forest because the higher-ups would discover it, she is allowed to visit whenever she wants. Back in the present, Yaga is stopped by a masked sorcerer who blocks his path. Yaga reveals that he is heading to see his son Panda. The sorcerer informs him that the higher-ups have sentenced him to death and offers him a chance to survive if he reveals the method used to create autonomous cursed puppets. Yaga points out how bold they have become since Gojo is no longer around. Moments later, Yaga hears the sound of a guitar and immediately realizes that Gakuganji has arrived as well. A fierce battle begins, and together the two sorcerers manage to fatally wound Yaga. After the fight ends, Gakuganji sends the other sorcerer away and remains beside Yaga. As Yaga lies on the ground, he finally explains that creating an autonomous cursed puppet requires copying soul information and placing it inside a puppet core. 3 different souls must exist within the same core so they can constantly observe one another. After about 3 months, a fully autonomous puppet is born. Gakuganji wonders why Yaga chooses to reveal the secret only now, since sharing it earlier could have saved his life. Yaga explains that this knowledge is a curse he is leaving behind. Just then, Panda finally arrives, but he is too late as Yaga has already passed away. Panda rushes to his father's side while Gakuganji watches. Unable to hold back his emotions any longer, Panda breaks down in tears over the loss of his father. Meanwhile, after receiving information from Tengen, Yuuji and Megumi head toward an underground fight club run by Kinji Hikari. Before entering, Yuuji and Megumi change their clothes so Hikari cannot recognize them as students from Jujutsu High. When they reach the entrance, some bodyguards stop them. Megumi claims that they have come to join the fight club. One guard attempts to intimidate him, but Megumi remains cold. He then creates a convincing story about replacing a fighter who is no longer around. At that moment, the guards receive approval from their boss and allow them inside. However, only Yuuji is permitted to fight. Megumi quickly realizes that Hikari must have seen them through the security cameras, so he decides to search for another way inside. After that, Yuuji finally enters Hikari's underground fight club. Before the match begins, one of the guards explains the rules. Fighters are not allowed to surrender or run away once a battle starts. They are also forbidden from using curse techniques because the ordinary spectators cannot see them. The guard also explains that there are 2 different kinds of matches inside the club. Some fights are completely real, while others follow scripts personally created by Hikari. The guard points out that a fighter who delivers an exciting performance may eventually meet Hikari personally. When Yuuji steps into the arena, he finds himself surrounded by a large and energetic crowd. To his surprise, his opponent turns out to be Panda. Meanwhile, Hikari watches everything from a surveillance room alongside Kirara Hoshi, another third former student from Jujutsu High. Hikari has grown tired of recent matches, but Yuuji and Panda immediately bring new energy to the arena. While pretending to battle seriously, they secretly exchange information about their mission. Panda confirms that he has never managed to reach Hikari personally despite spending plenty of time at the club. The fight continues as small attacks appear devastating and ordinary punches seem powerful enough to end the match. Eventually, Yuuji delivers a fake blow, sending Panda to the ground. The crowd erupts with excitement as Yuuji is declared the winner. Hikari is impressed by Yuuji's ability to entertain the audience and decides to invite him to his office. Elsewhere, Megumi secretly overhears this information while hiding near the guards. Later, he meets with Panda outside the arena to discuss their next move. Panda explains that Hikari spends most of his time inside his office, but nobody can easily reach him because of Kirara's curse technique. Both Panda and Megumi believe that Hikari will naturally enjoy Yuuji's personality. However, they also know that Yuuji is terrible at lying, so the entire plan can go in vain. Panda and Megumi decide to take down the guards outside Hikari's office if things go wrong. Meanwhile, Yuuji receives a formal invitation to Hikari's office. Once inside, Hikari begins speaking about a business opportunity that supposedly offers large amounts of money. After hearing the details, Yuuji quickly realizes that the scheme resembles a common scam. Rather than denying it, Hikari openly admits the truth and explains that many people still fall for these tricks because of what he calls heat. He believes that every person carries this passion somewhere inside them. Hikari reveals that he loves this heat more than anything else. To him, gambling represents the purest form of human passion. He argues that everyone in society is gambling on something, whether they realize it or not. His dream is to spread his fight club and control the excitement and ambition of people. He also points out that society is changing rapidly. The public now knows about cursed spirits, while jujutsu sorcerers struggle to maintain control. Hikari views this chaos as a perfect opportunity to expand his influence and grow his business even further. Everything changes when Hikari receives a phone call from Kirara. Watching the phone ringing, he casually brings up Satoru Gojo while offering him a drink. Trying to protect his disguise, Yuuji pretends not to know who Gojo is, and the mistake instantly exposes him. Since every sorcerer knows Gojo's name, Hikari immediately realizes Yuuji may have connections to Jujutsu High. Yuuji quickly attempts to explain the situation, but Hikari refuses to listen. Believing that he has been deceived, Hikari suddenly attacks Yuuji. Megumi secretly enters the building by hiding inside a guard's shadow. Once he gets inside, he quietly knocks the guard unconscious and continues his mission. At the same time, Panda waits outside while playing with a tire in front of two guards. One of the guards suddenly recognizes him as the powerful fighter from their underground club. Before they can react properly, Panda quickly defeats both guards and rushes toward the emergency staircase, knowing it has no security cameras. After making their way through the building, Megumi and Panda finally reach the rooftop where Hikari's office is located. However, they are surprised to find Kirara waiting outside. The moment Kirara spots Megumi, she recognizes him as the student who arrived earlier with Yuuji. She instantly realizes that Panda helped him enter the building, confirming that both of them are students from Jujutsu High. Understanding the danger this creates for Hikari, she immediately contacts him to warn him about the situation. Megumi quickly summons Divine Dog and orders it to attack Kirara. To his surprise, the attack completely fails. Instead of reaching its target, the Shikigami is suddenly redirected and sent flying back toward Megumi. Kirara then runs toward Hikari's office while Panda chases after her. He attempts to explain that they are not enemies and only wants to speak with Hikari, but Kirara refuses to trust him. Megumi's Divine Dog blocks Kirara's path, yet Megumi himself is suddenly pulled toward his own Shikigami. He becomes confused and eager to understand the nature of Kirara's curse technique. At the same time, Panda notices a strange mark appearing behind him. Megumi explains to Kirara that they are not acting on behalf of Jujutsu High, and asks whether she knows about the crisis unfolding in Tokyo. The barriers spreading across the city are part of the deadly culling game, and they urgently need Hikari's help. Even after hearing this, Kirara remains unwilling to cooperate. Megumi asks about the conflict between Hikari, Kirara, and the higher-ups that eventually leads to their expulsion from Jujutsu High. Kirara criticizes the higher-ups as conservative and questions why Hikari's help is even necessary, when Gojo usually handles every major problem. Megumi then reveals that Gojo has been sealed away. Then he activates Rabbit Escape, filling the rooftop with countless rabbits. While observing them, he notices strange marks appearing on every rabbit, while the office door bears a completely different mark. Kirara believes her technique has successfully marked the rabbits and that they should eventually overwhelm Megumi. Instead, he suddenly dismisses them all. Megumi then carefully reviews everything he has observed. Panda points out that the rabbits never managed to approach either Kirara or the office. Looking around, Megumi notices that both he and Panda carry different markings. He realizes Kirara's curse technique is related to the Southern Cross constellation. Remembering lessons his sister Tsumiki taught him as a child, Megumi remembers the 4 stars that form the constellation's cross shape. He concludes that Kirara assigns those stars to different targets, forcing certain marked objects and people to stay apart. Megumi notices that although Kirara can approach the office door, she never actually enters. Panda suggests that a hidden 5th star exists between them and their goal. As Kirara grows nervous, she marks a nearby car and sends it crashing into Panda. Megumi continues analyzing the technique and realizes Kirara marks cursed energy itself rather than physical bodies. Searching the area, he eventually discovers a parking space labeled as a mark, and immediately identifies it as the mysterious 5th star. Megumi finally uncovers the secret behind Kirara's curse technique, known as Love Rendezvous. The technique is based on the Southern Cross constellation and works by assigning one of 5 star names to different targets. When 2 targets receive the same star designation, they are naturally drawn toward each other and stick together. As he studies the pattern further, Megumi realizes that the stars follow a fixed order based on their distance from Earth. Because of these rules, a marked target cannot simply move wherever it wants. Instead, it must approach other targets through a specific sequence. From this, Megumi figures out that he first needs to make contact with Mimosa before he can reach either Kirara or Hikari's office. Thinking quickly, he summons another rabbit and hands it over to Panda. Panda immediately throws the rabbit toward the parking space marked Mimosa. Since the rabbit is connected to Megumi through his technique, the move effectively allows Megumi to establish contact with the star. Meanwhile, Kurara continues attacking and sends several cars flying toward him in an attempt to stop his plan. Just when she appears to have control of the battle, Megumi's divine dog suddenly emerges and grabs hold of her. Kurara instantly realizes that earlier, Megumi never dismissed the Shikigami at all. Instead, he secretly hides it behind a nearby wall and waits for the perfect opportunity. Because of the attraction effect created by her own technique, the divine dog pulls Kurara along with it and drags her directly toward Megumi. With no way to escape, Kurara is forced to deactivate her curse technique, and Megumi restrains her. Kurara wonders how he knows the attraction would pull the divine dog toward him instead of pulling him toward the dog. Megumi admits that the plan involves some risk. But he also notices that the target with greater cursed energy becomes the dominant point of attraction. So this time he increases his cursed energy output and successfully reverses the effect. Kurara cannot help but admire how quickly Megumi figures out such a complicated technique. After hearing his explanation, she finally agrees to listen. Just then, the office door suddenly explodes open. Yuuji comes flying out across the rooftop after being thrown by Hikari. Hikari follows closely behind and lands another heavy punch. To Hikari's surprise, Yuuji refuses to defend himself. Instead, he remains focused on earning Hikari's trust. Hikari becomes confused by Yuji's determination and agrees to listen only if Yuuji can remain firm. Kurara quickly supports Megumi and Panda's story, insisting that they genuinely need Hikari's help. Even so, Hikari continues testing Yuji's resolve and questions why they specifically need him. Yuuji honestly reveals that everyone around him believes Hikari is strong enough to help them. Hikari points out that helping them would mean risking his own life. If Yuuji truly wants his cooperation, then he must prove his passion and determination. Rather than describing himself as a hero, Yuuji views himself as a simple cog within a larger machine. To him, sorcerers exist to eliminate curses, and his role is merely one small part of that process. Hikari finds the answer unimpressive and delivers another powerful blow that sends Yuuji crashing across the rooftop. Although Yuuji considers himself a cog, he believes every cog is important for keeping a machine running. Watching this determination, Hikari finally understands the kind of passion driving Yuuji forward. At last, Hikari agrees to hear them out. Suddenly, Kagane appears and announces a new rule that now allows players to view another participant's name, points, added rules, and colony location. The story then shifts to Hajime Kashimo, the sorcerer responsible for creating the rule. After collecting 200 points and defeating countless opponents, he grows bored with the weak fighters of the modern era. By spending 100 points to create the new rule, Kashimo intends to locate Ryomen Sukuna as quickly as possible and challenge him in battle. After that, we see Sasaki, Yuji's former school friend and member of the occult club. She finds herself face to face with Kenjaku, who reveals that he is a Jujutsu sorcerer. He explains that a massive barrier has been created for the upcoming culling game, but he cannot force ordinary people to remain inside. Kenjaku personally guides them towards safety and explains that once they are outside, everything will feel like a dream. After hearing this, Sasaki decides to leave the colony. As Kenjaku escorts her toward the exit, he expresses gratitude for her friendship with his son. Moments later, she wakes up outside the barrier and reunites with Iguchi, another former school friend and member of the occult club. As she reflects on Kenjaku's words, her thoughts immediately turn to Yuuji. Elsewhere, Yuuji and Megumi finally reveal to Hikari that Gojo has been sealed. Soon after, Panda reveals that Principal Yaga is now dead. He explains that after the Shibuya incident, the higher-ups targeted Yaga and ultimately took his life. The revelation deeply affects everyone, especially Yuuji. Eventually, Hikari agrees to join their fight against the culling game. Though not out of kindness, he hopes to take advantage of future changes in Jujutsu society. As knowledge of curses slowly spreads among ordinary people, he believes new regulations will emerge. His goal is to use those changes to legally operate his underground fight club. Megumi responds by promising support as the new head of the Zenin clan. The group then discusses which colony each person should enter. Kogane suddenly appears and informs that a player named Kashimo has spent 100 points to create a new rule which allows participants to view information about other players. Kogane then identifies itself as Yuji's assigned guide. This immediately alarms Megumi because Yuuji has not officially entered the game. If Kogane already recognizes him as a participant, then Yuuji must already be registered. He quickly suspects Sukuna's involvement and theorizes that Sukuna may have formed a contract with Kenjaku 1,000 years ago. As they examine the player list, they discover that Kashimo has already earned 200 points, meaning he has defeated at least 40 players. Megumi immediately forms a strategy that if Kashimo can be persuaded to create another rule, unnecessary killing might be avoided. Kogane reveals that only one other participant has earned more than 100 points, and he is Hiromi Higuruma. Megumi hopes to use these powerful players to introduce new rules that can save innocent participants like Tsumiki. One proposed rule allows players to transfer points to each other, preventing elimination without forcing anyone to kill. Another rule would let players leave the game by spending points, though only if they provide a replacement participant. With their objectives established, the team now focuses on 3 important targets. They must locate Angel, the sorcerer capable of freeing Gojo from the prison realm. They must also find Kashimo and Higuruma to help change the game's rules. Yet despite searching through the player list, Angel's name is nowhere to be found. The group realizes that Angel may be using another identity, but according to Tengen, the mysterious sorcerer is somewhere inside Tokyo Colony No. 2. Hikari becomes curious about Angel's appearance, but Megumi explains that they will instantly recognize once they meet her. With their goals now established, the team divides into separate groups. Hikari and Panda prepare to enter Tokyo Colony No. 2 while Yuuji and Megumi head toward Tokyo Colony No. 1. Kirara remains outside the barriers to monitor events from the outside. Since Kashimo appears to be the strongest player in the game, Hikari is considered the most suitable person to deal with him. Meanwhile, Panda plans to use his excellent senses to help locate Angel. Kirara is not pleased about being left behind, but Hikari points out that Yuta has not contacted anyone since entering a colony, suggesting that communication between the inside and outside may be completely blocked. Because of this possibility, someone must remain outside to gather information and watch over the situation. Yuuji still feels uneasy about entering the same colony as Megumi. He worries that Sukuna could take advantage of the situation and cause trouble. However, Megumi dismisses those concerns, and maintains that Hikari's plan remains their best option. The following day, on November 12th, the group arrives at the barrier. Kogane immediately informs them that the culling game is already active inside. Anyone who crosses the barrier automatically becomes a participant. Understanding the risk, Yuuji, Megumi, Hikari and Panda all agree to enter. Inside Colony No. 1, a woman named Hanu waits alongside a boy named Amai for the arrival of new players. Hanu then activates her curse technique, transforming her hair into powerful jet engines. Moments later, she launches herself free to search for a target. Outside the barrier, Megumi explains that ancient sorcerers are especially dangerous because many of them do not care about human life. 1,000 years ago, battle often served as entertainment for people like them, which likely explains why they agree to Kenjaku's contract and join the culling game. Because Kashimo and Higuruma appear to be ancient sorcerers, cooperation may be difficult. Megumi believes modern sorcerers forced into the game against their will may be more willing to cooperate. Since finding Higuruma remains their top priority, they decide to focus on locating him first. As soon as they cross the barrier, Yuuji and Megumi are instantly separated and begin falling. Every new player enters through one of 9 fixed spawn locations scattered across the colony, which is never mentioned in the official rules. Several experienced players have already discovered this and turn it into a deadly trap. They camp near the spawn points, waiting for newcomers to arrive so they can eliminate them immediately. Amai quickly spots Yuuji descending from above and alerts his companions. Within seconds, Hanu rockets toward Yuuji and hits directly into him. The collision sends both of them crashing through a nearby building. When Yuuji emerges completely unharmed, Hanu immediately seeks help. Before she can react further, Yuuji grabs a stone and throws it with incredible force. The strike knocks Hanu out of the air, sending her falling toward the ground. Soon after, her partner Habuba arrives, and his curse technique transforms his hair into spinning helicopter blades and launches an attack on Yuuji. Amai watches from afar and quickly recognizes him as Yuuji, a former local celebrity from his hometown. Realizing that Habuba relies heavily on aerial movement, Yuuji moves into a building to limit his opponent's mobility. Habuba cuts through walls and ceilings in pursuit, but the confined space works in Yuuji's favor. A powerful punch leaves Habuba disoriented, and a follow-up kick finally knocks him unconscious. After that, Amai approaches and offers information about Higuruma. He reveals that Higuruma is supposedly located in Ikebukuro. Elsewhere, Megumi defeats another player named Remy shortly after entering the colony. Remy also claims to know Higuruma's location, but demands protection in exchange. Unlike Yuuji, Megumi is fully prepared to do whatever is necessary to survive the game. He learns that Remy is a modern sorcerer who never receives the opportunity to leave the colony before the game begins. Remy explains that for people like her, the culling game starts nearly 2 weeks earlier. Survival forces everyone to keep participating, whether they want to or not. This revelation helps Megumi understand that desperate modern sorcerers can be just as dangerous as ancient ones. Finally, Remy provides her information, claiming that Higuruma is in Shinjuku. Back in March 2016, when a thief eliminated a mother and her daughter, and the police quickly arrest a young man named Kita. Even though all the evidence points directly at him, Kita continues to insist that he is completely innocent. At this time, Higuruma works as a defense lawyer, and he visits Kita to learn the details of the case for himself. When police officers first approach Kita for questioning, he immediately runs away. After chasing him to his home, the officers discover a knife covered in blood inside his room. Tests later confirm that the blood belongs to the murdered mother and daughter. Kita explains that he only runs because he secretly owns a cat, even though pets are forbidden in his apartment building. Regarding the knife, he claims that he found it abandoned on the street and picked it up with the intention of turning it over later. Back at the office, Higuruma discusses the case with his assistant Shimizu. She finds Kita's explanation difficult to believe and struggles to understand. Higuruma explains that Kita has experienced police harassment before, making his fear understandable. Higuruma also points out that Kita plans to hand the knife over to the authorities. Kita works at a shelter which cares for elderly residents. Instead of receiving a proper salary, he survives on a small allowance and a single meal each day while still being charged monthly rent. Convinced that Kita is innocent, Higuruma throws himself into the investigation. Shimizu questions why he continues working so hard on a case expected to end in a conviction. But for Higuruma, such cases are necessary because they force lawyers to remain sharp and challenge injustice whenever possible. Eventually, Higuruma uncovers evidence proving Kita's innocence. Another young man from the neighborhood disappears on the day of the murders, making him a possible suspect. CCTV footage also places Kita somewhere else during the crime, and none of the stolen property is found in his possession. Although Kita is initially cleared, the prosecution appeals and the court reverses the outcome and sentences him to life imprisonment. With limited resources and no major new evidence, Higuruma cannot stop the verdict. As the sentence is announced, Kita stares at Higuruma with a painful mix of anger and disappointment. The look deeply unsettles Higuruma, and he questions everything he believes about justice and the legal system. Higuruma has never viewed himself as a hero. He simply cannot ignore wrongdoing when it happens before his eyes. He believes the law is supposed to treat everyone equally, yet equality does not always create justice. Worse still, many people choose to look away from uncomfortable truths. Higuruma refuses to do that, even if it means standing alone. When the judge explains the appeal process, something inside Higuruma finally breaks. He suddenly rises and strikes the judge's bench with a gavel. To everyone's shock, a massive shikigami appears above him. Higuruma announces that the trial will begin again. This becomes the moment his cursed technique awakens, and eventually leads him into the culling game. Back in the present, we see a player named Reggie, waiting patiently, having a collection of receipts and searching for his next target. The story flashes back to Amai's school days. He watches a group of students bully another boy but chooses not to interfere. Then a new student steps in and stops the situation. Amai expects him to get beaten up, but the newcomer is Yuuji Itadori. To Amai's amazement, Yuuji easily defeats the bullies. In the present, Amai guides Yuuji to a theater and reveals that Higuruma supposedly lives inside. After thanking him, Yuuji heads toward the building. Elsewhere, Remi leads Megumi through the colony while claiming that she knows where Higuruma can be found. But instead of arriving at Higuruma's location, Megumi finds himself standing face to face with Reggie. The betrayal immediately irritates Megumi, and without hesitating, he summons Divine Dog and prepares for battle. Meanwhile, Yuuji locates Higuruma inside an abandoned theater. To his surprise, Higuruma is resting fully clothed inside a bathtub. Yuuji quickly turns the conversation toward the culling game, and the reason he has come. Higuruma initially treats the situation lightly and briefly jokes about charging legal consultation fees. The remark catches Yuuji by surprise, but Higuruma soon reveals that he is only amusing himself by pretending to be the kind of lawyer who cares only about money. During the conversation, Yuuji notices Higuruma is not an ancient sorcerer brought back from the past. Instead, he is a modern person who recently gained cursed energy and awakened his abilities, which gives him hope. On the other hand, Reggie recognizes that Megumi possesses tremendous strength and chooses a different approach. He attempts to recruit him and begins discussing the true nature of the culling game. Megumi explains that the culling game is a ritual connected to Kenjaku's larger plan and may eventually affect every person living in Japan. Reggie listens with amusement and then presents his own theory regarding Kenjaku's intentions. The game contains roughly 1,000 sorcerers spread across multiple colonies, with around 100 participants occupying each area. Among these players are terrifying individuals such as Kashimo and Higuruma, fighters capable of eliminating huge numbers of opponents on their own. In fact, Kashimo and Higuruma have already removed nearly 60 participants from the game. Reggie explains that many modern sorcerers die almost immediately after entering the battlefield, leaving only the strongest survivors behind. This observation causes Reggie to question Kenjaku's supposed objective. If gathering cursed energy is truly the goal, then creating a system where inexperienced newcomers drop helplessly into deadly combat seems inefficient. A longer conflict would generate far more energy and keep the ritual active for a greater period of time. Because of this, Reggie suspects that Kenjaku has a completely different endgame. He believes the mastermind intends to allow the strongest fighters to eliminate everyone else first. Then, once only the most dangerous survivors remain, Kenjaku may destroy them all at once and personally bring the game to its conclusion. Back inside the theater, Yuuji explains that he wants to stop the ritual before Kenjaku's plan can succeed. More importantly, he needs Higuruma's 100 points to create a new rule that could help save countless lives. Unfortunately, Higuruma immediately rejects Yuuji's request. His refusal stems from his disappointment with the real-world legal system. After years of witnessing injustice, he develops a deep fascination with the laws governing the culling game. Rather than ending the ritual, he wants to observe how its system functions. He wonders whether rule breakers receive a fair hearing, whether evidence can be presented, and whether punishment follows a proper process, or arrives instantly without mercy. Yuki argues that the game is merely a tool within a much larger scheme, and that innocent people across Japan may ultimately suffer if it continues. Higuruma remains unconvinced, as based on the rules he believes the game appears designed to continue indefinitely, rather than end abruptly. Realizing that discussion alone will accomplish nothing, Yuki becomes more forceful and demands Higuruma's cooperation. Higuruma responds by reflecting on anger, justice, and the feeling of taking a life. The atmosphere suddenly grows much darker, as a massive Shikigami materializes behind him. At that moment, Yuuji remembers that Higuruma possesses more than 100 points. Since points are mainly earned through defeating other players, that total means Higuruma has already overcome around 20 sorcerers. Without further hesitation, Higuruma steps forward and activates his domain expansion, Deadly Sentencing. We then see Yuuji Itadori facing Hiromi Higuruma inside the culling game colony, and before Yuuji can properly understand his opponent's abilities, Higuruma immediately activates his domain expansion called Deadly Sentencing, causing Yuuji to realize that allowing the domain to fully form could put him at a serious disadvantage. So he rushes forward and attempts to strike Higuruma before the technique is completed, but his punch suddenly stops in mid-air. And Higuruma calmly explains that violence is forbidden inside his domain, and that this restriction applies equally to both of them. The battlefield then transforms into a courtroom, where Yuuji and Higuruma stand inside trial stands, while a mysterious Shikigami called Judgment appears behind Higuruma and takes the role of judge. Judgment immediately announces the accusation against Yuuji, stating that he illegally entered a gambling parlor while under the legal age. Higuruma explains that Judgment possesses complete knowledge about the people standing inside the domain, although Higuruma himself does not automatically know everything, and because of that the trial must proceed before a final judgment can be delivered. An envelope containing evidence suddenly appears in Higuruma's hand, and he explains that it has been provided by Judgment. However, Yuuji is informed that the evidence alone does not determine guilt, because he will first receive an opportunity to defend himself before the contents are revealed. While thinking about the situation, Yuuji remembers what Tengen explained about old-style domains. Ancient domain expansions usually did not possess guaranteed hit effects, and instead forced opponents to obey special rules. Modern domains normally guarantee that the user's attacks will hit their target, but Higuruma's domain belongs to the older style and focuses entirely on judgment rather than direct damage. Because of the binding vow supporting the technique, Higuruma is required to explain the rules to Yuuji. Higuruma tells Yuuji that he has only one chance to defend himself, and after that the evidence will be revealed and a verdict will be announced. Yuuji asks what punishment awaits him if he is found guilty, but Higuruma refuses to answer and instead explains that Yuuji has three options: he can remain silent, confess his crime, or deny the accusation completely. Yuuji begins carefully considering his answer because he really did enter the gambling parlor, played games there, and even won money. However, he has no idea what evidence exists inside the envelope. If the evidence only proves that he entered the building, then perhaps he can claim that he went there for another reason. Eventually, he decides to say that he entered the parlor only to use the restroom. The moment Yuuji finishes speaking, Higuruma opens the envelope and reveals a photograph showing Yuuji standing near an ATM machine. The image itself says nothing about gambling, but Yuuji immediately realizes his mistake because he has already admitted entering the establishment. Combined with the ATM photograph, it becomes easy to conclude that he broke the law by entering the gambling parlor while underage. Higuruma even points out that withdrawing money from an ATM is not illegal and that Yuuji could have simply denied the accusation. Judgment then announces the verdict and declares Yuuji guilty, and his punishment is confiscation. The courtroom disappears, both fighters return to reality, and Higuruma immediately attacks by throwing his hammer at Yuuji. The weapon strikes him before disappearing and returning to Higuruma's hand, and he enlarges the hammer and launches another attack. While Yuuji notices something strange, he suddenly finds himself unable to control his cursed energy properly. The story then reveals more information about Higuruma at 36 years old. He was already considered a genius lawyer who passed every major examination with ease. However, his talent as a sorcerer proves even greater. After awakening his cursed energy, he quickly learned advanced techniques, mastered barrier skills, analyzed his own abilities, and within only 12 days became as powerful as a grade 1 sorcerer. Before entering the culling game, he destroyed many cursed spirits, and after joining the game, he defeated numerous participants and accumulated 100 points. Back in the present battle, Higuruma continues attacking with his hammer, extending it to enormous lengths and launching it repeatedly like a projectile. Despite losing access to his cursed energy, Yuuji somehow manages to avoid many of the attacks through pure athletic ability. Higuruma eventually explains the effect of confiscation. Normally, the punishment removes a sorcerer's cursed technique, but because Yuuji does not possess an innate cursed technique, judgment instead confiscated his cursed energy itself. Higuruma becomes increasingly surprised because most sorcerers would become helpless after losing their cursed techniques. Yet Yuuji continues fighting with incredible strength. He realizes that Yuji's physical body alone is extraordinarily powerful and that defeating him will require serious effort. The battle grows more intense as Higuruma repeatedly strikes at Yuuji and eventually knocks him down to a lower area. Meanwhile, Yuuji desperately searches for a weakness while enduring the relentless assault. While pinned down and struggling against Higuruma's attacks, Yuuji suddenly remembers an important detail about the trial system and demands a retrial. Immediately, both fighters are pulled back into deadly sentencing. Judgment announces a new accusation, this time claiming that Yuuji is responsible for the deaths of countless people during the Shibuya incident. Instead of defending himself, Yuuji lowers his head and accepts the accusation. He openly confesses and declares himself guilty. Judgment responds by delivering the harshest possible punishment, the death penalty. The domain disappears once more. They return to reality, and this time Higuruma's hammer is gone, and in its place appears the executioner's sword. Higuruma explains that this weapon is granted when the death penalty is issued, and that anyone touched by it dies instantly regardless of their strength. As Higuruma advances with the sword, the story explores his thoughts. Years of dealing with criminals have made him lose faith in humanity. He has seen countless examples of corruption, selfishness, and injustice. However, Yuuji's confession begins to affect him because Higuruma already knows the truth. The evidence given by Judgment clearly shows that the massacre in Shibuya was committed by Sukuno while controlling Yuuji's body. Yuuji is not legally responsible for those deaths, yet he still chooses to accept the blame because he feels guilty for being unable to stop Sukuno. Watching Yuuji accept responsibility for something he did not personally do reminds Higuruma why he originally became a lawyer. He remembers believing that human flaws did not make people worthless, but instead made them worthy of understanding and protection. As these memories return, he finally makes his decision. Higuruma dismisses the executioner's sword and stops fighting. Yuuji is shocked and asks why, so Higuruma explains that Yuuji is innocent of the crime discussed during the retrial, and that he has remembered the reason he chose to defend people in the first place, and decides to help Yuuji instead of killing him. The two men sit down and Higuruma asks whether Yuuji has ever intentionally killed someone, and Yuuji admits that he has. Higuruma then agrees to use his 100 points for Yuuji's plan. He creates a new rule allowing players to transfer points between one another and Kogane, immediately adds it to the culling game. Higuruma then transfers a point to Yuuji, ensuring that he remains safe from elimination. As he prepares to leave, Higuruma reveals a dark secret. Shortly after awakening his powers, he killed a judge and a lawyer who had helped convict an innocent person named Kita Oi, and those deaths earned his first points. The rest were earned inside the colony. Because of those crimes, he plans to surrender himself to the police after the culling game ends. He believes remaining with Yuuji would only deepen his self-hatred. After saying goodbye, he walks away, leaving Yuuji with a valuable ally's support. We then see Reggie explaining that Kenjaku's true plan is far more terrifying. As once only one powerful sorcerer remains inside each colony, Kenjaku intends to unleash a terrifying bomb. He does not know the exact nature of this bomb, but he believes its activation could happen at any moment. Because of this, he has been gathering allies and collecting points so that strong people can survive whatever disaster is coming. Megumi points out that Remy does not seem strong enough to be useful in such a dangerous situation. Reggie explains that Remy's strength does not come from fighting instead. She tricks and manipulates people into following her, allowing Reggie to lure targets into traps without attracting suspicion. Megumi immediately understands the situation and coldly asks whether Reggie plans to kill Remy and take her points once she becomes useless. Reggie denies this and claims that he would never do such a thing. Remy happily agrees and says that Reggie is her true knight who will always protect her. Megumi sees through the illusion and tells Remy that she is being deceived, and asks Reggie whether he and his group together possess around 100 points. When Reggie confirms this, Megumi demands that those points be handed over because he intends to create a new rule that will allow players to transfer points to one another. Reggie immediately realizes that negotiation is impossible and prepares to fight. Before either side can move further, another player, Hari, suddenly attacks Megumi. However, Megumi instantly sinks into Hari's shadow and disappears before reappearing behind him. Using his strength and technique together, Megumi throws Hari downward and creates distance. At the same time, he commands Nui to attack while Divine Dog rushes toward Reggie. Megumi also warns Remy to leave and never show her face to him again. Reggie quickly injures Divine Dog and mocks Megumi for being too soft, and tells him that if he truly wants their points, then he will eventually have to kill them. Suddenly, a human eye lands near Megumi and explodes with tremendous force. The attack comes from another member of Reggie's group, Iori Hazunoki. While the attacks continue, Remy unexpectedly joins the battle by using her unusual hair technique against Megumi, but he easily catches her braid and throws her aside, while once again telling her to run away. Reggie then throws gas station receipts toward Megumi, which transform into actual gasoline speed and across the battlefield, forcing Megumi to retreat. Hazunoki follows this with more explosive teeth, creating another powerful blast, but Megumi manages to avoid serious damage. Reggie and Hazunoki admit that Megumi is tougher than expected, although they believe he must be getting tired. Meanwhile, Megumi rescues Remy from the chaos and tries to explain that Reggie and his allies do not truly care about her. But Remy suddenly stabs Megumi from behind, demanding him to promise to protect her and tell her that he likes her because Reggie said similar things before. Megumi finally realizes that Remy blindly believes whatever comforting words she hears. At that moment, Hari arrives again, and before the battle can continue, Kogain suddenly appears and announces a newly added rule allowing players to transfer points to one another. Megumi immediately realizes that Yuuji must have succeeded in his mission with Higuruma. The fight resumes as Megumi summons his divine frogs and traps Hari, and then calls forth Max Elephant and smashes Hari with tremendous force, sending him falling downward. This time, Megumi follows him and draws his sword, killing Hari. He wonders whether gaining points through killing is truly the right path, especially now that the new transfer rule means his sister Tsumiki will not need to kill anyone herself. He reminds himself to trust his friends and think more calmly. Kogen announces that Megumi has gained 5 points from defeating Hari. Soon afterward, Reggie and Hazunoki arrive. Megumi is already injured from the earlier explosions, cannot easily escape, and knows that his domain expansion remains incomplete because he still cannot fully seal it. Hazunoki launches another explosive tooth toward Megumi, but before it reaches him, someone suddenly jumps in front of the attack and the tooth explodes directly in the newcomer's face. To everyone's surprise, the person is Fumihiko Takaba. Megumi becomes extremely confused while Takaba cheerfully announces that he will help him, and since Takaba saved him, Megumi decides to trust him for now. Then Takaba proudly tells a terrible joke about Wi-Fi and waits for laughter, but complete silence follows, and offended by the lack of reaction, Takaba starts yelling at everyone for not appreciating comedy. The strange behavior reminds Megumi of Aoi Todo. Suddenly, Takaba rushes forward and kicks Hazunoki directly in the face, sending him crashing through a wall. Reggie is shocked because Takaba's cursed energy suddenly rises to an incredible level. Takaba proudly declares that he can hit just as hard as he can make people laugh. Megumi uses the opportunity to attack Reggie from the shadows, but Reggie escapes and Megumi quickly explains Hazunoki's technique to Takaba and suggests splitting up. Since their objective in the colony has been completed, Megumi no longer wants unnecessary battles. Reggie refuses to let things end peacefully because Hari's death reduced the group's points. Megumi tells Takaba to defeat Hazunoki, but make sure to obtain his points first, and Takaba agrees. Hazunoki throws another explosive attack, but Takaba casually redirects it with a paper fan before humiliating him and kicking him away once again. As Takaba chases Hazunoki, Megumi and Reggie prepare for their final confrontation. Megumi declares that he can now fight seriously, and Reggie responds by using his receipt-based curse technique to create object after object, and Megumi summons Niwa Max Elephant. The battle grows increasingly intense as Reggie uses a luxury hotel receipt to restore his stamina, while Megumi becomes exhausted from repeatedly summoning powerful Shikigami. Reggie points out that Max Elephant consumes a huge amount of cursed energy and predicts that Megumi will soon run out of options. Megumi appears to retreat by flying away with Niue, but Reggie pursues him. Eventually, the chase leads them into a large gymnasium, and both fighters exchange attacks as Reggie reveals that he can control the objects he creates, much like Shikigami. Finally, Reggie tells Megumi to surrender his points and accept an easy death. Megumi responds by revealing his true plan. Since he still struggles with barrier techniques and cannot fully complete his domain expansion, he decides to use the gym itself as a substitute barrier. Dark shadows spread throughout the entire building as Megumi activates domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden reminding Reggie that he never said he lacked a finishing move. Megumi Fushiguro's domain expansion named Chimera Shadow Garden traps Reggie Star inside a dark flooded shadow space where Megumi finally takes control of the battlefield. And as the domain activates, Reggie quickly responds by using a technique called Hollow Wicker Basket, which is an old-style simple domain that is supposed to neutralize the guaranteed hit effect of domains. But as the fight continues, Reggie slowly realizes that Megumi's domain does not work like a normal complete domain because it has no guaranteed hit system and no fixed barrier structure, which means the simple domain is not fully effective against it. While at the same time, Megumi's 10 Shadows technique receives a massive boost inside his domain and becomes far more powerful than usual as he gains the ability to move through shadows instantly and summon multiple Shikigami without restriction. Inside this chaotic shadow world, Megumi uses Divine Dog and other Shikigami to attack Reggie continuously, while Reggie tries to survive by using his cursed technique based on receipts, where anything written on a receipt can temporarily become real, and he throws multiple objects like cars into the domain hoping to crush Megumi under sheer weight, as everything stored in his shadow carries weight, and this burden affects him physically, which Reggie realizes and uses to his advantage by dropping 3 heavy cars into the domain that together weigh several tons, forcing Megumi down under extreme pressure while Megumi struggles but refuses to stop fighting. As Reggie continues his strategy, he tries to overwhelm Megumi by continuously summoning heavy objects to crush him. Megumi calmly explains that even an incomplete domain is still a domain, and it allows him to attack from multiple directions including above, which puts Reggie in a dangerous position. Just then, Megumi responds by summoning Max Elephant from above, dropping it directly onto Reggie, which causes massive destruction, as both fighters are now suffering under extreme gravitational pressure from the summoned objects, and while both of them are being crushed, cursed skills are no longer the focus of the battle. Instead, it becomes an endurance competition to see who can break first. Reggie begins thinking strategically and regrets not keeping certain powerful receipts like trucks that could have given him an advantage. But he also realizes that entering Megumi's shadow is extremely risky, because once something enters the shadow, it may remain trapped even after the domain ends, which means he could be permanently lost inside it. Reggie finally breaks as Max Elephant crushes him, fracturing his right foot bone, causing him to lose his balance and fall into Megumi's shadow. And without buoyancy or oxygen inside the liquid-like darkness, he begins to slip into unconsciousness, making it seem for a moment that the fight has finally ended. But it does not end, because one of the cars Reggie had previously summoned, which never received a command to deactivate, remains inside the shadow and automatically activates, pulling him back up to the surface just in time, leaving Reggie battered, bleeding, and surviving purely on stubborn willpower as he acknowledges Megumi's strength. Then, refusing to give in, Reggie unleashes his final ace by materializing a massive 2-story wooden house from a receipt, weighing around 30 tons, and dropping it directly onto Megumi from above, instantly flipping the situation once again. However, Megumi reacts instantly by hiding inside his shadow and dismissing his domain at the perfect moment, causing the giant house to crash through the gym structure and break the floor, and both Megumi and Reggie fall into a lower-level swimming pool where the battle briefly shifts into water. And in this moment, Megumi grabs Reggie from behind while still carrying the weight of summoned objects, causing Reggie to struggle underwater until he cancels his remaining receipts, which allows both of them to resurface and continue the fight. Once they return above water, Reggie mocks Megumi by saying that all his receipts are now useless because they are wet and cannot be used properly. But Megumi replies that Reggie is also weakened because he cannot summon all his Shikigami freely anymore. After which both of them engage in close combat, where Megumi uses Divine Dog at the right moment to bite Reggie's shoulder and finally gain the upper hand in the fight. Reggie then realizes that Megumi had planned everything carefully from the beginning, and was not simply running randomly, but instead using strategy to trap him inside this controlled battlefield. And Megumi confirms that even if he tried to escape earlier, he would not have gotten far because the situation was already under control. And at this moment, Megumi questions Reggie about Kenjaku's connection to Tengen. But Reggie admits he does not know the full details, and only suspects that Kenjaku's plan involves something much larger than the culling game itself. Before dying, Reggie calls Kogain and transfers all his points to Megumi, giving him a total of 41 points. And he explains that he does this because he wants to do something meaningful before his death, and also because he believes Megumi will make the game more interesting. And after saying this, Reggie dies. Meanwhile, the story briefly shifts to Takaba, who is casually drinking tea when Hazanoki suddenly attacks him by exploding the building. But Takaba walks out completely unharmed and continues acting as if nothing happened, while confidently saying that attacks like this do not affect him, which frustrates Hazanoki because no matter how many times he attacks, Takaba keeps surviving without visible damage. Kogen then announces Regi's elimination, which causes Hazenoki to lose interest in continuing the fight and he decides to leave. But Takaba stops him and tells him to transfer his points before leaving, although Hazenoki refuses and walks away. While it is also revealed that Takaba's curse technique comedian allows anything he personally finds funny to become reality, meaning if he believes something is humorous then it actually happens. But the major limitation is that Takaba himself does not understand that he has this power. At the same time, Remi is shown running away, and Megumi appears in front of her with Divine Dog and prepares to eliminate her until he suddenly hears the voice of his sister Tsumiki in his mind reminding him not to do it, which causes Megumi to hesitate and spare Remi's life. Shortly after this, Megumi suddenly collapses unconscious due to exhaustion and cursed energy strain. And above him appears Angel, also known as Hana Kurusu, who is introduced as a special sorcerer capable of helping unseal Satoru Gojo from the prison realm, marking a major turning point in the story. The story then briefly shifts focus to the Sendai colony, where 4 extremely powerful players are shown in a deadlock situation, including Dhruv Lakdawala, who has powerful Shikigami, Ryu Ishigori, who has the highest cursed energy output in the colony, Takako Uro, who can manipulate the sky, and Kuru Roshi, who is a special grade cursed spirit resembling a cockroach. And these 4 have been stuck in a balanced conflict where none of them can defeat the others easily. However, the balance is suddenly broken when Yuta Okotsu enters the colony and immediately kills Dhruv upon arrival, proving his overwhelming strength as a special grade sorcerer. He has a total of 35 points, and it is explained that after the events of the night parade of 100 demons, Yuta has grown even stronger and is now considered second only to Satoru Gojo in power, setting up his upcoming battles. Yuta Okotsu enters the Sendai colony with a clear goal in mind as he wants to collect enough points to help his friends add new rules to the culling game. And after hearing Megumi Fushiguro's plan, he knows that 2 important rules are already needed, one allowing players to transfer points to each other and another allowing players to leave the game voluntarily. But Yuta also wants to create 2 more rules so players from different colonies can communicate with each other and freely move between colonies. And because his friends are already exhausted after everything that happened in Shibuya, he decides to carry this burden himself and gather all the necessary points while also planning to personally stop Kenjaku, so that Satoru Gojo will not have to suffer through another painful battle against someone connected to his past. While moving through the colony, Yuta also protects ordinary civilians and leads them to a stadium that once belonged to Dhruv Lakdawala, believing it is one of the safest locations available. And as the people begin to rest, he suddenly hears a strange roaring sound approaching from the distance. Soon he notices 2 young men desperately running for their lives while a massive black storm chases them from behind. And before Yuta can fully understand what is happening, one of the boys is swallowed by the storm. Yuta immediately grabs the boy's hand and tries to pull him free, only to discover that the storm is actually made of countless cockroaches, and the insects devour the victim almost instantly, before turning their attention toward the civilians gathered nearby. Realizing the danger, Yuta summons Rika, his powerful Shikigami companion, and she smashes part of the entrance to block the insects from reaching the civilians, while Yuta channels cursed energy into his sword and releases a powerful slash that wipes out huge numbers of cockroaches at once. The attack reveals the true enemy, who is Kurorushi, and after confirming through Kogen that Kurorushi is indeed an official player, Yuta prepares for battle. Kurorushi attacks with the festering life sword, but Yuta immediately cuts off its arm and sends it flying with a powerful strike. Before Yuta can finish the fight, Kurorushi creates another enormous swarm of cockroaches and sends them rushing toward him. Since Kurorushi is a cursed spirit, Yuta could destroy it easily with reverse curse technique, but he senses other powerful players nearby and does not want to reveal all of his abilities yet. While Rika continues protecting the civilians, Yuta battles through wave after wave of insects, cutting down giant bugs approaching from behind, but poisonous sacs attached to them burst open and temporarily blind him. Taking advantage of the opening, Kurorushi attacks, and although Yuta blocks the sword strike, insect-like projectiles emerge from the blade and wound both his shoulder and stomach. As Kurorushi moves in to consume him, Yuta bites into the cursed spirit and floods its body with positive energy, instantly destroying it and earning 5 points. Almost immediately after the battle ends, Takako Uro appears and notices that Yuta can use reverse curse technique. Before he can react, she manipulates the space around him and sends him flying across the battlefield. Yuta quickly realizes that her curse technique allows her to manipulate space itself as though it were a flexible surface. She can bend, twist, and pull space around her, creating strange distortions that redirect attacks and movement. Although this ability alone does not directly harm opponents, she combines it with a powerful attack known as Thin Icebreaker. As they clash, Yuta asks why she fights so fiercely despite already being powerful enough to survive on her own. Uro explains that reincarnated sorcerers have been given a second chance at life, and the culling game is the beginning of that new existence. And since Kenjaku is clearly preparing something larger behind the scenes, they must gather as many points as possible to prepare themselves. Yuta argues that she is willing to sacrifice countless innocent lives simply for her own desires, and his words provoke her deeply because she believes he could never understand her past or the suffering connected to the Fujiwara family. Their confrontation is suddenly interrupted when Ryu Ishigori fires a massive granite blast at both fighters. The enormous beam tears through the battlefield and forces Yuta and Uro to temporarily focus on a new threat, as Ishigori is a sorcerer who lives for battle and constantly seeks satisfaction through combat. In his previous life he fought many strong opponents but never found the fulfillment he desired, and now he sees Yuta as the opponent who may finally satisfy that craving. A fierce three-way battle begins as Ishigori bombards the battlefield with devastating energy blasts, while Uro continues manipulating space and Yuta struggles to deal with both enemies at once. Ishigori's curse technique is simple but incredibly destructive as he fires cursed energy from his hair with tremendous output. Yuta manages to survive repeated attacks while searching for an opening, but eventually he realizes he can no longer hold back and decides to fully summon Rika. By wearing the ring connected to her, Yuta gains complete access to Rika's stored cursed energy and abilities for 5 minutes. Uro and Ishigori are both shocked when Rika appears and Yuta equips a special cursed tool, finally begins fighting at full strength. Using Toge Inumaki's copied cursed speech technique, he orders Uro not to move, allowing Rika to attack her directly. As the battle escalates, Yuta also reveals another copied technique inherited from Druv, whose Shikigami create dangerous areas that function similarly to domains. Uro eventually realizes Yuta's true ability is not summoning Shikigami but copying other cursed techniques. The battle becomes even more chaotic when Ishigori decides to activate domain expansion. Uro and Yuta respond by activating their own domains at the same time. 3 domains collide and overlap, creating an unstable situation where none of their guaranteed hit effects can properly function. At that exact moment, a new Kururushi emerges and enters the overlapping domains. The already unstable structure collapses completely, and the domains shatter. Taking advantage of the confusion, Kururushi attacks Uro and tears off one of her arms. Rika consumes the severed arm, while Ishigori blasts Uro with another devastating attack. Yuta quickly eliminates Kururushi once again using positive energy, leaving only himself and Ishigori standing. The final battle becomes a direct clash between the 2 strongest fighters remaining. Ishigori overwhelms Yuta in raw cursed energy output, while Yuta counters through versatility and intelligence. After Rika consumes Uro's arm, Yuta successfully copies her spatial manipulation technique and begins redirecting Ishigori's attacks. Realizing what happened, Ishigori understands that Yuta can copy abilities through Rika's connection to the target. Yuta combines Yutro's technique with his own combat skills and launches powerful counterattacks while Rika assists him. Eventually, the 5-minute limit expires and Rika disappears, leaving Yuta weakened. Even then, he continues fighting and finally traps Ishigori in position. Earlier in the battle, Yuta had redirected one of Ishigori's own attacks into the sky, and now that same blast returns and crashes directly onto Ishigori. The attack finally defeats him, but instead of feeling bitter, Ishigori feels satisfied for the first time in his life because Yuta has given him the thrilling battle he always wanted. Surprisingly, Yuta chooses not to kill either Ishigori or Yuto. Both opponents are shocked by his mercy, but Yuta only asks for their points. Thanks to the new transfer rule created by his friends, he receives their points along with the points earned from defeating Druv and Kururushi, bringing his total to 190 points. As the season ends, glimpses of future events appear. Sukuna's true form is teased, Maki Zenin continues her battles, Kinji Hakari prepares to face Hajime Kashimo, Yuki Tsukumo and Choso guard Tengen, Angel takes Megumi somewhere important, Kenjaku remains connected to the prison realm deep beneath the sea, Sumiki Fushiguro's fate becomes increasingly important, and Sukuna appears ready to set a much larger disaster into motion. With Yuta's battles complete and the culling game growing even more dangerous, the story closes while setting the stage for far greater conflicts that are still waiting to come.